うか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
اهلا وسهلا فيك حبيبي.
اهلا وسهلا بيك يا داوود. وطبعا النهارده نقدر نقول كده هيبقى يوم حماسي جدا. النهارده احنا خلاص وصلنا لنهايه الحكايه. في فريق النهارده ودي حاجه برضه تزعل هيودعنا.
ليش بدنا نبدا هيك حزن احنا؟ بس بصراحه انه هاي هي الصراحه وهي هي الجديه لما بنيجي نحكي عن مواجهه الابطال، لانه بالنهايه احنا عم بندور على بطل وممثل الاقليمين لهذا الموسم. ياسو خبرني عن شعورك بتواجدك في الفوف جيمنج ارينا ومع الجماهير والناس اللي متواجده معنا.
بص، هو عموما نقدر نقول كده ان فوف جيم المره اللي هي موجود هنا، وكل مره بيكون نفس الشعور نفس الهيبه كده، حضور او نقدر نقول الموقف اللي احنا موجودين فيه كمعلقين او كمواهب بيكون نقدر نقول صعب شويه او ضغط عالي شويه، ما بالك بقى باللعيبه اللي النهارده حددوا مصيرهم.
بالضبط، وخصوصا زي ما ذكرت انه واحد من الفرق حيودعنا بنهايه مباريات اليوم. مين يا ترى اللي حيودعنا ومين يا ترى الفرق اللي حتضلها مكمله رحلتهم في هذه البطوله؟ طيب تقدر تحكي لي عن توقعاتك لمباراه اليوم؟ انا ما حسألك مين اللي حيتم اقصائه، لكن بالسيريز التو سيريز اللي عندنا اياهم اليوم تمام. مين فكرك اللي حيكون الفايز بين كل سيريز؟
يعني انت هتعرفين ان انا اقصي حد النهارده.
ايوه
انا اشكرك الصراحه، يعني اشكرك. فلو احنا اتكلمنا عن اول ماتشين هيكون عندنا فالكونز قصاد فريق التويستد ماينز. على حسب اللي حصل على مدار الموسم فريق التويستد ماينز هو اللي الارقام في صالحه اكتر، فممكن اقول فريق التويستد ماينز. اما بالنسبه لفريق الار 8 وفريق الجي كي، انا شايف صراحه ان بالنسبه برضو للارقام لما نيجي نبص على احصائيات اللعيبه وطريقه اللعب، ففريق الار 8 حصل على اعلى ترتيب من النقاط على مدار تاريخ كله لام بي ال مينا، فالنهارده الارقام برضو في صالح فريق الار 8.
والله بنشوف هل يا ترى حتكون تحليلاتك وتوقعاتك صحيحة أو يا ترى حيكون في عندنا مفاجأة. طيب آخر سؤال قبل ما نفوت بأجواء البطولة، كلمة تحفيزية للفرق المشاركة معنا.
عايز اقول للفرق اللي مشاركه طبعا ان نقدر نقول كده لحد دلوقتي كل الفرق المحترفه دايما عندها المنتاليتي او العقليه بتاعت انا لو خسرت ممكن ارجع مره ثانيه. النهارده على فكره احنا بنشوف فرق كتير بترجع عشان الفرص الثانيه الخاصه بيها، ومنهم فريق الفالكونز اللي هيكون بيلعب ثاني ظهور ليه يبحث المره دي عن اللقب.
نشوف هل يا ترى حيقدر يحقق اللقب ولا هل يا ترى حيكون في عندنا مفاجأة في مباريات اليوم. نشكركم على تواجدكم أعزائي المشاهدين، حنرجع بعد ثواني بسيطة لنبتدي أحداث مباريات اليوم. تفضلوا معنا وبإذن الله بنرجع لكم خلال ثواني.
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。 少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
معنا في بداية تصفيات دوري المحترفين مواجهة الأبطال في موسمها الخامس. موجودين معاكم حاليا في عاصمة المملكة العربية السعودية في الفوف جيمنج أرينا لنستكمل أحداث هذه البطولة. 4 فرق عم تتنافس معنا على مدار 3 أيام لجوائز قيمتها تقريبا $100,000. مقعدين مؤهلين لبطولة MSC في بطولة كأس العالم برضه في الرياض خلال شهر 7. وأكيد ما ننسى المنافسة على لقب بطل إقليم الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا في الموسم الخامس من هذه البطولة. مين يا ترى خلال ال3 أيام اللي حيقدر يحقق اللقب، ومين يا ترى اللي حيمثل المملكة العربية السعودية في البطولة العالمية؟ كل هاي الأشياء حنتعرف عليها خلال ال3 أيام القادمة. لكن قبل ما نفوت ونعرفكم على الفرق المنافسة معنا في هذا الدوري وفي هاي التصفيات، نعطيكم فيديو بسيط نعرفكم على نموذج البطولة ونرجع لكم خلال ثواني بسيطة. تفضلوا معنا بالفيديو وراجعين بعد قليل.
فالكل معي جي كي سبورت يتأهلون.
وفريق تويستد مايندز في التصفيات موجود.
يا إلهي العريض، يا رباه على التنسيق.
الفالكونز تيم بيكونوا حاضرين، استفزهم التويستد مايندز.
حضورنا الكرام واعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين، مواجهة الأبطال تبتدئ بتواجد الأبطال في مسرح الفوف جيمنج أرينا بنتيجة 8-1 في الريجولر سيزون. رحبوا معي بتويستد مايندز، فريق مكون من أبطال سانجي، حودة، كافن، سانو وترول. هذا الفريق متواجد للدفاع عن لقبه وتتويجه لثاني مرة على التوالي. هل بإمكانه تحقيق هذا اللقب أمام منافسه الشرس؟ هل يا ترى حيقدر يحقق اللقب؟ الله أعلم، لكن نتمنى لهم كل التوفيق وبنشوف إيش يا ترى حيقدموا خلال أول مباراة. حضورنا الكرام، تويستد مايندز. والآن منافسهم الشرس والعدو اللدود في هذه البطولة. رحبوا معي في المسرح بثاني تواجد لهم في هذه البطولة، تيم فالكونز. فريق متأهل بنتيجة 7-2 في الريجولر سيزون. فريق مكون من دينج، كنجي، جود نايت، لارك وسوبر. ثاني تواجد لهم في هذه البطولة. وصلوا معانا لمرحلة النهائيات في الموسم الماضي. هل يا ترى حينحرموا ولا هل يا ترى أخيرا حيحققوا اللقب في هذا الموسم؟ حضورنا الكرام تيم فالكونز. والآن أعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين وجميع الحاضرين في المملكة العربية السعودية في الفوف جيمنج أرينا، أول تواجد لهذا المنافس متأهل من التصفيات المصرية. رحبوا معي ب R8 Esports، متأهل بنتيجة 8-1 ب3 خطرات فقط أمام فريق الفالكونز. فريق مكون من ديفندر بازو، جوكي، سبيدي وبورو. هل سيتمكن الفريق من تحقيق أول لقب له بأول تواجد له في هذه البطولة؟ هذا السؤال حنلاقي جوابه خلال ال3 أيام القادمة. حضورنا الكرام R8 Esports. والآن الفريق اللي أمامه أكبر تحدي في هاي التصفيات وفي هاي النهائيات، هل يا ترى سيتغلب على ال3 عمالقة في هذه البطولة؟ رحبوا معي بجي كي اي سبورتس، فريق مكون من جوست، مارك، زاك، كوبا وشان. فريق جي كي أمامه مهمة كبيرة، خساراته بالريجولر سيزون أمام جميع المتواجدين في هذه البطولة. هل سيتمكن من التغلب على الجميع والوصول إلى النهائيات؟ نتعرف وبنشوف خلال المباريات القادمة. حضورنا الكرام جي كي اي سبورتس. في هذه البطولة في عندنا منافسات بين الفرق وفي عندنا منافسات للجماهير والمتابعين لهذه البطولة. بنعرفكم أول شيء عندنا منافسة جيم البينجو، بنشرح لكم هاي الأمور على المسرح. كل اللي لازم يصير تحقيق خط واحد على هذه اللائحة، وبنفرجيكم بالضبط إيش هي القوانين ونعرفكم بالضبط كيف بإمكانكم الفوز. واللي بيفوز معانا أو لما نشوف خط من فوق لتحت يمين يسار ايش مكان 5 خانات لازم يتم تعبئتها ووقتها نعطيكم الفرصة لتستخدموا CD كي لتستخدموه عشان تحصلوا على ايبك تشيست، واول 50 شخص بيستخدموا الكود إلهم الفرصة وإلهم الجائزة. حضورنا الكرام واعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين، مواجهة الأبطال تبتدئ خلال دقائق بسيطة. بدنا نشوف ايش راح يصير معنا في اول مباراة، وهل يا ترى الابطال تويستد مايندز حيتمكنوا من الدفاع عن لقبهم ام سيتغلب عليهم فريق الفالكونز في مباراتنا الاولى. كل هاي الاشياء نتعرف عليها، لكن قبل ما نفوت على مباراتنا الاولى بنروح على استوديو التحليلي مع يونس، ياسو ودون بيج. فهيا بنا الى الاستوديو.
Hey, welcome back to MPL Playoffs MENA. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the stage has been set. Will the Twisted Minds be able to twist the Falcons' minds? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you are not going to be alone today. It's going to be me, Gani, and as well as my partner.
Yeah, obviously 3 best of 3 coming in our way. It's going to be very interesting how the MENA meta will fare up against any other regions out there in MSC 2024. But we will see who's going to actually represent the MENA region in Riyadh at the end, because this is going to be one hell of a tournament, one hell of a playoffs for MENA itself. I particularly really want to see who are the imports that's going to show up in this playoffs, Gani.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not notice if we will have 2 slots from this region, from the Middle East and North Africa region. 2 slots will be going to the MSC of 2024. Now, you guys, perhaps you guys wonder why can I play, whenever I play, let's say Melissa, whenever I play Yin, why you guys suck, alright? Sheffin, you know the deets. Jujutsu Kaisen collab skins, right, will be back for a limited time from the 8th of June to the 13th of July. You guys can check it out. Join the MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen draw event to enjoy 50% of your daily first time draw. What's more, you will get a permanent exclusive item or skin in the first 10 draws. Hurry up and log in to participate now. And also, you guys can get the premium supply event to complete tasks and get more cursed charm tokens to draw more skins. When? 15th of June till the 29th of June. So it's gonna be around in a couple of days.
Yeah, for sure, man. I particularly really want to see the revamp of that Yuchi Itadori skin, because Sukuna is coming in Mobile Legends with his domain expansions, with his Ryoiki Tenkai. So we'll see a new effect there on that skin. I particularly want to say for that Savior skin, obviously, Gojo Sensei, I really want to have that skin, especially after I kind of transitioned myself into more of a mid laner. So I am really looking forward to getting this skin. And obviously you guys can get it as well, top up those diamonds, and also just spin those what, Connie? What's the term here?
Just spin the rolls, right? Whenever you got it, right? And also you can guys just purchase the coupon pass, immediately receive 1 coupon that deducts 60 exchange items for skins. Use it to redeem any collab skin in the MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen event shop with fewer exchange items. Now, there you go. With that, if you have the skins already, right? Julian, check banger. Melissa, banger, and also, yeah, you can just pop off suddenly.
Okay, in a second we'll see the bracket for this MPL MENA playoffs. I really want to see like who are we gonna see today and also the next days, because we're gonna have 3 days of playoffs. Today we're gonna decide who's gonna go into the next stage. 3 best of 3. The only best of 5 out there is, I believe, in the lower bracket finals and the grand final. So today only 3 best of 3, but it's not really, I think it's more than enough Mobile Legends action for today. Let's see the bracket though. It's a Falcon versus Twisted Minds. So we will see those 2 teams fighting it out in the regular season though, Gani. It's Twisted Minds winning it out against Falcons 2-1. And both of these teams has imports. They have 3 Filipinos in their roster. Even Coach Lautrick is one of the coaches of this team. So let's see if the Filipino meta can be replicated in this MPL MENA playoffs, because I really want to see, man. Because in Indonesia, MPL ID, we are known for more of a brawling type of composition type of gameplay, but in the Filipinos, they like the macros, they like the split pushes and all that stuff, those lord dances. So maybe Coach Lautrick can bring that game in MPL MENA playoffs, or we'll see more of a brawling type just like MPL ID, or we'll just go in the middle. So I am really excited to see what's gonna happen in this match.
That's the thing. That is going to be the question, right? What playstyle are they going to bring? Especially if you look at the brackets earlier, right? I want to touch on this. Top 6 teams of MPL MENA fighting on the play-ins. Bottom here, you can see already 2 teams actually did not make it to the playoffs, and now we get to see 2 matches ahead of us, and whoever loses will go on to the lower bracket. So we will see that match in the final match as well. So we're going to have 3 matches. And to answer your question, yeah, we got a couple of Filipino imports here and there, and this is going to be the official team lineup from both teams, Twisted Minds and Team Falcons. The green opener, as they like to call it, both from the Saudi Arabia.
The battle of the green. So we'll see these 5 players against 5 players. So interestingly enough, in this MPL MENA playoffs, there actually is a play-in type of situation. So before this, there's already some matches, best of 3 to decide who's gonna actually go into the playoffs. So in this MPL MENA, actually, the 6th seed and the 5th seed, or they're not really guaranteed to get into the playoffs. They have to play those play-in games first, just like if you watch the NBA, Gani, we do have that as well. So it's very creative, MPL MENA, what MPL MENA is doing right now. And I'm looking forward to more of a creative gameplay as well, because the players are coming from, not only those Filipinos are the imports. Technically, in this MENA, there's different countries here in Middle Eastern and North Africa. You got Saudi Arabia, you got any other countries out there. So we'll see if those teams can merge together and create a better team for themselves.
Let's see the adjustment. Let's see the not just outside of gameplay, right? Hopefully we get. I'm very curious about the communications as well. How are they going to communicate with each other? But that is perhaps on another platform, right? I need to hear the comms. I want to know the comms. The top two teams that will enter the MSC, how are they communicating? Will there be an import there? That is going to be very interesting to see. Just how they, again, I think this is this not the first time MPL MENA represents 2 representatives for an international?
It might be, Gani. So and that's a good point actually, Gani. The Filipinos and the Indonesians. Well, Indonesians here, we are a Muslim dominant country, so I expect a few of us can actually speak Arabic as well as anybody. But the Filipinos, man, do they speak English, or do they have to learn this Arabic? Or maybe the the MENA players, the original MENA players, has to learn Tagalog. It is interesting what's the dynamic there. I mean, even if it's Indonesia, I think more players tend to play or maybe learn Indonesian because Indonesian is easy. But in Arabic, you have a whole different alphabet there. But we are going to see some of the stats here from both of these gold laners, from both of these teams. Lark, 9.33 KDA. That is insanity, Gani. Meanwhile, though, on the other side, 8 KDA. It's pretty good too, but 9.33 is absurd, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about the 2 gold laners here from each respective teams, it has been their highlight, right? If we're talking about Lark, formerly he was the gold laner for Triple Esports, so it's no joke, and we all know that Lark has experience. Meanwhile, Falcons Sano here, he's a little bit green, right? He's more green for MVPs, but let's check out the video that we are going to present to you. Let's go.
التدخل كان سريع، كان عنيف جدا. كنجي بيقدر ان هو بالسكند سكيل يتوقع تمركزك يا نانوس بيروح. اللورد موجود وفريق الاكس مينا بالتسرع في البوت لين. دبل كيل موجوده ليك يا كنجي، زياده عدديه موجوده ليكم يا فالكونز. الاكس مينا حاليا يتساقط 1 2 3 كيل لمصلحه فريق الفالكونز. فريدن دلوقتي موجود في منطقه خطر جدا. هل هنشوف بدر يعيش ولا ايه؟ هنشوف دلوقتي التو في ناحيه بورو لما يستعملش التو بتاعته. بص على كوفن، بص على التريبل كيل، وبص على كوفن.
يا زاك فنان مبدع رسام كاتب. الآن يتوسد، الآن يحودا، الآن دور حودا، الآن يقول لهم أعطوني الكتاب وأعطوني الكراسة. حود الآن يستيقظ، برات الآن استيقظ من السبات. كانت مجرد غفوة، والآن جاء رد الفعل وجاء رد الحساب. الآن يستيقظ العمالقة، يستيقظ الآن حريج كوفن من جهة أخرى. فيها دبل كيل يا صانو. استيقظوا وحذر عند استيقاظ الأسود.
اوكامي اي سبورتس، محاولات الدفاع هل هتكون ناجحة ولا لا؟
زيجي بوي، لا 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 لا، لسه بقول لا يا زيجي بوي، ما عملتش حساب للفليكر وما عملش حساب للفليكر. بيدخل معاه اللاعب لورد. بص لي دلوقتي عندك بيحاول ان هو يبعدهم من اللاعب سنتي، محاولات التمسك والتشبث في امال هذه المباراه. كيدي حاليا مرفوع في الهواء، الضرر موجود منك يا كولج، موجود منك يا بيس، سوبر موجود، الزياده العدديه 5 على 4 الناحيه الثانيه، تحجير على 3 ممكن على 4، ولكن خلاص هيلوكا مي سبورت بيصارع الموت. هيلوكا مي سبورت حاليا بيودع، يبقى الحال كما هو عليه.
Action-packed replays, highlights from the previous matches as well. And well, Shafin, if we again go back to the two teams that we are going to witness, what do you have to say from, let's say, if you want to know the player?
I think the two players that I really want to see is Maru and Troll. They have left their mark in a lot of international competitions out there, the M Series and MSC. So we'll see those Kajama, those Chal, those pick-off heroes like Kufra, and also maybe Tagil too, because in this meta, I don't think we have a set meta for a roamer. We do have a set meta for a jungler. Unfortunately, we're still sticking with that utility jungler-based tanks, but in the roaming area, it's very creative, you know. Some of the damage roamers can still be played, even though it's very conditional, for example, like Selena, but you also have this engaged type of roamer like Edith, Kufra not so much, and also you have that heavy pick-up roamer that Naja Troll brings. And if you talk about that with Luo, it's going to be very interesting to see how will that end up. So the last one is, I believe, a healer kind of roamer. So it is interesting. Can they actually shift their gameplay to a different flavor here for their team, or will they stick just with their pick-off composition, or like the one that they're used to playing? The adaptation is gonna be the name of the game in the playoffs, in any playoffs out there, whatever form that is.
Well, let's see here, right? I agree. Adjustments, adaptation, they will need to show for it, right? Because it's do or die, best of 3. It's not a best of 5, especially it's not a grand final as well. It's going to be perhaps a best of 7, but it's going to be a best of 3 match. One, yeah, sure, you got a life, but one more chance here to really adjust, to really pick off some things that perhaps you need to repair. That's not an easy job. So let's see here, between these two teams, what will they do for this first game? Again, drafting phase is going to be very important. And now we saw the gold laners, yeah, Natan and Carry was on each respective hero. Sano being the Natan player, do you expect for Falcons to let the Natan go? Because technically, Natan isn't very hot if we're talking about other regions.
Yeah, Natan is in a very interesting situation right now, because in the regular season for a lot of MPL out there, it was one of the prime heroes that even get banned in a lot of situations, because Natan can carry you in the late game, and you also have the heal heroes, or those healing heroes that adds extra layer to the game if you want to pick up the Natan. So it's even harder to actually deal with this hero. But I think in the playoffs, and even in MPL ID, the win rate is not that great either. I think teams are more reluctant, or maybe are more willing to let go of Natan, especially when you have these counters. Onyx ID, especially Fnatic Onyx, they really like to pick Kadira against Natan. It's something that's not really brought up very often, but it is a strategy to deal with Natan. As we can see here, we're going to shift to talking about some of the junglers that the world have currently in MPL PH and MPL ID. The two teams that's already qualified for the MSC. It's Bren, Kyle Teasy, Falcons Bren, Carl Teasy for Liquid Echo, Kyrie for Fnatic, Onyx, and also Annabelle for EVOS, and Kenji from MPL MENA. A lot of interesting stats out there that you can compare, like which region actually has the best jungler out there. But obviously, you can't really take those statistics at face value, because those KDAs can lie, man. Numbers cannot lie, but they can give you different, how do I say it? We're not really that great at interpreting that. You have to have those eye tests, those actual evidence in the game that can support what your what's your conclusion?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Different regions, they're gonna experience different opponents, different environment as well. And yeah, sure, we got Kyrie who got 8 MVPs and Kenji. If you compare it from that data, collected 5 MVPs during this season. So yeah, there's comparison, there's some depth to it, but you can't really compare. It's not apple to apple. So yeah, Kenji though has been popping off this season. What do you think?
I think it's going to be interesting to see because even jungler right now, we do have tank junglers, but in MPL ID, Kyrie is one of the guys that brought up the Julian, brought up the Ling very often, and I think Ling is also banned quite a lot in the ranked games here in Indonesia. So we will see if Assassins will be brought up in MPL MENA playoffs here, because I do expect different flavors for different regions. Maybe they don't really like those tank junglers. They want to brawl so much, they want to deal some damage with their jungler, but it does offer you some consequences that you have to deal with, especially in the early game, because it's gonna be easier to invade those assassins, especially when you're using a Hilda, or maybe by extension a Natalia, even though it's not really picked very often or not at all, but it is a solution to the Julians, the Lings, the Fannies. But when you have enough micro to cover that up, I think it's going to be a-okay.
Let's see here firsthand, right? The players, they are now getting ready. Wow. Again, some of them are praying. So again, ladies and gentlemen, yes, this is going to be the opener for the playoffs match. MPL Middle East North Africa. Let's see. May the best team win, of course, Shefin. Any last notes before the drafts?
Ooh, I think the story is still how will Falcons turn the game around, or like turn the game into their favor, because in the regular season, Twisted Minds has beaten them down 2-1. It's not really a glaring score, but it is something that needs to be noted when you're up against that same team in the playoffs, because this is where it all matters. If you lose, you're gonna be dropped to the lower bracket. Obviously, you're not gonna be home right away, but it is something that needs to be fought for. Lower bracket is not a meta. I don't think it's a meta. I think people are hoping that there is no bracket meta and all that stuff. The best way possible to win playoffs is going to the upper brackets, when you have more chances to do some errors, or maybe there is stuff that can bail you out from the brink of elimination.
I mean, hey, if you're from the lower brackets, you will play more games, play more matches. That means, what, Shefin? You will be oiled up. You will be more riled up, right? You will be more... I mean, like, you're gonna be more ready to fight to the upper brackets team. So, yeah, the Land of Dawn, it's gonna be crazy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the drafts for the green opener. Will Edith banned out? Instead, though, they will ban out the Angela and the Friend.
I don't know if I agree with your first statement there, Gandhi. A little bit sus for me, but yeah, this is a very interesting ban. I think the idea here for Falcons is they want to eliminate those global presence and also those fast engage heroes, and the third pin is going to be Arla, that offers a lot of utility, a lot of CCs, and also durability. But a lot of times when you're using Arlet, we do have this kind of moments when the player that's using it made a lot of blunder. We see a lot of players in MPL ID, I'm not gonna name names, but we do know who did that a lot, and it's gonna cost them the game if they're not playing it correctly. Meanwhile, on the other side, one more ban, but let's talk about the previous two bans here, Angela and Fedrin, two heroes that offers a lot of durability. And especially Angela, once again, global presence is something that's really valued in the game. And talking about that, Chip is not banned, Moskov is not banned. I do see something. Oh, it's going to be Roger first instead of Chip or Moskov? No, Twisted Minds that have the luxury to dominate the global presence game, and that might be too OP in other regions out there. I don't know about MPL MENA to be exact, but this is dangerous.
Yeah, I really like that last band from Twisted Mind, right? They respect Goodnight here. Valentina ban out. We all know that, yeah, Goodnight can play a mean Valentina. The Roger, though, it's very popular among regions, right? We saw it multiple times. MPL playoffs in the Philippines, we saw it multiple times. MPL Indonesia also. This Roger being brought up, but yeah, the chip is going to be an expensive trade. You mentioned that the global presence will be there this time for Twisted Minds, alongside with the Barats, right? A very reliable jungler, very fast rotations. So expect Twisted Minds here to play around a fast-paced game in this first game.
Yeah, it's very interesting because Barats, as far as I know, is not really the prime jungler anymore, especially with the presence of Export. The one that really bothers me is the fact that Falcons, they're not going for Export right away, knowing there are two frontliners that can be shredded down by that true damage from Export's fire. They choose to go for more of an engaged hero, in more of a setup hero in Terizla, and it's going to be paired with Faramis. Now, that's a solid hero in the first phase. It offers you a lot of utility, a lot of durability as well, an extra layer of fatigue when you're fighting against an opponent. And when it's a chip, when the chip engages against you, it's going to be hard, or maybe easier for your team to be able to get away from the danger. But speaking of danger, Donnie, this is very interesting. The fact that Harris is picked on the second phase, on the third pick, is something that not really known for in MPL Indonesia.
Yeah, it's very, well, it's very peculiar, right? Because usually in Indo, Harith is just the auto ban for most of the time. But Twisted Minds here, they will take that Harith. You know what? Let's take it. It's expensive in Indo. We'll try to replicate it. And Falcons, why they picked up the Faramis is they trying to backfire that Valentina ban. Now, Twisted Minds cannot pick up the Valentina, cannot take the Nether Realm, and they have committed a roamer, the chip, so they technically cannot provide a support healer for the Barats. And Twisted Minds, they opted for the Carmilla ban. Again, yeah, Carmilla, no against chip, so that's instantly targeted.
But on the other side, Connie, they banned the Odette. This is a very, very interesting. And I do agree that Odette is something that needs to be considered when you're drafting, but it's not really the prime suspect that you are expecting when the crime happens. And when you're using a Faramis, using a Terizla, and also Roger that needs to dive to the backline to deal damage, I do agree that Odette ban kinda makes sense because Odette can punish you for being too close to the opposing team's composition. With that Swan Song, it's gonna deal a lot of burst damage. It's not just DPS to the area that's affected. And on the other side, another AoE heavy hero. They don't like the CCs, man. Carmilla ban, and also Minotaur ban. These heroes are very hard to counter if you're using a Harith, because once again, Harith also needs those space that's free of CC to be able to pop off with the Zaman Force.
Yeah, I mean, I think mostly they do not want to pick up a Purify for this Harith. They want to keep that option open, but oh my lord, I understand the Minotaur ban because they do not want to get or go up against double healers, but they're for it, right? So there you go. You got the Nether Realm, you got the Bloom. They're ready for 5v5s. Man, this is a nasty composition here from Falcons in the first game. And Natan, wow.
Yeah, but for Twisted Minds, they have a solution here, and Chip, and also that Farsa. And I think Farsa is one of the prime counter for Natan, because Natan, if he doesn't want to get bursted down in 2 hits, he kind of has to be forced to use those magic defense, for example, Athena Shield, unless you want to get taken down quite fast. But also like this last pick here from Twisted Minds, the fact that they use a damage dealer that deals physical damage to cover for that Harith and Farsa in the jungle, in the gold lane and also mid lane, is something that's really fun. And
Yeah, it's a very stable composition here. The response from Twisted Minds, right? They picked up a Farsa, a hero that, well, the grand finals, you know, Fnatic Onyx, Sans was on multiple games, won it. Let's see here. Maybe they're trying to replicate from that game plan, right? They want to replicate that map. Let's see. It's a good hero that can rotate fast as well with the wings by wings, and of course the feathered effect. After a couple of items or 3 items, man, the damage is gonna hurt. And the Paquito, I love that, right? Add skilling pressure and clearing waves, no problem.
So from the draft, I think we have to give our take here, Gani. Who do you like better here in terms of just drafting? For me, I'm leaning more towards the Twisted Minds. I know that it's a bit risky, the fact that they have 2 magic damage dealers, but I like the fact that they present some solution for a problem that's presented by Falcons.
Again, no, you don't ask me. Ask the audience, right? Guys, ladies and gentlemen, you guys who are watching, you can get a chance to get diamonds. How? You just need to write your prediction in the comment section and you can get 500 diamonds for 10 lucky people who guess correctly in each match. Don't forget to include your MLBB ID and server ID in your comments. So ladies and gentlemen, write down your predictions right now because you can get a chance to get 500 diamonds for free. Alright, don't forget your MLBB ID and server ID once again.
Man, I love the UI, I love the lighting. There are a lot of greens here representing MENA, representing Saudi Arabia. It's a different vibe compared to ID or maybe PH or maybe other regions out there, man, because this is something that's really, really unique. But Gani, take us through here.
Gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn, to the opening game of the playoffs from MPL MENA. This is the green opener. Will it be the Falcons that take this game or will it be the Twisted Minds? Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch and wait.
And right away we're seeing a different kind of spells brought up. Maybe more of a same spell here. 4 flickers for both sides, something that you don't really see very often in other regions out there. I do agree that in terms of like the threat of CC, there is not much hero that forces you to use that Purify. And I think, especially for this DPS, it's better to use that Flicker to chase rather than Purify to play defensively.
Here again already, Troll and Coffin actually controlling the mid wave here. Good Night and Super will have to sacrifice a minion if I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, you can see a Twisted Mind playing very confidently, taking the Lethal Wanderer as well. Meanwhile, top and bot, nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, mid lane pressure is something that's really underrated in the current meta. It kind of gives you some advantage when you're trying to go for that turtle fight, the first ever turtle fight, because once you get level 4 and the enemy team doesn't, it's going to give you a lot of advantage. And you can see right away, Goodnight has to recall and maybe lose out on 1 minion, so that's already a good thing for Team Twisted Minds. The top lane though, is still the battle for Harith and also Natan and Florin. Sano will have a hard time to deal with this too because it's unfair, man. It's 2v1 and I believe Troll, I don't think it's gonna stay there anytime soon.
Yeah, it's just, again, just trying to cover. Oh, actually, Crash Course was committed, but yeah, no real follow-up, no real threat just yet. Bottom side, though, action here. Hoda with the barrage, taking some heat. Oh, luckily, the penalty zone was not available there because if not, that would put him into much trouble. Though, the turtle now already controlled by Kenji. Will Hoda try to somehow, yeah, I don't think he can. Then pops the penalty zone with the flicker as well. Kenji secures the turtle, no problem.
Already a really good pressure on towards the jungler. A bit overcommitting there in the bottom lane and they paid it off with a turtle because already half HP, you can't really force out a turtle fight unless you want to sacrifice yourself on the other end, and that's something that Team Twisted Minds has to watch out for in this match. And so far,
shortcut. The teleportation actually finds its mark. And that's not a good sign for Team Falcons because their gold laner will be taken down, has been taken down, and that is a dub for Twisted Minds.
For sure. Looking at the gold lead though, it's not really much. It's only 100 difference there as Sano secures another crab there. More gold for the gold laner of Twisted Minds. And now, looking at the pressure in the mid lane, Goodnight has already found his groove to deal with some of the damage, some of the long-range damage-dealing prowess from Coffin, and he actually microed him at that time. Might be something that needs to be watched out for from Twisted Minds in the future, because even though you are a long-range damage-dealing unit, you are still a target from the opposing end.
Turtle, 30 seconds. Oh, never mind.
Oh, wow.
Their airstrike popped. And that will force Goodnight to use the flicker. 35 seconds though on towards the next turtle. That's heavy info that Goodnight has no flicker.
Yeah, for sure. Something that can be exploited for Team Twisted Minds. Especially, this is a Firamis that we're talking about. A hero that needs safe space, needs some space to be able to peel, to be able to be useful for his teammates, unless he want to get bursted down, especially with these items that's already secured by Sano. Huge one at that. Clement is starting inside already on Harris.
Teleportation. Sanji with the extra eye will force to use the flicker out. Yeah, the Barats will secure the turtle now. Actually, want to re-engage Bing, securing some heat. Oh, Sano, Shaman Forge, another round popped as well. Bing forced to use the flicker. Sano in the backside will not fall just yet. Kenji looking for the kill. Bing falls. Still 1-0. Oh, Kenji needs some backup, but he is stuck. The damage will come through as the Barats will find the kill. That's extra. That's 2 extra kills on top of the turtle.
Yep, perfect hiding game for the Twisted Minds as they get some damage too in the mid lane from Sanji. Good damage at that. And that was beautifully played. Meanwhile, Entropy has to be forced out. Oh, a kill there. I think Sanji forced the mid turret and he get killed. I don't know what happened there. A misplay coming in from the XP laner of Twisted Minds. But back to that exchange in that turtle area. They played the kiting game perfectly. They know how to deal with this kind of composition. They wait for the nether realm to go away and actually pour the damage after that happened. A good job for the whole team there, 5v5, and it ended up for a big W, a huge W for Twisted Minds. Now, 3-1. Twisted Minds still leading in terms of gold, in terms of pressure in the map, as Kenji secures a War Axe on its own. Troll though might be looking for a siege here in the top lane, and it looks like Lark will not be able to do anything here. They're gonna force this down, Zaman forced on towards a Lark. That's some good damage. Meanwhile, Tennis welcome to the back line. It's gonna be one bursted down by Twisted Minds. It's Kenji, the Roger, 0-0 already in this early of a game. Not looking good at all for Team Falcons already 4-1 and down 2k gold lead as they try to secure this turtle to further the gold lead. Going into the 7th minute of the game, Lark, I don't know, he knows that it's hard for him to be able to rack up this gold. The top lane while oh my goodness, what a play! Oh, coming from Kaufman. 104 in this game, and that was a huge play to secure the gold laner of the opposing team. Now, Sano with his man force on towards Ading is gonna get bursted down for sure if there is a no nether realm to be used. Meanwhile, Goodnight is gonna use that stampede to pull back some of the members of Twisted Minds. Kenji though, looking for some damage, looking for the Lycan punch onto Tano. Meanwhile, it's gonna get kited by Troll. Troll very, very low in the back line. He's gonna get taken to the voice chair. No! It's gonna be Kenji who goes down. There is some retaliation though. Meanwhile, there is welcome from Hoda in this 8th minute.
Yeah, you can see here Twisted Minds being very comfortable roaming around the map here, taking on fights. They're not afraid because they know, you know what? Yeah, Cuff in here on the Farsa, popping off as well. 105 to go to Tano. Still deathless as well. Sanji with the help of the Feather Airstrike. Actually, Ding needs to be careful here. Pulled over with the Barats, but actually still okay. Shaman Force committed. They will lose the base turret though. Twisted Minds, they are trying to just practically they're toying with Team Falcons right now. They're already invading the jungles. Orange buff in contention, but it seems like Falcons now will have to concede. They're not doing anything. I believe Daytona's welcome will be pulled on towards Ding, who will be taken out. That's another extra kill. Kenji. Oh, he wants to secure the jungle. Tano says otherwise, perhaps.
Now Saman forced on towards the floor, and there's still NetherRealm to bail him out. But still going on. NetherRealm is over. It's already very, very low. Some of the members, it's going to get taken down is Sanji with the entropy coming in from Lark. A good retaliation there for Team Falcons. Beautiful one. But so far, Team Falcons, they're already revealing some of their weaknesses in the fight. They don't have a say on when the team fight will start because they're playing a more of a responsive kind of composition. You have a called NetherRealm from Goodnight. You have the Blooms from Super. It's built to respond, not for engaging.
Here, the gold occupancy here. Top lane will be the target for Falcons, but Sano is there with the Shaman Force to clear the wave and actually deals damage now with the recovery. Actually, Bloom. Oh, Barats. Daytona's welcome does not connect, but Kenji will fall as well. Now, Twisted Mind seems like they want more Goodnight without the Never Feather Realm. What can he do? There you go. The healing from Super actually helped him out. The Feather Airstrike actually connects. They flickers out of the way. Twisted Minds here is still able to gain more control of the map.
Yep. Going into the 10th minute of the game, 10-3. The gold lane balloon to 5k. It's definitely something that's comebackable, but 500 gold lead per minute is something that you don't want to see in the playoffs, especially in the very first game that you are playing, because momentum is going to swing towards your favor.
Oh dang, no flicker! He used it earlier and Sano will secure that kill. And with that, Twisted Mind will secure the inner turret as well. Team Falcons, they have no answer, no response whatsoever. You can see here the goal already is set at 5,000, but now they want more. Daytona's welcome connects, but their airstrike will force the NetherRealm to be invested. Sanji trying to find a target, but does not connect. Wow, Twisted Minds are playing out of their minds right now.
They really do, as Super secured an important item there. A fleeting time, Savanoda or Hoda secured that Guardian's helmet. Looking at the game so far though, I think it's gonna be hard for Team Falcons to continuously defend this one unless they funnel some of the gold that they have towards Lark, because they say, oh my goodness, he's their saving grace. But if this continues, those Feather Airstrike just pouring down on him, there's really no ways to counter that one.
So after leading, what an artillery for a siege. Right now they want the mid base turret. Oh, take a look at Sanji poking around. NetherRealm will not be there. Or Goodnight, he will fall asleep. Now Ding trying to survive the front side of the map. Oh, Rocks is there as well. But Sanji provides the clutch cover. Now coming with the wings by wings will try to get escape. Sano, ooh, so close, but will not be enough. Sanji pulled back and will be the trade of a troll. Will find Kenji as well.
So they're happy with Villard away. The portal is getting entered. Sano though, Saman Force might be ending this one right away. Entropy by Lark. We'll try to find this one, but it looks like first game will go to Twisted Minds in a convincing favor. 14-4 in the first game of MPL MENA playoffs.
That game 1 What a convincing game from Twisted Minds. Meanwhile, such a contrasting end, right? It's such a one-sided game from both the teams, but Twisted Minds, what a convincing first game. No answer whatsoever from the side of Falcons. From the early game, they controlled it perfectly. Mid-game, they know that they can get a little more aggressive on their map. They showed it. And there you go. It's just GG from then and there.
Yeah, I think they made a lot of mistakes in the early game, and that gives a lot of goal towards the far side, which is the main problem from that Twisted Minds composition. When you're trying to get to Natan, you might want to opt for a dive, but when you have Predator airstrike from like 10 miles away that cannot be stopped because you only have that thesis in the front line, then you are cooked. And that Lauren is more of a late game hero, to be honest. She needs the items and those scaling those levels to be able to provide enough healing for the Natan, but I don't think they have enough time for them, and they're not really playing it that safely and more patiently in the mid game, and they didn't realize the potential of their competition, because this kind of composition is kind of made for high ground defense. You have Natan, you have a lot of kills for the Natan, you should be able to somehow leverage those appeals with those heals. But right now we're gonna see who was the most valuable player on that game. The game, it's Asano with that Harith, 86% kill participation with a perfect KDA, 0 death. Meanwhile, looking at the items though, I believe he's on his way to either a Blood Wings or a Divine Plate. But those 3 items to the start is already more than enough. You have Starling Fight for that cooldown reduction and also the mana regen. You have Feather of Heaven further enhance the speed of Harith and in its force, and also that 3rd item, Holy Crystal, is very, very lethal. But Harry is definitely disappointed here because he used Julian Holy Crystal plus item. As we take a look at the replays here in the first game, in the early game there was a lot of collapse, there's a lot of close calls for Twisted Minds that ended up on their favor. And that's why they were able to win out on this big game fight quite convincingly. Even here, I thought Kenji were able, or he might be able to get some kills, and he did, but the trade-off is definitely not worth it. Meanwhile, when Flash at the top lane, over the center of the from finishing next, they still have a lot of people to third as a photo doing not good work with Twisted Minds. This is a valiant effort for the Falcons. There's Monforce with a portal as well. As I told you earlier in the trap, Johnny, it's the global presence. It's the most valuable asset currently in the game. You have Dua, you have Kip, you have Costa, you have these skills, Angela. You and those or pick it. If you don't pick it, then you're gonna be late on position, you're gonna be late on catching up into the team fight. As you take a look at some of the more detailed stats here, 12, nice number, 44 in kills. The tower, not really that much of disparity, but what I wanna mention here is the fact that Coffin uses that wilderness blessing, so he can be more mobile in terms of like ganking the top lane and also bot lane, which does a lot of work for Twisted Minds. More stats here with the damage dealing percentage. As I told you earlier, Farsa, the main problem for Natan. Even right now, Natan from Lark is not really doing that much damage either because he doesn't really have that item just yet. But Faramis is still topping the charts in terms of damage dealt, and that's why Team Falcons were not able to actually gain that game because the Natan is not online yet. You need more time, you need more peel and healing and more discipline to play this hero, because at the end of the day, this is a marksman, and as a marksman, you don't really have that much durability unless you have that Spell Fem or Lifesteal. But Natan is not one of those heroes, especially if you use Flicker instead of that Inspire. That's not really used in the pro scene.
Yeah, I can see here also a disconnect, right? Maybe from Ding in that EXP, because he opened a lot of fights. Yeah, sure, he did his role as an EXP. You want to open fights, especially on the Terizla. You want to initiate most on the penalty zone. With the penalty zone, if you have the Flicker, use it. But there's a disconnect because the economy wasn't really okay to go on a fight. But he's still always trying to initiate. But in that first game, you know what? He did his best, especially on that first turtle. I think that's the only win from the side of Falcons, right? The first neutral objective and only neutral objective that they got is that first turtle. But after that, they started crumbling down, which I feel like they need to adjust in the second game to equalize that disconnect with Ding, that EXP, the initiator. If you want to use your initiator on their roamer, sure, but you need that connection to really follow it up, because if not, yeah, it's just going to be another rinse and repeat in the second game for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I like what you're saying there, Gani. Adjustment is the name of the game in the playoffs. You're playing the same team over and over again, so you have to adjust game by game. And I like what you're saying too about the roamer, because I believe when Terizla doesn't really have that enough follow-up or maybe enough layer of CC on him, even in that game, Terizla's penalty zone is used more as a defensive mechanic or responsive mechanic rather than engaging on its own. And you can see why they don't really have that composition to support the Terizla to be able to use those penalty zone effectively unless you have those items on Natan. You have the heal, you have the Nether Realm, the bailout mechanic from the Faramis, but as far as engagement and also CCs, they're quite lacking at that. So I would suggest for Team Falcons to go back to their root, not using those healing composition and using more of a engaged type of roamer, maybe like a Kaja or maybe that global presence and chip. A lot of options to use here, or maybe you want to be more creative and a bit more iconic with your plays. Tigreal is your hero. We've seen a lot of hero plays from Dreams in MPL ID with those implosion, and maybe they can recreate that in here, because playoffs is where legends and legacies are made, Connie. Regular season, yes, you can stack up those stats, but at the end of the day, people will remember who performs in the playoffs and go all the way and represents MENA in MSC.
Again, two teams will represent MENA in the MSC 2024 now. You guys who are watching can get involved, right? You can write your predictions in the comment section for this match. It's a best of 3. You know what? Take your chance, 2-0 or 2-1. You can just write it down. And what do you win? 500 diamonds for 10 lucky people who guess correctly in each match. So don't forget to include your MLBB ID and server ID in your comment as well.
Man, I want some free diamonds. I wish I have that, because there's
500-ish, that's a lot.
Yeah, 500, man. That's like 110 spins of JJK. You can get a skin out of that. And to be honest with you, like, one of the luckiest moment of my life is I get those free tokens, right? Those single tokens, and I got a Megumi from that token. Like, I'm not even kidding. The percentage was...
You're lying.
No, I'm not joking at all. 0.02%, and I hit that. I was like, what? Are you serious? I'm not complaining, but, if you want to give me that, then I'm open for it. And I hope Moonton will rig the percentages again for me in the future.
Okay. Well, I don't know about that, but yeah, that was lucky, all right? So, speaking of lucky, I think Falcons, man, they need more than luck, right? To survive the second game. Or to just actually just force the series on towards a full best of 3.
Yeah, I think luck is not enough. In the playoffs, I think skills are definitely matters more than luck itself. Even a single series outcome can be decided with one microplay. Even in MPL ID, you see Brand's EVOS Glory against Geekfam ID. He was able to perform that item swaps to buy more time for the whole team to be able to back him up and get 3 pickoffs, and that changes the whole dynamic of the series. and they need that, man. The beauty of Mobile Legends so far is, I believe, the improvement of the micros and the macros of each players in every region. We see a lot more players, a lot more mechanics being brought out in this international tournaments, and I'm really looking forward to see what MENA can bring in the future, or in MSC 2024, because they are also technically in their home ground. Let's see though if that's gonna be something that affects them, because in Indonesia, M4 didn't really work out. In M5, Philippines, I mean, it's Filipinos, they are really good at the game. In M3, Singapore, it was COVID, so it doesn't count. M1, Malaysia, doesn't really work. It's EVOS Legends that won it. So let's see though if they can recreate that home ground advantage to their favor and actually win all the way, going all the way in MSC 2024, because that would be a story to remember. These Cinderella runs like BTK with M3, like Burmese schools in M2, we need more of that, man.
Over there, Chef, and I see what you're doing. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I would again like to remind you, I have said it again, but yeah, predictions, right? Just write it in the comment section. Get 500 diamonds for 10 lucky people who guess correctly in each match. Don't forget to include your MLBB ID and server ID and your comment, because you know what? The series is already 1-0. It's either 2-0 for the side of Twisted Minds, or if it's 1-1, then it's surely 2-1. Just write your predictions, alright? Write your predictions.
And it really does take a long time, right? Because when you're usually trying to enter a giveaway, one of the worst thing is you have to follow this, you have to follow that, you have to make an essay, you have to make a story or something. It's not that hard here. Even if you lose, you don't really lose out that much time. You just have to type out your in-game ID and voila, 500 diamonds in your account. Well, maybe not, but if you are lucky enough, then you are definitely gonna get it.
Sure, for sure. And you know what, Chefin? I think we all are ready for the second game. So let's talk a little bit here on the draft phase. What are you expecting? What do you want to see, especially from Falcons, right? Who is on the back foot?
I think rather than the draft, I think the gameplay needs to be inspected more. Yes, I do think draft is important, but in that game, I don't think the chip pick works out that well, except for that last portal in the late game, which actually gives that's probably the longest portal that we've ever seen in MPL history, because that was like base to the opponent's base and voila, the game ends. But other than that, I don't really see that much portal being used too much to pick off heroes, or maybe I'm just missing that out. So yeah, I think in the draft, just play with your strength, man. When you're trying to play like the guessing game and all that stuff, it's a bit more complicated when you're up against a good team. We saw that in Onyx ID, Fnatic Onyx in Indonesia. Usually people or teams tend to draft for themselves rather than just banning the opposing heroes, or like making sure that the opponent doesn't get this heroes or like AB heroes, because there's just too much heroes to pick from. There's too much threat from everywhere, man. So yeah, just play with your strength, play with your comfort picks.
It's a very good advice, ladies and gentlemen, from Chefin as well. And I think that is also applicable for you guys who likes to play ranks, right? Just play with what you're comfortable, right? You know, if you can't play the link, don't
because
you know.
No. Because when you're talking about comfort picks in ranked game Gone, it's the Saber, it's the Chalong. I hate that, okay? I don't like that at all. We need to get that away from the game.
Why do you hate that? Why? It's fun.
Well, it is fun. It is fun to see other heroes being picked in ranked games, especially when you get to the higher level, when you get to the immortals, it's always the same team over and over again, always the same pick. But in the lower ranks, you see the Hanabis, you see the Leslie. But man, there's a reason why those heroes is not played in MPL. You have to realize that. I'm not expecting you to play like a pro or something. but at least take the game a bit more seriously.
Okay, okay. You know what? Enough chit chats. Let's talk drafts. Let's see what will Coach Jomai and Coach Lyric will cook up for us this second game. Falcons, they have banned Loi and they are let out. So pretty much similar from what they did here in the first game. But Twisted Minds here, will they ban the Angela out again?
Well, I mean, if it works in the first game, then by all means repeat it again over and over again. Angela is something that needs to be considered for banning, and there you go right away, Coach Lyric. Not changing the game plan unless the game plan is decoded by the opposing team. Meanwhile, Coach Jomai might be thinking of a new ban here, maybe a Chip, maybe a Moskov, but yeah, I just realized Moskov is not picked at all. Not even banned in the first game. But this is definitely an adjustment, Gani. That Harith from Sano was very, very lethal in the first game. Actually, a lot of close calls, but those shields from the Zaman Force and Synchro Vision can really bring you back to life, or maybe just turn the game into your favor, especially when you're playing against a chaser like a Roger.
Yeah, definitely a lot of miscalculations, right, with the shielding. But you can see here, not just the Harith here that comes through differently. It's gonna be this chip here, picked up first from the side of Falcons, which shows that, yeah, that chip was a little bit annoying. Sure, it wasn't flashy, but it's a chip, you know. Teleport, boom, bang, bada bing. Your teams is there. The Twisted Minds here with the Roger, they switch things up. They traded the heroes.
Yeah, there's even in MPL ID, Roger is used a lot to respond against Chip, and it also has something to do with the fact that Roger has a lot of escape skills. Even the light compounds can also count as an escape skill. It's kind of like Thorn Rose, right? You have this just a sliver of second of invulnerability, of immunity to damage and also CC, and when you're up against Chip that's just gonna bring you a portal or like bring the whole team to you, those transformation from the wolf form, the lichen form to the human form is gonna come in handy. And if you combine that with a great dragon spear, it also adds a lot of utility in your hand because that movement speed is also very important. We saw in NSCT Grand Final Basic using that GTS to get away from a 5-man gang, and it worked out really well. That might be the game-saving play for BTK. That is Cloud9 for now, but we're gonna take a look at the second phase for Falcon here. It's Bausha and also Vexana. This pick is more of a season 12 or maybe this season's early regular season picks. Connie?
Yeah, in
That's
ID,
the vibe.
right? Again, that's the vibe. That definitely is the vibe. And okay, Minotaur. It was banned out from their side in that first game, but seeing the chip, seeing the Vexana, you know what? Yeah, let's bring out the big guns. And Minotaur has the motivation roar that can heal you up, and of course the Minion Fury. Crowd control can come in handy.
Yeah, for sure, but I don't think they have enough solution to the Baksha here. Sure, you do have a DPS in Roger, and you can build those DHS or maybe those attack speed items to burst down the Baksha, but I don't think that's enough, especially when you have a chip that can provide a little bit more shield as well with the portals. So let's see though. Team Twisted Minds, what will they pick in the second phase as they ban the carry, a hero that can actually bring a solution to that Baksha, but also it's also a really good pick for Team Falcons because you have a Minotaur and also you have a Borat in the front line. But I'm expecting an export ban in the second phase because you have these two heroes in the front line. But I don't know, Twisted Minds, they might be playing a bit more creative here and pick or maybe ban another gold laner for Lark because he is that kind of threat. 9.33 KDA Goni, that is insanity. I don't think we have that in MPL Indonesia.
On top of that, Carry is one of his power picks as well. And there you go. The Clint ban comes through. So yeah, Twisted Minds, they understand that, you know what, Clint, very strong in the early game. Let's just ban that out. Let's just it's one of his comfortable picks, I believe, for Lark as well. So Twisted Minds, they read it perfectly.
Okay, if it's comfortable pick, then I'm maybe more open to the Clint ban here, but I don't really see a reason or like a big enough reason for you to ban this Clint, especially when the opposing side on that gold lane is a Roger, which has a lot of durability, and you have a healer in Minotaur. They can roam around the map in the gold lane as well to give that motivation roar to the wolf. I don't think Clint ban is very necessary. It's more of an equal lane. If Lark picked that Clint, I think Export would make more sense. Natan would make more sense because you have those frontliners that can pretty much punish you if they get too close. And right away, they deny the Export pick with their own pick here. But wait, did I say that correctly? Win percentage for Export is 9% in MPL MENA? 9?
Oh, it's low. Very low, very low. So let's see here. With that data, will Twisted Minds be able to increase that win percentage, right? But the Falcons responded very calmly here with the Yudong pick. Not sure who is that dragon going to target in the back lines, but okay, they're going dive here with the Yudong, with the Claude, with the Baksha. They want a divey composition. They want to jump into the back lines, perhaps just sure, there's no backlines, we'll create a backline, is what they're saying.
I would be very much surprised if Falcons ended up winning this game, because I don't even see the importance of the Yuzhong as well. Just as you said, Gunny, there's really not much target in the back line, and even in the front line, you don't want to face those Export, especially in the mid game when he has that War Axe. It doesn't really matter if he doesn't have the anti-healing, you're still gonna lose the 1v1 because the damage is gonna stack up and you're gonna be dealt with a true damage, which Yuzong cannot deal with. And right now, I think the draft just really in Twisted Mind's favor. Now, I'm not really on board with this last pick of Farsa, but I do see some uses in it. The problem is the dive is deadly from Falcons, though. You know, Falcons, they like to fly and they like to dive and get those rodents or like a lot of animals in the ground for their food. Let's see though, they have a beef for the counter. They have the knockup from the Neon's Fury and the first skill as well. So I expect Twisted Minds to be more resourceful in that matter.
Hey, I mean, Sheffin, after Cuffin's performance on the Farsa from that first game, I can't really judge, alright?
You know what? Yeah, you're right.
Power pick, he's comfortable with it. He knows when to time the wings by wings to really escape or when to really commit. So, hey, maybe his sons. But from MENA, you know?
Might be, you know? By the way, I'm really surprised with MENA, man. I just saw Defender on the like the introduction of the team, so I was like, wait a minute, Defender from Na'Vi back then? He is on MENA? I just realized that. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting battle here in this playoffs of the MENA region. So we take a look at the draft once again. Who do you got, Gunny? Because I've been very vocal on who's gonna win this game.
Don't ask me, ask the audience, alright? I'm gonna take you to the portal, to the land of Dawn, where we potentially might see the last game of the series. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Falcons taking on Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, they have the upper edge after taking game 1. Will they take it home, or will they actually have to be forced on towards the game 3, Land of Dawn? Here we go.
Here we go once again. A different approach right now from the spells already. Super and Lark already using that Purify. Chip on Purify, something that you don't really see that often. It is definitely usable and has been used in other MPLs out there, but it's not really the prime spell for a chip. Meanwhile, Sano is also on the Purify, so you can see already the importance of CC is to force this Purify for them to be able to get bursted down a bit easier in this kind of team fights.
Ana, who has that ult that can knock you up. Yeah, you know what? Better safe than sorry. Let's rock the Purify. Take with the mid though. Already action. Oh, super. Moving on towards Guffin. Wings by wing cancelled as well. And that's super claiming first blood. Though Troll and the Barats. He wants blood. They want blood. He wants the revenge. Guffin will not die in vain, and super. He's cornered, he will fall.
Yep, and it's a payback for Coffin, but Arashi mentioned this way too much. With that chip, you have that underrated part of the fact that you can deal damage, and also you have that shield to kind of negate some of the damage that you're gonna take when you're trying to do this kind of aggressive maneuver, and it paid off really well with a first blood on towards Coffin, a really big one at that. Meanwhile,
Daytona's welcome defensively, and with that super, Hello finds the mark but will not be able to get the job done. Still, Deathless here. The Barats 1 HP, but take a look at the top side. Good night. Stuck 2v1. Flickers out of the way, and with that guard, is able to escape as well.
I am very surprised by the fact that Sanji didn't just flicker forward with the skill that he has. I think he could have gotten the kill there, but he chooses to go for more of a disciplined route. And right now, Twisted Minds, they're down about 200 gold lead. Definitely not the end of the world, but something that you need to watch out for, especially when you have this kind of composition that's already quite decent in the early game. Sano securing that Windtalker, a bit more damage and more movement speed in the early game, and a bit more fighting power in the team fight.
Toning it down. They want to control the pace here, not too fast, right? But though, you see here both roamers just trying to poke things out. Oh, Minion Fury Flicker actually committed on towards two. Good night. Very low taken down. Guffin securing the kill. Troll and Hoda will try to escape perhaps. Oh, the teleportation is just huge, and Genji finds the trade as well. That's 1 for 1.
Sanji actually uses the portal to go into the bottom lane, and he has to walk all the way to the top lane. Oh my goodness gracious, they brought the whole party and just bounce out of there. A really good portal coming in from Team Falcons. Meanwhile, though, Desnon's welcome on towards Wine.
We'll secure that kill. Ding will fall for 10 and 30 seconds to the next turtle, right? Again, it's like game 1. Team Falcons managed to get the first turtle. Let's see though, will Twisted Minds find the equalizer on that department?
Yeah, I think it's very possible right now, Gani. 3-2, and the gold lead, look at that, already swung towards Twisted Minds' favor. Only 100, but you can already see some of the micro that they have, the last hits, the farming pattern that they have, how effective they are rotating on the map. That kind of does, give more gold lead towards you.
Okay, Black Dragon form committed now. Feather Airstrike to the backside, trying to deal damage, but Last Insanity will not find the target. It's actually the Brats that will fall, and with that, 2 neutral objective this time, different from game 1. Kenji secures it.
Yeah, I think a bit more hesitation there coming in from Twisted Minds. Meanwhile, Super might be getting caught out here. Still has those shields, still has those skills to get away. So we're back to square one. And now gold lead swung towards Team Falcons after that exchange, after that 1 turtle and a kill towards Hoda. Twisted Minds has to be more creative in their approach in the subjective fights, because that was not that great, to be honest, especially when you just left Oda on its own in the front line, taking all the damage from the members of Team Falcons. You don't have that minion spirit to be layered with you. You don't have that threat coming in from the export in this early of a game, and I expect them to be better in the future bout.
they're out of style. Gold lane, yeah, none of them are really in trouble. Still deathless, but also still killless. And perhaps both teams, they have the same agenda here, trying to give more pressure towards the gold lane. But no, Kenji actually using the shoulder kill unity, trying to poke around
I don't know
towards
about that.
Oh, Minion Fury on towards 3, connected, but the damage actually does not connect. Now Troll has no flicker, will fall in the hands of Good Knight. Now, the Balrats will escape actually, and Falcon will find the win. He might get the mid here if they force it, but it seems like, no, not yet. Perhaps on the next minion wave.
Ooh, I don't know about that exchange earlier. I think the Minion Sphere is a bit too early. I think you have to hold that out until you are at your last breath to be able to survey your option. Meanwhile, Sano getting sandwiched by 3 people here.
Pop the purify early as well, but has no minions, so perhaps now Sano actually will be able to escape. Now the last drill is actually in play. Twisted in Minds, they have 5 members around the bottom side. Super though, with the conceal actually finds the flag and ding! Solo kill almost with the help of Barca there, gets taken out. Hoda will deny the perfect turtle. Now let's see here, Twisted Minds will not engage on towards more fight. But that's a fair trade, right? Actually, Twisted Minds gets it.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely not fair at all, Gunny. As you can see, once again, the gold just swings over and over again. It's just like a pendulum here. And now, Twisted Minds, after the exchange, they are up about 500 gold. Meanwhile, Sano might be in trouble here.
Teleportation comes through. Sano will not survive. No Purify as well. Sanji, though, will come into the fray to try and deal some sort of damage. Meanwhile, Cuffin secures the mid turret. That's a dub for Twisted Minds. Now Super ending. Might re-engage. Last Insanity committed as well. Cuffin with the wings by wings, joining the fight. Kenji with the puissance is able to gain space towards the backside, but the Rossi Tuna's welcome. Hello. Finds the mark and will take him down.
And another kill secured by Twisted Minds. Meanwhile, though, on the top lane, it is a turret secured also by Lark, which right now stands at a 0-0-0 KDA. No involvement at all in the team fight, but he does get some turtles. He does get some turrets, and also keeping yourself alive in the early game is definitely a marksman or maybe a carry's job. As we take a look at the items here coming in from both of these teams, Hoda already putting some emphasis on towards that plate armor to deal or maybe to negate some of the damage coming in from a Lark. Meanwhile, Cuffin already secured 2 big items here, a Bloodwing and also a Lightning Truncheon. So for all the backliners out there from the Falcons team, it's gonna be hard for you to get away from that. The burst damage is already enough for you to be lethal, and those movement speed from the Bloodwings will come in handy. Feather Airstrike, will he get the buff here?
Still got multiple members. Kenji though, will try to look for an angle. Super with the conceal as well, looking for the flank. Now Black Dragon form will not find its mark. Sanji with the extra eye secures the Lord. Now he will be target as Good Knight secure that kill. Oh, the Barats is stuck, isolated, taunted, everything, and Good Knight secures a double.
Wow, I think that's the first time we saw a blazing duet from Lark in the screen for a whole 9 minutes. And it's actually quite good at that. 2 kills secured for the team of Falcons. But Lord though, Twisted Minds can use this one.
Alright, got the assist, but he's stuck. Now with the Lord here, with no marksman, they might push and shove the waves. Top lane needs to be taken care of here, and I think Sanji is on it. And Twisted Minds, they're looking at the bottom side of the lane. Oh, man, it's so intense, it's so intense!
Yeah, it definitely is. The intensity of that match. You can see some of the players locking in. Meanwhile, Feathered Airstrike already popped up.
You can see your Sano being the main target. Oh, is that wise though? Minion Fury trying to provide cover. The Barat's now stuck. Oh, good stun there by the Minotaur. But the damage will come through for the side of Team Falcons. It's 1 by 1. 2 members actually will fall from Twisted Minds. Now they want more here as Ding is still strong, but Last Insanity will find it. Ding flickers out of the way. Lark here with the damage. Is it going to be enough to take him down? Lark with the BMI will not find anyone, but though 4 members lay wasted from Twisted Minds.
A bit unfortunate there coming in from Twisted Minds. They have the upper hand, especially with the Lord, but they didn't manage it properly. They should have waited for the export for Sanji to rotate to be able to deal some damage for the front lines of Team Falcons. They didn't wait long enough, or maybe that was a miscommunications, or Twisted Minds is just that confident that they can take the team fight 4v5 until Sanji comes. And even when he comes, it doesn't really, he's not really that game changer that a lot of people are expecting. And now, a big item here for Troll. Flask of the Oasis will bring more layers to uncover for Team Falcons. Now they have to be a bit more careful to burst down a member because you have to account for that shield. This item is going to be deadly, especially in this kind of playoff situation where every second matters, every bar of HP matters. It's a game of inches here, Gani.
It is, and you can see here already the adjustment from Team Falcons right there. They want to still regain control again. It's a 50-50 fight, seeing the economy, seeing the turrets. Yeah, it's a cellmate, and now the second Lord, mind you, the enhanced Lord has spawned. So both teams, they're eyeing on that, of course. Great Dragon Spear is in the arsenal of Sano. That spells Disaster Super though with the early flank here, with the teleportation as well. Kenji is in the mix. Now take a look at the AoE. Minuan Fury and the Feather Airstrike actually connects all towards Lark. Still survives. Blast Insanity will not connect. Now Troll trying desperately to stay alive with that 1 HP. Covered by his friends, but Falcon finds 2 members from that fight.
For sure, a trade that definitely benefits Team Falcons. After that, a cluttered team fight in the mid lane. Meanwhile, though, Sano and also Troll still looking for ways to get into the Lord pit. It looks like it's going to be a free Lord coming in from Team Falcons. And I guess my prediction was dead wrong. So far, Team Falcons, they are leading 4 kills and also 2k gold lead. I am a sham, I am a fraud, and I deserve to be not executed. What's the word? Embarrassed or something.
Hey, chill out, Chefin, because take a look at Cufflin's items. He has the glaive as well. So what it means, hey, Lord, wave, no problem. He has the purple buff. She has the purple buff as well. So let's see here. Twisted Minds already making adjustments. They're on the defense mode because take a look at the economy. It's not that far.
Yep. 1k is definitely something that you can deal with, but I think it's gonna balloon to a more, maybe around 4 or 3k after this one. Super though, a concealed play.
Oh, looking for Cuffin. He knows Cuffin has no spells, but with the wings by wings, he's able to escape. Now the Lord marches topside. Still Falcons trying to do the minion trying to manage the minions. Meanwhile, Team Falcons here actually taking it very slow, which actually allows Twisted Minds to clear the Lord pre-base. Now inner turret in the mid will fall. But even after all that, right? There's no real threat onto the main base of Twisted Minds.
Now, I've been very vocal about the draft favoring Twisted Minds, especially with the presence of Export there, just pretty much shredding all the frontliner that you have from Team Falcons. But I think the problem here for Twisted Minds is just the execution and how they're quite lacking in terms of like punishing them, just missing out on some of the opportunities that they have. Even in the bottom lane earlier, they are sandwiched between an inhibitor turret and also a second tier turret, and they didn't pull the trigger knowing that super is already very, very low. Yes, the threat of the portal is there, but I think you have to take the chances, especially if one of the members of the opposing team is already very low.
AoE party again! Now with the Purified pop by Sano, good night though, will fall. Now try to provide cover, Troll will be the choice. It's a 1-for-1, but Super not looking too good, my guy. He will fall as well. Sanji has the immortality, so he might be okay. As Twisted Minds, we try to restabilize in that mid bush. And there you go, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Twisted Minds.
Once again, further proof of my theory earlier. That was not really a great team fight either for Twisted Minds. They didn't layer that CC with enough TPS of their own. When the Minion Sphere connect, there's not much damage being poured down by the TPS, by the damage dealers from Twisted Minds, especially Coffin, which is getting zoned out by some of the members of Team Falcons. They can use that Feathered Airstrike safely in this kind of exchange. And it still turned out 8 for AW for Twisted Minds. And now, it's a Lord Dance, it's a Lord Take coming in for Twisted Minds. Will they be able to contest?
See, Black Dragon Form invested early, trying to zone out members from Twisted Minds. Oh, Coffin able to find a space. But Feather Airstrike, actually, it's no one. It's Richard with bottom side of the map. The back chef finds the Lord. And Minion Fury huge, but the follow-up damage isn't really there. Super loses immortality. And that is just the trade. 2 for Lord. Now Twisted, he re-engage with the flicker as well. They might find it, Sano. It seems like no casualties more.
Hey, that was like Sans Lyconi. I like your shout earlier. That was very, very aggressive coming in from Coffin. The chase and also the position on that first and second skill was very, very huge to give some more pressure towards Team Falcons as they make quick work of this Lord. They might be taking one more inventory here in the mid lane.
By the Farsa, a 3-man knockup, but the follow-up not really there. Let's see here, Last Insanity will not be available, but Black Dragon Form will zone them away. Cuffin popping the wings by wings just in time. Oh, look at Cuffin just styling on them as well. They know, Twisted Minds know that they have somehow turned it around despite them losing the economy. Oh, teleportation, I might be wrong here. Troll in trouble, has the immortality. Blazing Duet from Lord will not find anyone just yet. Dota, though, will lose his life. Has the immortality. Now Super trying to find an engage. Thing as well. Fierce Dive does not connect. Last Insanity will just stone him away, but Eternal Guard was huge. And Lord exploited, finds the mark.
Beautiful ultimate coming in from Good Night. He really did say night to the members of Twisted Minds, and this might be their only chance for redemption in the second game. 5v4, can they do it? The top lane here.
Falcon, oh, Sanji lost his immortality and will lose his life as well. Lose his life. Oh, there you go. Good night. Finding the mark. Now Twisted Mind, they will not be able to defend the top lane turret. But now Twisted, with just 3 members up, seems like they will look for Lark. But the airstrike! Wow. Lark! Deleted it. Super will be the bonus as well. Lark, little bit too offside there, buddy.
Meanwhile, Sano will try to chase Ding on this one. Gonna be missed. Eternal Guard is doing God's work. Meanwhile, it's gonna get bursted down by Good Night in the end. I think it's still a very good trade coming in from Sano. Yes, he is a DPS, but that was a 1v3 exchange, and it was equal in terms of the outcome.
Second game we have here, folks. Grand Finals vibes. 20 minutes in here. And still, we can't decide here, Sheffin, who wins this out. Sure, yeah, that last fight, it was for Twisted Minds, but now, here comes the Lord. Here comes the evolved Lord, mind you.
Yeah, I think the key for Twisted Minds is somehow to get Coffin involved in the team fight, because so far, every time he's not present in the team fight, but when that Feathered Airstrike is not present in the team fight, they're definitely losing. They're missing out on that burst damage coming in to the backliners, to some of the DPS from Team Falcons. And you can see right away, when Coffin is involved, they are always winning. That Feathered Airstrike in this late of a game is gonna do a lot of work to the squishy members of Team Falcons. And there's really no threat at all if you're playing this correctly. If you wait out for the Black Dragon form, there's really a lot of ways for you to deal with this one. Meanwhile, a portal. Now still 20 minutes.
Base checking. Falcons here trying to reposition. Take a look at top side here. Claude being a nuisance, trying to open possibilities for Falcons here for that split push. Twisted Minds needs to do some clean house in the top lane.
Yep, and they're not playing this Lord Dance correctly either. Not playing it disciplinedly. They're not owning the push. They're not really using that X-Force power in this kind of situation. Meanwhile,
you can see here, yeah, Viraga armor very slim. Feather Airstrike though committed on towards Super Thing. Still A-OK has the Black Dragon form, will invest on it, and you can see your last insanity in the middle of the fight. Minion Fury, huge Rats finds the retribution. Ding finds Sanji, but good night will be the trade. Sano trying to find the mark with the Lack and Pounds here. Oh, Kenji very low. Ding has immortality. Clark will fall in the hands of Coffin, who finds the double.
and this might be the nail in the coffin for Twisted Minds. 4-1. The only left member is Ding, and he can't really do anything. Doesn't really have that ulti either. And this might be it for the first match, for the first series of MPL MENA playoffs. It's 2-0 for the Twisted Minds in 22 minutes. GG.
Goodness. Chefin, what the heck happened there? That fight, it was huge. And mind you, Coffin, what the heck? It was, my God, congratulations, Twisted Minds. You deserve it, you deserve it. Upper bracket semifinals. Got it in the bag.
Apparently I'm not a fraud, Gani. I'm not a sham. I know what I'm talking about. And that draft is very lopsided. I'm happy with the result, man. And yeah. And Twisted Minds, that was, in terms of execution, there is still a lot. And I mean, a lot of improvements to be made. But at the end of the day, the big part, or maybe the most important part in this kind of situation, is securing that spot in the next stage. A more safety route for Twisted Minds. Meanwhile, for Team Falcons, they have to do it the hard way if they want to go all the way. Lower bracket meta, as the people would say, is going to be their option from now on. One more match lost, and they are gone from the competition for Riyadh bound.
Yikes, unfortunately for Falcons. Yeah, they will go still. Their playoff journey is not done. But yeah, you're right. From the lower brackets, it is. Meanwhile, it's time to celebrate for the side of Twisted Minds. What a performance, man. Both games, you know what? Game 1, a lopsided victory. Convincing win. Game 2, they showed heart. They showed how to handle adjustments in game as well, right? It wasn't clear early, mid, even towards the later stage of the game. It was anybody's game. It was a fair trade, turrets-wise, neutral objective. But one big fight was all it took for them to really stabilize and secure the base.
Yeah, for sure. And it also helped the fact that they also have the better draft, in my opinion, so they have more room to make errors there. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Team Falcons have to play it perfectly. They have to use that Blazing Thread in the perfect time, and this is the MVP of that game. It's a coffin, putting the nail on the coffin on the opposing team. On Team Falcons, it's a bird killing another bird here with full item, with Lightning Truncheon, with Winter Truncheon as well, and the Trinity of Holy Crystal, Blood Wings, and Divine Glaive. Full on penetration and magic damage here being brought out in the game. 90% kill participation, and also 100,000 damage dealt. That is a huge statistics. As we take a look at some of the footage of the game earlier, in the early game, it looked like a game to lose for Team Falcons, but they didn't close it out perfectly either. Meanwhile, in this stage, that blazing duet, man, it's actually pretty good. A really good utility in the late game, especially if you want to do AoE damage. And this is some of the example that I want to show. Even in objective battles, they're still gonna lose in the end because there's just too much AoE damage and also burst damage towards the Lord that needs to be considered. And it's a Barat versus a Basha. If you can use that Detonus Welcome on the perfect time, you are almost guaranteed to get the Lord. And this time though, it's actually Sanji with the Last Insanity who secures that one Lord that secures them the game. And this is the place for Roger to shine. Those cluttered team fights when everyone is low, he kind of works like a Martis when you're already really low, that passive procs, and you are just gonna have to clean up. Meanwhile, taking a look at the items and also some of the stats from the earlier game, a very standard build most of the part for Sanji, but I need a better showing, man, to be honest. Especially with this kind of composition, I think you're gonna be more effective. I would expect you to be more effective. Meanwhile, though, on the opposing side, we can see some items. It's already been secured there. Even the roam boots for the non-roaming member is already been secured. Looking at the emblems, though, once again, it's mostly standard. Even Coffin and also Good Night still opts for that Wilderness Blessing to be able to rotate much earlier in a team fight. And we gotta take some look either too for Sano using that Master Assassin in the early game, doing a lot of work to the opposing side, to the Claude. And when you have a winning late, want to just further your advantage with a Master Assassin, especially when the opposing side is using its tenacity to kind of counter that. Meanwhile, looking at the damage dealing participation here, Farsa from Coffin is definitely leading the charge here with a feathered airstrike, 30%. I expect him to be much less, to be honest, especially with how not engaged he is. Not really, that's not the right word. He's not really that involved in the early to mid-game fights because particular reasons, because reasons that make sense, because the Black Dragon form is coming for him, the Poison is also coming for him. A lot of resources is used to negate that presence of Coffin in a team fight, and I think they played the right way for Team Falcons in the early game, but in the late game it becomes harder for you to deal with Coffin, especially with how Coffin already knows like the way the other team works and also the procedure that Team Falcons is using to deal with him. And this might be, you know, Gonna, you shot it earlier, this might be MENA's sons, I don't know. He's still far, but the DNA is there, the aggressiveness is still there, the swag is there. It's definitely something that I really noticed in that game.
He was one of the highlights from Game 1, and he was the highlight of Game 2, right? Because in Game 1, yeah, overshadowed by the Harrod Sano, of course. Very clean performance, but in Game 2, Coffin just showed up and just pulled all of his muscles out in that Land of Dawn in that game. And you can see the struggle from the side of Team Falcons, right? It seems like the Ding trying to use the Black Dragon form towards his direction, but to no avail, right? Because he knows how to juke, he knows how to spend his skills in the right time to the right place as well, and that is what I feel Coffin has the edge. With the Farsa, you mentioned it, the items already very stacked, very jacked. Of course, he will deal a lot of damage, even you're on the Athena. So it's not going to be easy trying to take this Farsa down, trying to take Coffin down, especially towards the end. She has the Winter's Truncheon.
Yeah, it's not just the Winter Truncheon either, Gani. I believe there was one exchange or like one moment where Yuzhong is trying to catch two of these, both Roger and the Farsa at the same time. And you can see Roger, when he uses the Lycan form to get away, the GDS procs, and he's out of there. even Coffin with the Blood Wings, when the Dragon Tail connects on towards him and those shields are gone, that procs the passive of Blood Wings of extra movement speed, and it becomes harder and harder for him to chase as a Yuzhong. And even when we were talking about the draft earlier, this Yuzhong doesn't really have that use until that Farsa is picked. And, you know, aside from the Farsa, then what are you gonna do, to be honest? Even in that team fight, there is just too much stuff that you have to deal with. Obviously, Sanji with the X-Borg is not really a great choice. Even Hoda with the Terra's Welcome can kind of evade that Petrify combo. And also, the damage is just not enough to punish any kind of frontliner that Twisted Minds has. So I believe this is a more of a... I'm expecting a win. I did expect a win from Twisted Minds, but I expect it to be cleaner when they have this kind of draft.
Okay. I see you trying to back your own statement. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see and hear a winner's interview. So let's give it up for Twisted Minds.
المملكة العربية السعودية في البطولة العالمية، شعورك بعد الانتصار خصوصا أمام فريق الفالكونز؟
صراحة خصوصا ضد الفالكون فوزنا كان متوقع، لأن أتوقع خصمنا الوحيد في هذه البطولة R8. فالكون أبد مو في مستوانا.
منيح انه ما في مشجعين فالكونز موجودين معنا في المدرجات، لانه هاي كانت حتسبب مشاكل كبيره. لكن حوده برضه شعورك بعد الانتصار امام فريق الفالكونز، خصوصا انه انت بتحكي على نتيجه 2-0، ما اظن كان في اي حدا متوقع انه نشوف 2-0 امام فريق الفالكونز.
والناس متوقعه، بس احنا المستوى بتاعنا احنا عارفين ان احنا هنعرف نكسب 2-0 يعني اي حاجه، مفيش اي تغيير في الشعور.
يعني شيء سهل جدا يعتبر لكم هاي المباراه انتم حاسينها. بالضبط. ما كنتوا حاسين باي ضغط او اي شغله زي هيك يمكن تاثر على ادائكم او تاثر عليكم في المباريات، مثلا تواجدكم في الارينا، تواجد جمهور عم بتابع المباريات، هل هي اثرت عليكم بالمره ولا؟
انا اظن التيم كله متعود على اللعب تحت الضغط، مفيش اي حاجه من الحاجات دي كنا متوقعينها.
يعني الشباب ما عم بمروا باي مشاكل بالمره، وزي ما انتم شفتوا في المباريات، علما انه احنا بنحكي على في المباريات في البلاي اوفز، او خلينا نحكي بالريجولر سيزون، كانت النتيجه 2-1 لصالح تويستد امام فريق الفالكونز. المره هاي بالمدرجات عندنا بالستيج بيقدروا ينتصروا 2-0. طيب سانجي، هلا انت عم تستنى العدو القادم للمباراه، عندنا فريق الار 8 امام الجي كي، وانت حكيت او حوده حكى انه المنافس لكم الوحيد في هاي البطوله ار 8 اي سبورتس، فهل حتكونوا عم بتتابعوا المباراه ولا ايش حيكون تركيزكم على المباراه القادمه عندنا؟ معلش حوده بدي اجاوب، تفضل.
هو اللي حكى، انا مش ما حكيتش حاجه الصراحه، انا شايف ان ما فيش منافس اصلا.
طيب يعني انا بقول نعطيهم الكاس من هلا ولا شو الوضع يا جماعه؟ انا صراحه مش عارف، لكن حابب اخذ راي الاستوديو التحليلي بعد هاي المقابله، لانه التصريحات اللي عم نسمعها من فريق تسود مايندز ثقيله صراحه، فبدنا نستنى الرد من فريق الفالكونز. هل يا ترى حيتم اقصائه في نهايه اليوم الاول من التصفيات، ولا هل يا ترى الفالكونز حيكون راجع معنا؟ نرجع مع الاستوديو التحليلي مع يونس، ياسو ودون بيج.
You know what? I wish I could understand them, but they seem ecstatic, right? They seem ecstatic, and that was the interview with Team not Falcons, because they are going to the lower brackets, but that was Twisted Minds, right? They stay on the upper brackets with style as well, ladies and gentlemen. In case you missed it, it was 2-0 between Twisted Minds and Falcons. Falcons, their playoff journey not done yet. They will have to fight from the lowers.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I've repeated it multiple times. I think lower bracket meta is cope, and it's like a confirmation bias on it. Just because you see it doesn't really mean that exists, man. Lower bracket is not the way to go. The better way for you, the most effective way, is to go upper. But we do see time to time with the evidence. Now, I don't want to be contradictive here, but we do see M3, M2, like a lot of international competitions out there. The champion came from the lower bracket, so definitely playoff journey, or maybe the hope of representing MENA in MSC is not done just yet, because this is something that's really worth to be fought for, man. This is the first time ever MSC Southeast Asian Cup turns into mid-season cup, and it's actually played outside of Southeast Asia, so it is a big step for Mobile Legends esports and it's gonna be one of the biggest tournaments but we're gonna see for a while in Mobile Legends esports competition. Even the prize pool speaks for itself.
For sure, right? Let's see here. With Saudi Arabia or Riyadh being the host country, will the MENA teams be more hungry, right? And it shows from the side of Twisted Minds. Game 1, Game 2, I gotta say, especially in Game 1, especially from Game 1, Sheffin, top-notch level. It's almost perfect game, almost no mistakes in that game, no crucial mistakes was made in that game. But in the second game, they showed, hey, we're not just a team that can snowball, that looks for a snowball. We're a team that knows also how to adjust in game. Mid-game, late game, they know how to respond effectively. And you can see, right? Because Lark, he was threatening for a split push top side, top lane. They managed to handle it with composure as well.
Yeah, but I think the biggest homework that Twisted Minds needs to study more is the Lord dances, man. Because at that time, I didn't really see a Lord dance either. They're not owning the Lord, they're not dragging the Lord to their area. The movement from Sanji is not really that. The kiting game needs to be improved as well, because that's also micro as much as macro. It's important for you to be able to perform in those Lord dances if you want to beat the best of the best, especially those Filipinos, man. They are really good at it. They're really good at macros, and you have to know how to deal with that kind of situation. If you just play in a cluttered way in game number 2, I don't think that's gonna do it. I don't think that's enough for you to compete at the highest level. But there's obviously still a lot of time for them to improve, even in the playoffs, game by game, minute by minute, second by second. We've seen how little time can bring the team together, and also that that togetherness, and also the sense of camaraderie that trying to achieve the victory is very, very vital for you to be able to improve as well. We saw BTK in M3, they were really, really bad. They actually, they said it themselves, they were really bad coming into the boot camp, but after a few weeks of practice, they were able to figure out, oh, this works, oh, that works. And I think that needs to be replicated here in MPL MENA playoffs.
Let's see, will they make significant adjustment, right? Because if we're talking about adjustment, sure, they definitely will. Game by game, match per match, they will have some sort of adjustments here and there. But if we're talking about significant adjustment, now that's bold, all right? That's boldness, because in the playoffs, you also need to stick to your comforts. You need to strengthen your comforts. If you're that desperate, maybe, then yeah, desperate time calls for desperate measures. Then you make that significant adjustment. So let's see here. I don't expect significant adjustment from the side of Twisted Minds. They're very comfortable. They won a very, very clean victory. I have to say clean because it's 2-0. Meanwhile, on the other side, right, Team Falcons, maybe they are the ones who need that leap of adjustment.
Yeah, for sure, especially when they are in the lower bracket. One match means that they're gonna lose their chance at MSC and also the crown of MENA champion. And I believe this is a time for them to just bring out all the cards, not hiding anything anymore, because for a lot of teams out there, you can see they're kind of just hesitating in the draft to bring out their big guns, to bring out their trump card that they've been saving for the last moment, the very last moment when you really needed to secure that W. Even in MPL ID, I think all the way to the grand finals, Fnatic, Onyx, they're not really showing their full potential either. They're still saving for some of the heroes that they didn't bring up. So maybe this is the time for Team Falcons, because there's really no time to be this serious either, right? Because if you're not serious in the next match, if you're not bringing all of your prowess in the next match, then when? You're gonna lose.
Gentlemen, mind you, it means Team Falcons will play again later on in our third match because they lost. And in that match, it will be an elimination match. So if they lose again, their playoff journey will end. Oof, that's tough. That's tough. That's tough. I can't. Oh, it's gonna be a sad day here today. We're gonna say goodbye to one of the 4 teams that we are going to watch, or we have watched too. So 2 more to go.
Yeah, or maybe sad night for all of us Southeast Asians out there, because mind you, we are in Indonesia right now. It's like 12 p.m. or like 1 a.m. casting here in Indonesia. We're trying our best to bring out the best show out there, try to run the show for you guys, and hopefully you guys can also support us by clicking that like button, also subscribe button, and just support MLBB esports in general, because there's just gonna be a lot of drama to be uncovered, and also a lot of good esports matches. Even in Indonesia, we saw GeekFam and EVOS. I believe Game 5, that was one of the best match that I've ever seen. Even as a GeekFam fan, losing that game in Game 5, you know, it's not really the greatest experience either, but the fact that I was there in person to see the game in flesh being played was a really, you know, really good memory in a bad way. Or bad memory in a good way, I don't know.
You name it, Sheffin. But yeah, I got the honors, I got the privilege to cast that game, and that match, oh my god, it was
Might see it again here.
We might see it again here today, and that elimination bracket as well, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, after this match, I don't know what to expect actually, right? Because yeah, I saw glimpses of excellence in that match, especially from the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, for sure. I think the draft needs to be improved as well, because I do think that Clint ban, I'm sorry to bring it up again, but that was kind of unnecessary, unless you know that on the other side of the court, Lark plays a godly Clint. When I mean godly is, if he's picking Clint, it's almost 100% guaranteed victory, but I don't think that's the case. You should ban other heroes out there. I think they should have banned the X-Borg. I believe the second phase, the first pick was Team Falcons, so X-Borg was a big factor for any side of the team, man. So yeah, a lot of improvements to be made, but obviously, as I said earlier, there's still a lot of time. We might see a lot of changes, or maybe some minor changes, because that might be the way to go. As Mirko would say in his cast, the minor adjustments is sometimes what matters the most. Those 1 ban in the second phase, that 1 ban change in the first phase is going to be very vital in this kind of matches, because denying 1 hero for the opposing team, especially when you know the opposing team has a really good player on that hero, is very, very important, and that can change the game in your favor.
Definitely, right? Again, that's the theme. That's the theme here, especially in the playoffs here. Adjustments, right? We saw the adjustment from not just one of the teams, actually. If we're talking about the side of Falcons, they also made an adjustment from the draft. All right, they banned the chip. No, they banned the Harith. They take the chip. That's already adjustment from game 1. Based on game 1, but what happened was, execution-wise, it wasn't enough. Because why? Because I feel like most of the times, especially in that mid and late, they were hesitating. There were a lot of hesitations, I feel like, when they want to commit a fight, or when they want to re-engage, per se, in that game. That is what I feel like lacks from the side of... is lacking from the side of Falcons. Certainty. They need to be certain. They need to want to commit. The 5 members needs to be a unit. Act as a unit, you know. Don't hesitate when you want to commit. Let's... like the comms... this is not the comms, by the way, disclaimer. But it seems like the comms is like, Let's go in. Maybe. Let's commit. Maybe. There you go. There's no connection. There's no certainty. And I feel like that is the department on maybe what they can improve on their next match.
I mean, to be honest, I kind of get what they're hesitating when there's a lot of poisons to pick. You have to deal with the Sanji's export because that is something that you need to be to bypass in order to get into the backline, and it deals quite a lot of damage, especially to the front lines, which doesn't really have that much movement ability, dashing ability either. So you're forced to tank those damage, those true damage coming in from that War X and also the passive from export. And there is also the DPS coming in from Coffin and also Sano. And Sano, it's like, what do you choose, man? Do you want to go all in on a Farsa, or do you want to go all in on the Roger? Because those two are still very lethal. But speaking of lethal, by the way, Gani, something that I said earlier in the draft in these two games, there's little to no attention to the Moskov. I wonder why that is. Because in MPL Indonesia, Moskov was like one of the prime pick in the draft, always, most of the time being first pick. You have that global presence with a Spear of Destruction, very, very useful in a team fight, especially when you're trying to play the long lane as a gold laner. This is very rare, by the way. If you're playing a long lane as a gold laner, that is already a big asset for your team. Moreover, the fact that Moskov is a very good late game scaling hero and also penetrates to the backline when he uses his basic attack. So you're pretty much one of the gods of playing a front to back composition. It has it all. And even the second skill is a really good escape mechanic when you're trying to get engaged on. I don't really get why these teams are not picking or maybe banning Moskov.
Yeah, maybe in the second match or potentially the third match we might see a Moskov champion. But ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of match 1. We still got 2 more matches ahead of us, so please stay tuned in the English broadcast of MPL MENA Season 5.
しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I hunt.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。 少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
After a thrilling first match, the green opener, as they call it, we have finally found the conclusion that, yeah, Twisted Minds will go through winning that match 2-0. Meanwhile, for their brethrens, yikes, right? Yikes. Falcons will go to the lower bracket. Now, let's see here on towards the next match, Geek K versus R8 Esports.
This might be my favorite team in MENA, Goni, because it's Geek K. Get it? Get it? Geek K. But these two teams, Goni, they have a lot of imports. They actually have an import from Germany and Ukraine for a team team R8. It's defender from Ukraine, and also it's a Boro from Germany. So it is very, very interesting, especially the comps, as you said, Goni. Now, Philippines and Saudi Arabia, they're both Asian, you know, but this is like a European and a Asian / African. So what do they use in the comps? Is it just English, or is it just the Germans and the Ukraine has to learn some Arabics, like Assalamu alaikum ya akhi or something?
They just speak basic, right? Turtle, okay. That's Turtle. Lord, fight, back off. Gold, EXP. You know, I think that's the main phase 1 of their practice, right? But now maybe they are more of a unit. They have built that chemistry, especially now in the playoffs. We cannot underestimate them, because they have proven themselves. They have made it to the top 6. Now they are fighting for the champion of MPL MENA Season 5, if not MSC as well. So we cannot underestimate them just based on, you know, communications. It's interesting to see the comms, but I think they're still strong, you know.
Well, I think you are kind of I think you are the one who's underestimating them, Goni, because just for your information, these two guys, these imports, have brought R8 to the highest seed in the regular season They are the 1 seed of MPL MENA. As we take a look at the comparison here from a defender and also Costa Rica, who uses Yuzhong a lot, you can see right away the disparity in the KDA. 4.35 and 2.34, almost 2 times the KDA, and also the kill participation also is also better for defender, so he's more active in the team fight than Costa Rica. But it is interesting to see, Connie. You see a lot of, even in MPL Indonesia, the one that has the Filipino import is the one who made it to the playoffs. But in this case, there's no Filipino. They are Europeans standing on top of the regular season standing. Wow.
That shows a lot of, yeah, I mean, yeah, we saw defender, I believe, back M4, right? We saw how he performs with his former team as well. Let's see here. He has brought R8. You mentioned it, that R8 was in a team that was, you know, sitting in the top leagues, but now defender is in. R8 is a different level. R8 is on a different level. So let's see now. This is where he needs to be consistent. Will he be able to stay consistent in the MPL playoffs? Because playoffs, a different ball league, man. They're a different ball league. You saw what happened to Bigatron. They were first in the regular season. Not even top 3.
Yeah, for sure. Just want to reference the great Stephen Curry here. He said that 1 playoff game is equal to 2 regular season games combined. The stress, the planning, and the carefulness that you have to play with is on a whole another level, because the stakes are higher than ever. It's 2 times the stake, or even more, because if you lose the series, that could mean your demise. Meanwhile, though, R8, I believe they also have Coach Dale from the Philippines as the head coach as well. So there is a Filipino there apparently, not in the players, but in the coaching staff. But we're gonna see here, R8, the first seed in the standing, they were 8-1 in terms of like match record in the regular season, and also 17-3 in a game record. So they are incredibly dominant. Maybe not as dominant as SRG in the Malaysian league, in the MPL Malaysia, but they are definitely up there in terms of dominance. But we'll see though, as you said, Connie, regular season games might not mean anything when you can't really perform in the playoffs, but their opponent is definitely no slouch either. The 4th seed GK Esports with 2 imports as a player, 2 Philippine imports once again. Man, these Filipinos are everywhere, man.
Man, I can't wait. I can't wait to see them go head to head again. I mean, yeah, GK shows promise, but against the top team, usually you have this urge to like, let's beat the top team. Let's beat the top team. So if they can transform and convert that energy to the right place, surprises. 2-0, sending R8 to the lower brackets.
Yeah, I think there has to be some kind of underdog mentality there, because at the end of the day, if they do lose, I'm not saying that they shouldn't feel bad about it, but the fact that they are the lower seed, the expectations is definitely not high, especially from the fans, from the viewers watching out there. They're not really expecting, oh, GK is gonna pick R8 Esports. So, you know, why not just try your best and try to beat this incredibly tough opponent on the opposing end. And at the end of the day, if you want to go through the finals and also being crowned as the champion of MPL MENA, you have to go through R8 Esports. There's no 2 ways about it. These teams that are so tough, you have to beat all of them. You have to have some kind of solution to all of the question that's being presented by the opposing team. And this time around, they have the personnel to help them out. Let's see though, what's going to be the result for this match. It's going to be a tough match, I believe.
It is not going to be as close, you're right, I believe. And let's see here, right? If we're talking about the teams, well, not the teams, but just the playoffs, right? The play-ins here. I want to know who DK beat to be able to enter the official playoffs. Let's see. Give me a moment. Yeah, meanwhile, any expectations for the upcoming draft?
I think the fact that Coach Dale is on R8, I'm gonna expect, and I think you do expect it as well, or everyone expected as well, Connie, it's gonna be a more cleaner draft towards the Southeast Asian kind of style draft. So it's gonna be very clean, and also I don't think I'm gonna see those crazy bans either from Coach Dale. We saw how he performs in other regions out there. He is pretty much everywhere, man. He coached some some teams from in Myanmar or other region out there, and he has pretty good track record, which is why he is imported by the #1 seed in the standings. You can see here some of the players from R8 Esports looking very happy, looking very nonchalant, and this is one of the characteristic of a dominant team. When you are Onyx, when you are those teams at the very top and the competition for you it's not really that much either, you're pretty much cut to the game in your respective league. Those are the attitude that these players have, and I think R8 Esports all the way from I believe if my geography is right, Egypt, they're gonna be really hard to beat.
Saudi Arabia. Yeah. Are they? Let me check. Let me double check. But yeah, again, R8 Sports, they're #1. So DK actually beat Okami Esports in the play-ins, and it was close. Series-wise, it was 2-1. So let's see here. With that in mind, will they be able to find their jam here against R8? Opening bands, R8. They will rock a Roger first ban here. Even their first pick, they do not want to pick up the Roger. Respond with a Ferdrin ban from DK.
Yep, I think this is more of a standard ban rather than the first match earlier. I like the Roger and also Angela ban, and also the opposing side, the bans are pretty standard as well. Fredrin is the can-do-it-all hero that everyone is just very sick to play against in the jungle, or even can be flexed in the EXP lane if you are brave enough to do it, like Onyx. But on the other side though, Roger, I like where this is going, because Roger is one of those marksmen that you don't really have a certain way to deal with it, because Roger, at the end of the day, he is a marksman slash fighter. He has some durability, he has a lot of escape skills, so you can't really pick out those heroes like a Yu Zhang or maybe those like niche fighter that can deal with any marksman out there, or maybe any gold laner out there. But speaking of marksmen that can, evade those kind of threat, this is also something that needs to be banned. Harith also banned by Coach Dale. Meanwhile though, this is the Moskov ban that we've been waiting to see in game #1 or match #1. Finally getting some, not action, some what should we call it? Yeah, some respect in the draft.
Yeah, a very interesting ban indeed. Because R8, they have the first pick. They definitely could pick up the Harith, but it seems like they are more comfortable on another approach. What are they going for here for that first pick, right? Let's see, Luoi is up and available, and what other picks have as high? Well, no, it's gonna be the Luoi only here, banned. Picked by R8.
Yeah, I think one of the underrated part of Luoi is, yes, she is one of the best heroes in the game currently with that diversion play. Global presence, I told you over and over again, is the most valuable asset in the game currently, which is why 4 or 3 heroes that has global presence is being banned here in match #2. But other part is the wave clear, the high ground presence of Luoi, and also the shields that she provides to herself when she's trying to sustain in a team fight is something that's really underrated and probably doesn't really get enough attention And if you're trying to just go all into a Luo Yi, you're gonna have a bad time with it. Meanwhile, though, on the other side, already 2 frontliners secured. Edith and also Yu Zhang already revealing those 2 frontliners early on in the game from Team Geekay. Edith, though, can still be flex technically if you wanna play him as a her as a mid laner, but you don't really see that Edith mid lane anymore, and it's a crazy idea in the first place, but maybe something that needs to be noted if you are Coach Dale.
Definitely, and I like the 2 heroes that were picked up by AGK. 2 heroes that have CC, right? Petrify and Furious Dive from that Yu Zhang, of course, Edith, as we all know, the Onwards, the Earth Shatter. And take a look at the response from R8, right? They added also crowd control in their composition. Yeah, that Minotaur. Minion Fury has some healing as well now. It can complement well with the Claude that likes to dive with a BMI as well. So let's see here. What will they go for? With the diversion plays, a lot of creative plays that can be used, right? They can send the Minotaur for a flank, or they can split push, right? With the Claude, with that diversion play as well.
Ooh, yeah. It is something, an idea that needs to be explored, especially in the late game, that wave clear be vital. But on the other side of the court, it's going to be Natan. Paired up with the Edith, so a lot of engaged potential here coming in from PK. I'm liking the draft so far if they want to play aggressively, but also, as you said, Gani, this Minotaur will also be very, very hard to deal with when you are Yu Zhang, when you're an Edith, when you don't land those Onwards and Earth Shatter, when you don't pull the trigger first, then you're gonna be cooked, man. With that Minion Fury, it is a huge punish to all the diving members of GK. Meanwhile, speaking of dive, Akito is banned for a GK, so let's see though. R8, they still don't have that EXP and also jungle. GK doesn't have that possibly jungler and a mid laner. So I think they're just gonna try to limit the option in the mid lane.
Novaria comes to mind, right? A hero that has range, but no, they're gonna ban the Valentina out first.
Makes
sense. A very good hero that can take away the Minion Fury, or even, you know, go crazy. They can take the diversion as well. But yeah, Valentina, a very good ban there from side of R8. Let's see though, DK. They have banned a hero that can also split push, because if you're dealing with a Claude and a Paquito, and you need to do some clean house on that far lane, man, because there's a lot of possibilities that split push, it can overwhelm you.
For sure, but DK right now, they're taking a long time here, and I like that. You have to really consider your options here, because facing off against the #1 in the standings is definitely not an easy job. And TWIS is going to be the ban here, limiting the dive potential coming in from R8 towards the Natan. And if you're playing a Natan, Gani, I think the best way possible to play it is to be as safe as possible. Pick the peel, pick the healers, but right now they have a bit more of a engaging, a bit more aggressive composition, so they have to be able to like synergize as well in this kind of team fights and pick all the right heroes to be able to end the fight as fast as possible with Natan. And another AN hero here, Nolan. I think I like this combo with these two.
You know
very,
what?
very aggressive,
you know what?
ultra aggressive.
Ultra aggressive indeed. But you know what I'm sniffing? You know, I think I understand what the approach from DK. They took away 4 heroes from the side of defender, right? Potentially Edith, Yu Zhang, Paquito, Terizla, take it away. But they have the Masha. Will they commit to a Masha? But no, defender.
Yes.
Vintage defender. Khalid will be picked up.
You know, I don't know if I should say this or not, okay? In MPL Indonesia, we have, you know, heroes that has Indonesian flavor is represented in the playoffs. Sans used the Katira. I am very, very happy that they used the Khalid in MPL MENA playoffs. But the one that uses it is Defender? Interesting. So, you know, a lot of diversity here in MPL MENA playoffs. I like that a lot, man. I really love that.
Does in this composition, specifically, killing pressure, killing threat. Man, oh, man.
What?
Take a look at that. Doubling down here. GK adding another assassin in their composition. That is going to be the Julian. What the heck? So Nolan jungle, Julian mid, I believe, is going to be their comp.
Well, see, I think their game plan is to punish Minotaur when he's available, or like when he's appeared on the map. So I think the Minotaur will not be able to rush the blast of the Oasis. He has to use that silence robe at the very least, and probably just putting emphasis on magic defense first, because that Edith into an enhanced sight combo from Megumi is gonna be very, very lethal, especially if you build something along the lines of a glowing Genius Wand, because it's both magic damage and you're gonna further enhance the damage coming in from the other magic damage dealers, even Natan. So this is very, very intelligent coming in from GK. I think the executions is gonna be harder than what we thought. Let's see though, if R8 can respond this.
Let's see what will they go for here. But ladies and gentlemen, before the game begins, I want to remind you that you guys can have a chance to get free diamonds, 500 diamonds. How? Write your predictions in the comment section for 10 lucky people who guess correctly. We'll give you 500 diamonds. So don't forget to include your MLBB ID and server ID in your comment as well before this match begins.
Okay, let's see though. We have the draft already. Okay, I'm gonna ask you the third time, Gani. Will you answer? Who do you think the draft favors to?
I gotta say, I understand the doubling down on the Julian, but I think their composition is lacking peel. And with that, I'm gonna have to go with R8 for game 1.
Yeah, makes sense. R8 is the more well-rounded composition. So for the sake of making things interesting, I will go for GK instead. Not because they have geek in their name. That's something that's unrelated. But I do like the creativity and the glass cannon composition that they bring out here. A lot of magic damage, even some physical damage as well, being brought out by wait, do they have physical damage? Julian? What's the jungler?
Yuzong.
Oh, Yuzong.
Jungler Nolan.
Oh yeah, Nolan. Oh my goodness, they have like a lot of damage. Maybe too much, to be honest.
Doubling down on damage. They do not care for peel. What is peel when you have massive damage? Let's see though. Execution. Will it come to fruition, or will R8 still finds the win in our first game?
Obviously, DK are the underdogs. Just the story with every team that named Geek. They need to fight their way into MSC. They need to carve their way into the walls. It's gonna be a tough match here. The wall is thicker than ever. It's higher than ever in R8 esports, with a lot of imports. A guy from Germany, a guy from Ukraine, a guy from Philippines on the head coach. A lot of diversity. Maybe with that diversity, they can bring out a lot more flavor, a lot more flair too in the game. A more creative draft and also a more creative gameplay. Let's see though, if that's gonna be the case, or is it gonna be just the standard, the more Southeast Asian kind of gameplay being brought out by Coach Dale here, who's leading the charge, who is trying to be the brain here for R8 esports. Of course, you can see on the screen, everybody's locked in, everybody's just waiting to fight their way into the next stage to represent the region, to represent MENA in MSC 2024 in Riyadh. one of the biggest stage that Mobile Legends esports has ever seen.
Yeah, let's see. Will a defender be able to defend their reputation in this match, ladies and gentlemen? Will R8 stay in the upper brackets, or will they fall to the hands of GKs? Man, I can't wait. Shepin, I'm sure you can't wait as well. Meanwhile, we saw a pick on towards a hero. How's the skin? How's the Jujutsu skin?
I mean, it makes sense, right? I think it's a criminal offense for you to not pick the Megumi skin in this playoffs, especially then that the fact that the event is still going on and we're still waiting for the premium supply, because I want to get those tokens as cheap as possible and get my hands on Gojo. Oh, like, I mean, get my hands on the skin itself, not get my hands on Gojo. You know what I mean? And I have to clarify myself here, okay? I'm not gonna further explain what I'm gonna say, but you know what I mean.
But yeah, let's go back to the skins. Ladies and gentlemen, check it out, right? From the 8th of June to the 13th of July, MLBB the collaboration with Jujutsu Kaisen is back for a limited time. So join the MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen Draw event to enjoy 50% off on your daily first 1x or one-time draw. What's more, you will get a permanent exclusive item or skin in the first 10 draws. So hurry up and log in to participate now. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss it out. Don't miss out on the cool skins. It's cool skins, man.
Everybody wants his cool skin, but Gani, what's your favorite here out of all the 4 Jujutsu Kaisen, especially after the Yuji Itadori skin is getting revamped with Sukuna actually expanding his domain? What's your favorite out of the 4?
Man, I don't play mid laner, but I gotta go Savior, man. The Gojo skin goes hard, even when it's from the start, from its debut up until now. I think that skin is the hardest skin out of the whole bunch, but that's just my personal taste.
Oh, interesting.
What about you?
I'm leaning more towards either Megumi or Itadori, especially after getting the revamp. I think Megumi is the more like creative, more colorful skin rather than Gojo's, because Gojo's like you just throw projectiles, right? You don't really fight with your hands and all that stuff. But Megumi, it brings out like I haven't watched Jujutsu, but I know the I don't know what's the term, like cursed animals, the summons that he has. Yeah, I think it's very, very cool.
I mean, now that you brought it up, yeah, I think Julian is very cool with that Itadori skin. But ladies and gentlemen, well, not Itadori, but Megumi, but ladies and gentlemen, this is time. Land of Dawn, here we go. Once again, will a defender be able to defend their reputation here in MPL MENA Season 5? Or will they falter to the hands of GKs? Let's see here. What will happen, folks? Game 1, here we go.
No, come on. Gani, did you see it? No, come on now. That is a punishable offense. Someone get this man on jail, man. Oh, God. Zach, what are you doing?
We got Levi. We got Levi at least on the contest. But
You're right. I thought it's gonna be a battle of anime, but no. It's just gonna be one anime.
No. We got it. We got Fushiguro.
Do we? Wait, what just happened? I thought I saw Julian without a skin earlier.
Yeah.
Okay. It magically
you're wrong.
I guess this is the magic of MPL MENA playoffs, or maybe I'm just way too tired at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's see, all right? We get a chance to see Levi taking on Megumi. Different lanes, though. But yeah, Let's see here. First minute in. Nothing too fancy. Oh. Oof. See, the base damage, is also, I think, the value of that Loi. The base damage. First level, not a problem.
Okay, I like the fact that GK's members knows that the flicker is still there and they are taking that last minion very, very carefully. That shows you some good discipline here from these teams. But so far, right away, Gani, that mid lane pressure coming in from Choki is just way too much to deal with. When you are Julian at level 2, you can't really do anything. You can't really even retaliate because you don't have any damage whatsoever that can catch up to the Luoyi. Maybe level 3 you can? Zach looking to get some damage maybe here.
Seems like both teams, they will not commit on towards a big fight just yet. Even a skirmish, they will wait for that turtle. Mark is actually level 5 here, a level ahead of Bazo. But now let's see here, the fight. Oh, turtle actually is there. Oh, Mark level ahead. That's an advantage. Now they might want to fight. The vendor flickers out of the way as, okay, esports, they won that trade.
I mean, you can set up all you want. You can set up as good as a setup you want, but when the luck is not on your favor, when the 50-50 is not going your way, then you're gonna lose the exchange. Mark with a beautiful steal. Meanwhile, though, defender, once again, he is quite disciplined here at covering the bases for R8 Esports. Even earlier, he uses the Raging Sandstorm just to zone Mark away, but it didn't work out in the end. Still, a good maneuver here for defender and a good way of showing that these guys can actually really play at the highest level.
No first blood just yet. Just a turtle take. And both teams, they're not really down for business here in the early phases, right? Claude needs 3 items, Corrosion, DHS, and Golden Staff. Then Speedy wants to really fight here. And of course, Koba. Similar, 3 items that they might want to fight, but Chen in a very peculiar position, forced to use that flicker, and that's already a trade won by R8.
Yeah, don't be fooled by the objectives, don't be fooled by some of the failed engages that R8 Esports did, but so far, I think it's pretty evident that the fact that R8 Esports is a more cleaner team. Meanwhile, it's gonna be a diversion play in the top lane. It's gonna be able to secure one here on towards the Edith, and that is 1 kill secured for both teams. Meanwhile, the bottom lane too, defender getting taken down as a lead.
And it seems like they want more here. Koba needs to somehow get away. In the backside, Nolan Mark looking for the assassination. Oh, but 4 members with the help of the fight diversion as well. Mark now in the no man's land and will be taking out Bazo. Ooh, clutch timing there. Koba is there to find the trade.
Okay, it was a trade, but in the bottom lane though, Gotti, it was a lopsided trade with a turret secured in this early of a game. Not even 5 minutes going into the game, and we've already seen 1 turret falls. Meanwhile, Defender might be in trouble here. Still has the Raging Sands of the combo on with the first kill, and it's gonna be a kill for a Defender. A good micro there, and 1v1 already showing up. Meanwhile, mid lane, the beef is getting cooked.
Definitely getting cooked. Bazo needs to somehow gain space to escape. Turtle is up, and looking at the health bars, DK, they are in the front runners on taking that turtle. Bazo will not come in on towards an angle here. Zach and Shen in the area, and Mark comfortably secures the second neutral objective of the game.
Wow, a really good trade coming in here from DK Esports. Just dominating in objectives, both turtles and also turrets. They're looking to capitalize more on some of the jungles that they have. In this early of a game, they're doing a really great job of picking the right target. Even though in the bottom lane earlier, Costa Rica actually loses the 1v1 against Defender, but so far he's done a really great job at the bottom lane, actually securing that 1 turret. That was huge for them. And now they have a very comfortable 1.4k or like 1.67k full lead. But obviously this is not the end of the world. It still could go either way for these teams.
No entropy from Goba. But it seems like no space now. Diversion towards his top side. Defender taking on Costa Rica. But it seems like now Costa Rica with the Black Dragon form will escape. Now Mark will be the juicy target, but has enough resources to get out of the way.
That was the most perfectly timed Black Dragon form ever. The way I'm sure he didn't really roll. My goodness gracious. Top lane though, it didn't give me any chance to speak as they taken down a defender as a Khalid. It's gonna take down this turret with ease. Meanwhile, the mid lane might be a decimation here towards the Edith, but no, the damage is not enough for them. Hand side on towards Louis. It's gonna be a burst down to all three members of R8 Esports. They're trying to get away. Meanwhile, the bottom from top lane, Mark just finishes the job, getting 2 kills for their team. It's looking like R8 Esports just dominating.
Fender though jumping in with Khalid, blazing duet onto Costa Rica. He falls. That will be enough damage. DHS collected as well. But what is most important is DK. They will get the perfect turtle in this game. My lord. R8, they're in shambles right now. They're behind 4,000, almost 5,000 gold.
Very, very unexpected, I gotta say, coming in from GK Esports. The glass cannon composition really works to their favor, especially when defender, yes, he is a Khalid, yes, he has that healing ability on that second skill, but at the end of the day, as a unit, as a hero, he's still very much vulnerable, especially when CCs are available. He can't really get away if he can't execute the second skill. He can win the 1v1, but like 1v4, it's gonna be taken down with ease with the enhanced side, and also the combo coming in from Shen. They are punishing everyone that goes in the bush for R8 Esports.
Shaky here for R8 and DK. They are capitalizing on the mistakes, on the economy that they have right now. They're going for more in the bottom side of the map. Burrow and Bazo will be able to clear the wave this time, but DK, they are already in the jungles of R8.
Yeah, and so far, divergent play in the mid lane though. It's gonna be the target is the Julian. Zack getting taken down. Shen might be looking for a retaliation here, getting an onward on towards Boro. Meanwhile, Mark's gonna finish the job with the rupture there. Trying to get the second kill on towards Basil, but didn't manage to do so. DK dominating.
They are very comfortably. And now, take a look at Speedy though. He is still deathless, so maybe that's a saving grace. Take a look at the mid. Oh, Purify popped as well. Shen with the Earth Shatter trying to cancel out, trying to provide cover, but the damage will come through for Shen in the top side. Off camera kill. Speedy taking Mark down. That gives a green light for R8 to bounce back here. They got 3 members technically, and now they're trying to blitz the Lord.
Oh no, this is the worst outcome possible for R8 Esports. They lose the jungler on a 1v1 against a gold lane. That's extra gold for your opposing DPS, and now you're losing the Lord because there's no retreat on your side. And now, this might be the swing, the momentum swing that R8 is looking for. This is a very dangerous time for GK Esports. They have to figure out a way to defend this one and try to lose as less as possible in terms of like the turrets and also the objectives.
They're eyeing that top side. DK, they will not contest. They will let that turret fall. They will neglect the turret and they will neglect that cart. They are afraid of a setup here. Very smart, very. So and now in the mid, R8 only showing Boro and Speedy. But yeah, GK, they're not down for business. They just want to clear the waves, man.
Yeah, even though R8 Esports has a decent engaging potential, but I think they are much more well suited if they want to play defensively, especially with that minion sphere that can punish all the dives coming in towards some of the members that you have. Right now, Basil will try to scout the perimeter here and try to give some vision and also space for his members to gain the bottom lane turret, but it looks like well defended. I'm very surprised they didn't want to force that one, considering there's little to no HP, and actually, it didn't need to. It's already been secured by the minions.
And you can see here, R8, they're taking their time. They're not too hasty on making decisions, on committing on towards a fight, which is very smart because, yeah, it's still a stalemate, right? If you want a team fight now though, Louis has Winner's Truncheon, so if they want to go aggressive, maybe now's the time. Diversion is in play.
Oh my goodness, what a read at the perfect time, literally after the diversion was casted and they teleported into that bush. He is reading the future. Koba, what are you on, man? He's map hacking.
Yeah, very good awareness. Very good awareness. But they will still lose a turret top lane, which means less space for GK. And now R8, what are they trying to do? What are they cooking here? Diversion. Oh man, they're just spamming diversions. Oh, you got Koba. It's a 1v1, a mid versus marksman. And Koba will back away. Black Dragon form with the Earth Shatter does not connect though. Black Dragon forms his own members out. 2v4 now. Not looking good. As Koba jumps with the entropy. Finds one. Finds two as well. As Shen will be the trade defender. Will fall. It's 2-for-1 still in favor of GK. Mark looking for an escape route. Finds it. And Lord is up. Still 3 versus 4 now. Favoring GK.
Now it's dangerous for R8 Esports. Look at GK, look at the DPS that they have. They're gonna burst this Lord, they can blitz this Lord so fast and have someone guard the perimeter here. Entropy right away. Try to zone a Bazo from the Lord, and they do so indeed. A free Lord for GK. It's looking like they are defying the odds here against the first seed in the regular season. Will the same story unfold here in MPL MENA, just like MPL ID?
Happens now, right? The Martis, full defense. Guardian helmet, radiant armor, and he is building himself towards maybe Dreadnought or even Immortal, right? Let's see here. Julian, Genius Wands. That's why the damage from that early game is already more than enough to take any members down. But there's a Conceal, Earth Shatter committed. Oh, Blazing Duets will make Shen fall. Now with the Lord, Costa Rica will try to make something happen, but Louis falls. It's a trade 1-for-1. Now the Lord still stands with Racer very low. Costa Rica, actually with the Furious Dive, is able to escape.
Ooh, Defender even had that flicker there. Oh my goodness gracious, look at the damage coming in from Koba. He cannot be stopped, and they're looking to end this game. 3 waves crashing in, flickers on towards the enhanced knockup from the Julian. And it looks like it's gonna be the end of the game for a V2. 6 seconds left for Joki to come up. Marked for the retribution and entropy from Koba. It's gonna end the game right here, right now. GK Esports defying the odds. R8, they are lost.
R8 Esports. What happened, man? Your guys are #1, but it seems like GK got the best of you. It does not matter. The glass cannon composition works out perfectly, and they are the victors of Game 1.
Obviously, this is not the end of the world for R8. They are the #1 seed for a reason. They are more than capable of making a comeback in the second game, especially against GK Esports, which brings out a very surprising draft, a very enjoyable draft to watch. This is kind of looking like Onyx, to be honest, in terms of like the creativity and also the aggressiveness that they play. I'm not comparing them to Onyx in terms of like play style, but they have that kind of DNA in them, and they managed to steal one from R8. Now the question is, can they go all the way? Can they actually close it out in the second game? Because if they actually lose in the second game, the momentum is going to swing towards R8 Esports' favor, and that could spell more trouble for you.
Talk about here in that first game, right? I mean, that Louis, he was spamming diversion, but it wasn't enough. It seems like GK, they know how to handle it. And for the MVP, I gotta be honest with you, I agree. All right, Koba, perfect timing, perfect positioning, 705 deathless in this game. Take a look at the build, a very aggressive build as well. And with that Purify, who's gonna catch you? Who's gonna lock you in? No one.
Yep, and mind you, he didn't play with any kind of peel. Well, maybe some kind of peel, but it's not really the peel that you're looking for Natan. You usually want to go for a healer, some kind of Angela, maybe a Mathilda, but there is none of it in this game. He's just being aggressive and just trying to eat the food that has been presented on a silver platter by his teammates over and over again. This enhanced sight, this like combos coming in from GK Esports just made life easier for his Koba. Even in one occasion, he actually spotted out 4 or 5 members in a bush with a single skill. I don't know if that's luck, I don't know if that's skills, or maybe it's both, I don't know. But it is definitely something that kind of shows how good this player is. And even in that entropy in the mid lane, trying to burst Martes on the opposing side, knowing the calculation of the damage, he is on 1 in this game. Looking at the full statistics here, already almost a full build for the Natan. Meanwhile, Mark is actually already full build with the Rose Gold Meteor, Malefic War, Endless Battle, Hunter Strike, a lot of penetration there. As we take a look at the emblems from Koba. Master Assassin to carry you in the early game to win out those 1v1s against a Claude. Natan not really known for 1v1 that much, but if you add a Master Assassin, that could spell you some trouble. Meanwhile, on the damage dealing part here, Natan and Claude almost similar in terms of the percentages, but in terms of like the amount of damage dealt, I believe it's gonna be night and day for the Natan and the Claude. Yes, there are some solid plays into it, but I think they are more greater, much solid entropy in the game.
Yeah, I mean, we still need to give credit towards Speedy, right? He did his best on that Claude. He made a couple of plays that were somehow critical, very crucial as well for the side of RA, trying to hold on. That was, I feel like, a lost mid-game, right? Because from the early game as well, DK, perfect turtle, by the way, 3 turtles, 3 neutral objectives, and then turrets were falling down left and right. Somehow RA manages to stay on and hold on, but it wasn't enough, unfortunately. For the side of GK, they were able to bounce back from that slight slump, and then they were just tuning in again, finding the right place, the pincer move, the clump towards that mid. That was like poetry in motion, man. It was perfect. The way they entered, Nolan just comes out of the flanks from the jungles, caught everyone off guard, and with that, GK secures game 1.
Yep, I think one point that you mentioned earlier, Connie, the turrets falling left and right, I think that kind of sets the tone of that game earlier in the early game. I think R8 Esports didn't really expect Kike to come out guns blazing and take down those turrets, and that way they kind of have that mental attack from Kike. It's like, wait, what just happened? Did I just lose a turret in this early of a game against this team? I'm the #1 seed in the standings. Maybe that kind of sets them off and kind of mess them up a little bit in the head, and also the comms is gonna be a bit worse at that position because you start to account from for some of the possibilities that's out of the the usual realm of possibilities. So you start to overthink it, and you got to the point where Natan is already very, very funneled, very, very fed, and you can't really do anything about it when you have this kind of personnel, when you have this kind of engaged potential. Yes, Defender is there with the Raging Sandstorm and a Flicker combo, but at the end of the day, if you don't have that Flicker and if you burn it earlier to save yourself, then there is really no ways to go to Natan safely. Even with the Minion's Fury, can be easily evaded with the Purify and also the Entropy to get out of the fight.
Exactly, he understands that. Cabo, the Natan, understands how to juke or how to, bait the resources from the Minotaur, and with that, nobody can really lock you down. You have the Purify, you will be extra safe, you have the Entropy, you have the build already in hand as well. and that allows you to just pop off in that game very hard to catch that Natan, and it was evident that he was unstoppable. So game 2, question mark. R8, what are you going to do? Are you going to ban the Natan out? Is it too expensive in the hands of Geek, or will you this time have something in mind to respond to that Natan?
I think the main problem, especially in the early to mid game, is not really even the Natan. The fact that they were able to snowball their way into a fully fed Natan is the problem for R8 esports, or maybe, you know, the greatest of GK esports. And it led me to think, I think in that game number 1, they kind of disrespected the fact that they have this very dangerous bus, very lethal push that they have, and they just getting caught out in every possible way and in any possible time. They didn't respect that possibility and just treat the push just like their own, and now they're paying the price for it. 1-0 for GK esports, and one more that could lead to a full-on collapse from R8 esports, because when you are the 1 seed and you fell to the lower bracket, that's definitely a very uncomfortable zone, a zone that you've never been in, or you're not really expecting the team to go there, and that could mess up the whole chemistry and also the whole mindset about the game. That you start to overthink things, you start to take things seriously in a bad way, because sometimes being nonchalant and also just being stoic and not really bothered by the pressure works for you better than just really being locked in mentally. I know it's a really weird thing to say, but I think some people might get that. Some people.
Less pressure, maybe performance-wise, it will increase, right? But you need to be careful. Don't underestimate your opponents. I think one of the factors here, maybe they underestimated GK with their composition, because I too was questioning, yeah, sure, they have a lot of damage. Sure, they can deal damage in the early game, but so what? But then again, they proved me wrong. Costa Rica was the sandbag earlier on, but he recovered, man. Defender actually got nothing, right? Costa Rica got the last lap, so it's still 1-0. Let's see what will happen here in the second game.
Yeah, and I think can still happen, especially in the draft, because usually a lot of people will say 60% of the game is the draft, especially in this highest of stages when the skill level of the players are almost the same. The draft is really, really important part to your victory, to your path of victory. Meanwhile, though, the bans are just mostly, it's gonna be the same. GK is still banning those Fredrin. Even Luo Yi too, this time around will not see the light out of playoff in MENA, and Yu Zhang getting again down by Coach Dale. That is a very, very interesting, considering the fact that actually wins out a 1v1 against a Yu Zhang while being down on gold. So maybe they're more respecting the fact that this Yu Zhang, this Costa Rica is very, very lethal in a team fight, rather than the prowess that he has, the power that he has in a 1v1 situation against a defender. Let's see though, if Coach Dale will have more respect ban in the third ban of the first phase, or will it be more of a standard ban here, because Moscow is still open, the chip is still open, there's a lot of heroes that's still open, and now Coach Dale has to be forced to let go of one global presence hero in either chip or Moscow.
Orchestrator, ban some other hero and let GK pick one and you take the other. And it seems like that this is what they're discussing, right? Are we going to let both go, or are we too annoyed in one of the heroes? R8, yeah, coming into game 2, I think they need to understand that you don't want to fight from the lower brackets, man. You want to take and have all the benefits, all the advantages that you have in the playoffs. But it seems like they're still taking their time here. Coach Dale trying to put on some nonsense. Yeah, as somehow expected, both of the global presence hero will be out. Roger will be the response with the UOE, not the Moscow though. So yeah, GK, if they want to go crazy, they can combine that chip with the Moscow, man.
Yeah, I think the Valentina pick is just a way to bring more flexibility into the game and also the draft. Not so much for the fact that Valentina can be flexed to multiple roles, but the fact that the opposing team has to watch out for the IMU, and now GK Esports cannot pick the Fermis here. But on the other end though, they are very happy on picking two global presence hero with that Spear of Destruction by the Moskov, and also rounded up by a Turisla hero that's very, very lethal in a team fight. That penalty zone is going to come in handy when you're pairing it up with the Moskov and a chip, with the portal, and also the penetrating nature of a Moskov's basic attack. It is something to be watched out for if you are R8 Esports.
But understand this, the Grok, very good response, right? Because yeah, sure, Spear of Destruction, you go in, you commit the teleport, and then you suddenly hit by a big rock of that wall charge. Yeah, you're going nowhere, buddy. So yeah, he needs to be careful. He needs to save that wall charge here to perhaps make it make sense. But R8, they understand. Yeah, even though we picked up the Valentina, we do not somehow want to let go of the Fermis, because you have already a very strong team fight hero in that Turisla and that chip. Imagine adding the Fermis. It's gonna be wild, man. It's gonna be wild.
Ooh, wow. Already respect being paid here from R8 Esports for mid laner of GK Esports. That Julian was indeed a very, very handful in a team fight. Especially when you have literally three skills that does a lot of different things, and they still somehow deals a lot of damage. You have the CC immune, you have the pure damaging skill, and also a knockup, a utility for your teammates to pounce on. Meanwhile though, this is a very interesting ban here. A Thomas, on the XP lane gets a Turisla. I guess it's not really the best matchup either for the Turisla, but I do think this is more of a way to let the Moskov be able to deal damage more freely, because when you're up against a Thomas, then the Thomas is gonna be on your back the entire game, and with that Vengeance also, it's gonna be hard for you to just consistently deal damage, because you're gonna get some being paid back, man. But look at this. We said about global presence, but that global presence means covering the ground really, really fast, right? And they are doubling it down, maybe tripling it down with the Ling, and also Katita here for DK Esports.
Yeah, I mean, this composition equals to speed, right? With the Ling, you can jump to the far lane, to the Lord, back to the far lane if you have the purple buff, and with the Katita, adds more killing pressure as well. Technically, you have two assassins in your comp now, with Ling, with the Katita as well. So you need to be careful, and what it does, it somehow forces you to bring out Purify here. So it asks the question here towards the Roger, or not the Roger, well, the Roger here, if it's going to be the gold lane, will you go with the Purify, or will you go with the other spells?
Yeah, I think most likely it's still gonna be the Purify, but this is something interesting. Akai, I do think it's the best pick currently for R8 Esports, a good fit for Coach Dale there. I don't really like the Martis pick in the earlier game number 1. I think Martis is just overall an awkward jungler to play in this game. You can't really finish the job just like Roger with Destination. It's not really work that way anymore. Martis has limited range, but this case no Akai. When you're up, when you're up, when you wanna have some ways to get away from that one, and the heavy spin is gonna come in handy when it's needed, especially in an objective fight. Now I do know that Link can now use the execution once also, but I think the heavy spin is still better asset, better skill than you're taking out a Lord. That kind of thing.
Right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start game number 2. Game number 1, it was, well, maybe shock you. It was actually R8 losing on that game, so it is match point for GK Esports. We would like to remind you that you guys have a chance to win 500 diamonds. How, Sheffin? How?
Just list out your in-game ID and also the server in the comments, and also predict what's gonna happen. And by that, I mean, what's the score gonna be in this match of GK Esports against R8 Esports? Now, one game has already elapsed for GK, and now let's see if they can retaliate in the second game, or GK will close it out with another very creative draft here, a more colorful draft, a lot of bursts, a lot of flair, a lot of micro being used here. Let's see if that can carry them to victory this game number 2.
Which team will soar beyond limits? Will it be GK finding the clean sweep, or will it be R8 equalizing in this best of 3? Ladies and gentlemen, to the land of dawn we go.
Okay, right away, let's do the usual spell check for both of these teams. To Purifies, as you said, Gane, when you're up against a Toridzla, when you're up against a Kadira, you don't want to get taken down quite easily in this case. And now you're forced to use that Purify. Meanwhile, though, look at that. Or already scouting the perimeter there, trying to force out maybe the retreat, or just try to use his first skill to help out with the wave clear. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gone, GK Esports, 2 Purifies and 1 Petrify for the Kadira. So they are still respecting the CCs coming in from either side. Both teams playing with a lot of respect.
Especially that Akai last pick, right? It adds a lot of crowd control already. So yeah, they're rather, let's just play it safely. Let's not overcommit on towards things. We have the points already, but take a look here. Basil moving on towards the purple buff. Oh my lord, Mark very low. Still has the purple buff though. Still got the purple buff. And with that, it is actually both teams still here. Killless in game 2.
But still a good punish for this guy. Bazo though will try to get away from that one and actually steals a chem from Mark's hands. That's gonna be very, very good, especially if you can get the level 4 and kind of gatekeep that level 4 away from the opposing team's jungler. That will come in handy in the first turtle fight. And now Joki and Defender will try to prevent Costa Rica from getting this XP. Look at that. The disparity of XP is already prevalent, or maybe apparent. Defender already 3.5 level. Meanwhile, Costa Rica still level 2 at a time. So the first objective will favor R8 Esports much more.
Yeah, they were able to freeze the waves, and take a look at the impact from that, right? Yeah, they have more advantage towards the turtle, the first turtle, but Shen is level 4. Meanwhile, the rock here is already level 4. So yeah, R8 will try initiate the turtle. I don't think TK is in position to contest.
Oh my goodness, that was almost a steal. Meanwhile, Defender will get this knockup. No, he actually missed on towards Azak, and that might be the opportunity for Team GK to retaliate, but a pause right away. This game, gonna just try to fix the problem that we have right now with these players, because at the end of the day, fairness is above all. But Goni and that exchange earlier, I believe Team GK actually let go of the turtle, and I do think, even though you do lose out on the turtle, a sign of a great team is when they let go something that they know that they're not gonna get. And you know, I like that a lot from GK.
Yeah, I think now they are looking for compensation, right? They let go of the turtle, but what is going to be the trade? Is it a kill? Are they looking for a fight, or are they going for a pick off in the bottom side of the lane, right? Because the lane is in prime position, I believe, to jump towards the bottom side and try to perhaps force a spell or even a kill maybe in that bottom side of the map. But yeah, let's see. I mean, turtle, still a turtle. It will benefit you. But I believe if they completely have no compensation from that turtle, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, usually when you're using a Ling, using a Fanny, or this kind of assassin, when you know that your chances to get the turtle is quite low, you usually invade the opposing jungle. But at that time, I believe Mark chooses to go for his own orange buff, so not really much retaliation there. He chooses to go for the more of a passive way to farm the gold, to farm the levels. But let's see though if they can make it up in the next exchange here, because so far from what I see before the pause, some of the resources from R8 Esports has already been spent. And from the side of TK Esports, they are ready with that final countdown. What countdown is being used, and rough wave used as well. Go for Zach. Costa Rica being the victim here.
Yikes, first blood goes to the side of R8 now. Jockey, in trouble. Mark with a Tempest of Blade will find a Mark in the help of Shen as well, who secures the kill. That's a very quick response there in the bottom side. Oh my lord. Both gold laners going at it. Speedy forced to recall.
Okay, shout out to Mark though. That was a clean 3-blade combo that he brings. And you get not much damage, but the style, the swag is already very apparent. Meanwhile though, Boba will just try to farm some lanes here. Portal is already being used on towards the top lane. They might want to use this one and try to force this one, considering one. Oh, maybe. Oh, it's gonna be more members there for R8 Esports. A lot of them instead. It's 4v2. Meanwhile, Costa Rica will try to get away. Link will drop down with Tempest of Blade, try to deal all the damage. Rough waves on towards 2. Look at the damage coming in. Also, Spear of Destruction also connects. Koba will jump into the fray, try to deal all the damage coming in to R8 Esports. But the trade is gonna be a 3-3. It's an equal one.
Not looking good now for the side of GK, who technically lost that trade, right? Yeah, sure, Koba lives, but now they want more. Shen is very, very aggressive. R8 trying to restabilize. Turtle is going to spawn here in a couple of seconds. So, yeah, both teams eyeing on their next agenda. Boro trying to force the retribution here, perhaps, on towards Mark. Will he use it is the question. No, he will not. So that means he has a chance to contest on that turtle.
Yeah, and Bor is already quite low on information that Mark is definitely happy to receive so far. 0-1-4 Portal in the back line for GK Esports, but it's not really used that much in the exchange, just to try to zone away some of the frontliners of R8 Esports. Might the kill here? No.
Oh yeah, both teams though, they will now potentially commit on towards this turtle. I mean, you can see here already, Bazo is on it. Shen, half HP, took a Zach though. Flank position, Jockey, oh my lord, Tempest of Blade with the help of the Kirita, it will fall. Now Bazo with a heavy spin will collect the turtle, but it will be just a traded kill for the turtle.
Okay, so I think it's more of an equal trade at that time. 1 kill for 1 turtle as it's a concealed play from Boro. Interesting play there. Mark will be able to save the top lane turret. The damage coming in though from Speedy is already very, very high in this stage of the game. 6 minutes in. Costa Rica might be getting bursted down by the Primal Wrath from a defender, but he chooses to flicker away to safety.
Yeah, that was the desperate already. That was a desperate play. Oh, Tempest of Blade, the top side, Speedy, who with the wolf form is able to somehow get up in there. Zach spots him with the base shot. 3v1 will get out. Now Shen Looking for an angle. Half HP though. That's not looking good as Mark is very low and will be forced to get out and recall. And that means the purple buff might fall in the hands of the Panda.
Yep, this is the minus. Bad thing when you're picking an assassin. Meanwhile, the portal is going to be used by R&D Esports as well. Onward, onto 2. Meanwhile, the penalty zone connects onto 3, but there is no follow-up. Oh, it's going to be punished instead by Defender. And now the purple buff is gone for Mark. Bottom lane though, there might be some retaliation here. A turret secure for Koba. Mid lane, rough waves just to clear the way, but he's going to get punished instead. With the likes of R8 Esports' member 4 contributed at a time.
Man, what a messy fight, right? It was so scrappy. But take a look at the items now. Oh my god. It was endless battle there for the Roger. So yeah, it's ready, but it's not that ready. It has damage, but it's not completely there yet. DK though, take a look at Koba, man. Still deathless, still just farming. Spear of Destruction is on its way, of course, on towards a very, oh my god! That's a solo kill at the bottom side of the map, Defender! Even though Mark claims that has flaws, he still deals a lot of damage, and also that gives the go-ahead for that turtle take. Perfect turtle for R8.
I thought defenders are supposed to defend. He's just attacking everyone on his side with his Primal Rat. The damage is already very, very high, especially when he already secured some of his items. Meanwhile, Wild Charge on towards Shen. Not much value there, but he's gonna go back into the fight. Gonna get bursted down by the members. But no, he can get away from that with 1 HP. Meanwhile, Zach going into that portal, not knowing really what to do. Didn't get any punish whatsoever. Joki already stealing that penalty zone. Watch out for that one.
Let's see again, Mark. Very in desperate need of that purple. Gets it though. And you can see the discipline from R8. You know what? We cannot get the purple. We back off. Look for another objective in that inner third top lane. Defender though will be caught and will be betrayed though. Mark, very intelligent gang there, though they will lose a third top lane.
Yeah, not only intelligent, also very, very fast as well with the 4 blades. Incredibly clean maneuver there from the jungler of KK, but now they have to defend this one. 4 man siege coming in from R8 penalty zone towards the front line onto 2. Meanwhile, Wild Charge will be the answer for Boro. It's still gonna be an equal, no trade at all actually. Or no, Mark is actually getting one in the bottom lane.
Wow. That's a good response. And also a good escape as well. R8 wasn't able to punish Mark when he was en route to safety.
Yeah, and right now you can see the positives, the strength of GK Esports' composition. The split pushes the global presence of Ling, Chip, and Moskov doing God's work. Just getting all the turrets in the bottom lane and also top lane. And now, even though the turret is still on R8 Esports' favor, PK is catching up.
Okay, let's see. R8, half HP on that Lord. Shen looking for a possible angle from the top lane. R8 here just keep with the formation, man. 5-man Mark is in the fray. Oh, the Kadena find the petrify but does not find the damage. R8 now, they're trying to restabilize. Mark is in that fray and the wall charge connects onto his Mark. Tempest the Blade and the retribution finds the Lord. He will be the trade though. 2 for 1. 2 kills for the Lord. Oh my god, that's so purified. Clutch 1. DPS will come through, but the damage from Speedy will be enough to take him down.
Oh, gotta stop playing with the margins. Mark, you already got the Lord. It's just time to bounce. He instead just going in once again, trying to burst down some of the members of R8 Esports. And now they're gonna make a quick work out of this Lord unless Speedy gets bursted down by Zach. Didn't have that petrify, so this is a gamble. Zach, what you gonna do? Just gonna try to get away and use probably the rough waves here, but no, the wall didn't really get him. He's gonna get away scot-free, and also the Lord once again. It's not much value for DK Esports. They're just weathering the storm right now. from the possible Lord take of R8 Esports.
Not the Lord, but they lost 3 members. So it's gonna be an easy clear. It's an easy clearance from R8 right now. It's back to an even game. 4 turrets to 4 turrets. Take a look at the economy. Very much similar. Practically the same. So yeah, both teams, they are not going to be hasty on looking for a fight unless they saw a window. And let's see here. Both teams trying to create that window, of course. But neutral objective-wise, it will not spawn in 80 seconds. So that's plenty of time for you to make a mistake.
And in a dangerous situation right now, trying to bait somebody down, Zach. With the Breath of the Ocean, didn't really get anyone there with the power of nature from Boro. And now it's on equal ground once again. Mark has to account for that flicker placement, because in the previous fight, if he didn't get flickered, could have been much better for GK Esports, because those health bars, Mark's health bars, is probably the second most important health bars out of all the members of GK Esports, second to Koba. Now, 13 minutes, 6-11 for R8. The gold lead is pretty much non-existent. Only 100 differing those two. What's gonna happen here in the late game?
Note, item-wise, Rose Gold Meteor completed for Koba. Great Dragon Spear for Speedy. So yeah, Power Spike and also Respect is there for both of the marksmen. And it's all about setup and timing. Take a look at the setup bottom side. Chip hovering around, guarding some sort of perimeter. But R8, their main agenda is the purple buff. Now, Crash Course is there. Teleportation is also committed. Oh my god. The penalty zone popped, but the foul damage isn't there. Tempest played defensively, and with that, that's info. And a lot of resources. Now they want to re-engage quicker. Downwards. Zach is in trouble. Take a look at the positioning here. Bora, oh my lord, and Malefic Roar completed, but Shen now is stuck in the no man's land.
Oh
and take a look at Speedy. He's down. He's down and out.
But look at the combo as well with the IMU and Rough Waves from Joki. Meanwhile though, Mark will be cleaning up the members of R8 Esports, and now it's a 3v1. Do they want to end for it? No way. Do they want to end right now? It might be possible. There's only one member. Yeah, it's a roamer. And now Burrow has to flicker around to cut the waves. Can he do it with the wall as well? Delaying sometimes. The Tempest Blade is being used. About 10 seconds left for a defender to spawn. They can take the inhibitor turret down, but I don't know about the base. This might be a gamble. And yeah, they cannot.
Many ways, but they have another objective on the board, right? Lord is free, and Basil is not in the vicinity. Now let's see here, Shen trying to provide cover, and there you go. It's a free Lord here.
Oh no. Okay.
Go to Retribution.
Wow. Just on your mark, 1, 2, 3. Perfect steal there. I thought he was gonna go in with a second skill, also Tempest of Blade to get away, and I was screaming for him to not go in, but he instead threw it in the most elegant way, just still in the wall, just retroing it, and just bounce. It's a W for DK Esports, and right now, oh my goodness, Koba, what are you doing?
5-man Shen, Crash Course on towards 1. R8 though. Will they have enough firepower to defend? Good penalty zone, no follow damage though. Good disengage tool there. Oh, in the backside. Oh, Jockey almost falls, but Speedy will be the first one to fall. That's not a good sign. Now there was a blade committed. The floor is still up there. It's going to be targeted. DK will find the mark and clean sweep.
Wow.
Oh.
What's the Arabic of deja vu? Because I am definitely feeling that one right now. After watching Bigatron Falls in MPL Indonesia playoffs, the #1 seed in MPL MENA drops down to the lower bracket. down to their last lives. One more match lost, and they are gone from the contention of MPL MENA champions and also the birth of MSC 2024. TK Esports is definitely more than happy with the result. R8. The homework is to not overreact. Yes, you lost to an opponent that you really didn't expect them to win against you. But now, the job is not over. You can still have the chance to go for glory, reset, and that's all you have to do in this kind of situation. The victory is secured by TK Esports.
Unable to defend the reputation at TK. They will survive and they will go through the upper brackets. Meanwhile, we will have to see a performance once again from R8 and also Falcons.
Ooh, so this is the battle that we've been waiting for. One team will be out of the contention, will be out of the playoffs in MPL MENA here. So a game with the biggest stake in today's MPL MENA playoffs. So we'll see a much more desperate team play, a much more focused team. So I kind of expect them to go 3 games here compared to the first 2, which went down to 2-0. But we'll see who was the MVP of that game, of the second game of GK versus R8. It is marked with a lot of good plays there, here and there. The micro was on point, the blades just really fast with the link, and also some of the steals that he has on the Lord, on the Turtle as well, was very good, especially in the orange buff, just in the wall, retry and go away. Just immaculate performance from this lane, very composed, and didn't really force a lot of things out. Yes, there's 3 deaths, but overall I really like what he showed me here in MPL MENA playoffs. One of the junglers to see might be in MSC 2024 if they actually pulled off the Cinderella run. TK Esports 4th seed, but that doesn't really mean anything in the playoffs. Anything can still happen when it's just a best of 3.
I mean, you can see the smiles on their faces, man. And for R8, unfortunately for them, they will have to play again in the next match. But yeah, 16 minutes almost was the match time. Take a look at the kill count. 14 to 15, very close. Now, looking at the items, what is going on, right? You can see here Moskov switching items here and there, sold his shoes, bought the immortality. But as soon as the 3 items are done, Corrosion, DHS, and Golden Staff, he was ready to pop off. You saw a couple of Spear of Destruction that was very aggressive, and it was all calculated by Koba. But of course, Mark stole the show with his performance on the lane. Very fluid, very fast, and of course, his dexterity on the hero is just shown in the map, man.
And shout out to Zach as well with the Katita. Yes, I know the maybe the damage shielding is not really that it's not really that eye-opening or like very great for a mid laner, but the fact that he can still hold his own and made some good plays here and there as a Katita against this kind of competition. You have an Edith, you have an Akai, you have a Valentina, and also a Roger, 2 damage dealer with Purify, and also a Roger with the Power of Nature that can pretty much get you out of any CCs out there. He still showed out with a 2-4-10 Kadita. Not the best, but for a Kadita in that match, I think that's already really good, because the personnel that you have to face against is definitely no slouch either in terms of like the player and also the hero. So shout out to for me, the unsung hero of the team.
A very close call in the mid game, but yeah, you're right. I think thankfully the Kadita was able to somehow provide what is needed, right? Bait out spells, bait out purifies, which allows other teammates to go in, right? Mark, with assassination attempts here and there, without spells, with the flicker, you were not going to be able to escape easily, and that is what happened. That's what happened there in that game. A lot of spells baited out by the mid laner, by the roamer as well, by the chip, and which allows the killer gold laner with the killer jungler just execute them to perfection. Now that was Shepin. I did not expect 2-0 from GK.
I mean, I didn't really expect GK to gain one game either against R8 Esports the way they are dominating in the regular season, but apparently I've been proven time to time again very, very wrong that a regular season doesn't really matter in the playoffs as long as you have the personnel, as long as you have enough strategy to bring out in the playoffs and catch your opponent off guard, then you are just fine. You're just gonna win out against any competition possible. It doesn't matter if they are a wall that a lot of people might say you can break through or you cannot jump. What's the word? Jump on?
Hurdle?
Yeah, hurdle. Yeah, but that doesn't matter at all.
Okay, yeah. Again, I did not expect it 2-0 from both of the matches. I expected 2-1 in the first match. Somehow, very nice. So far, for the team, then they down it. And as well as R8, we are going to see it later. We're going to go at it again, and the team that loses will go home.
I'm gonna ask you an interesting question, Gunny. Do you think the fact that R8 Esports will play a game right away after the game or like the match that they lost have any effect to, you know, comparatively with Falcons Esports? They lose in the first match and they had to wait. They have the rest time in the second match that's played in today's playoffs to be able to kind of formalize a way to beat one of the loser of the second match. Do you think that affects in any way possible, or do you think that's just a non-factor in this match?
I think it depends. It depends on the environment, because I believe if you have an environment that, yeah, you're fired up even after a loss, that actually might benefit R8. But ladies and gentlemen, before we head on towards more discussions, we are going to take an interview to the game winners. GKs, please take the stage.
خلال الأسابيع الماضية.
طبعا احنا مبسوطين بعد الفوز، بس زي ما انت عارف مفيش وقت كبير للماتش اللي بعده السيمي فاينال، فاحنا مضطرين نستعد للتويستد، فبس فالانبساط ليه حد يعني.
تمام. وهلا كوستاريكا انا عارف انه في عندك كلام من الاخر، في تصريح، وهذا اللي انا بدي اسمعه. تفضل.
Can I talk to? I will talk to English, okay?
روح خذ براحتك.
I will just say to defender, if you need coaching or something in XP Lane Pro, you can just DM me.
يعني سمعته، ايوه ها التصريح ولا اقوى منه صراحه من فريق الجي كي. وبنرجع ونذكر انه الجي كي عم بينافس امام 3 فرق اللي يعني خلينا نقول مر بمعاناه امامه في مرحله الريجولر سيزون، وحاليا انتقم من اول فريق وعنده الامكانيه انه ينتقم من كمان فريق اللي هو بيكون تويستد مايندز، وفوزه على تويستد بيضمن له التواجد في بطوله كاس العالم بالرياض. شباب 2-0، وهلا يعني بدي كلمه من واحد منكم لفريق تويستد مايندز. تفضل شن.
نشوف بكره الكلام عليه.
بس خلاص انا بتوقع يعني ولا اروع من هيك ما في. شباب الف مبروك على الفوز، وبنتمنى لكم طبعا كل التوفيق، وبنشوف ايش رح يصير بينكم باذن الله وبين فريق تويستد مايندز. حضورنا الكرام جي كي اي سبورتس، شكرا يا شباب، يعطيكم العافيه. وهلا بدنا نستكمل احداث ايش يا ترى المنافسه عندنا للمشاهدين والمتابعين اللي متواجدين معنا في الفوف جيمنج ارينا. بحب ارحب وين ياسر، تفضل معنا، انا عم بستناك لانه في منافسه بتكون موجوده باذن الله، ولا في عندنا منافسين جداد. تفضل معنا يا شباب، بليز ويلكم اند جوين مي اون ذا ستيج. بس مبدئيا واحد من اللاعبين سرق المايك، يعطيكم العافيه يا كوستاريكا.
Well, thank you so much, DKs, for the interview. Wow, what a wonderful performance. 2 games done and dusted against the #1 position of the regular standings, the regular season standings. You guys are showing very much promise. Keep that spirit. Well-deserved victory. What's next? Lower brackets. Fight to the death, R8 and the Falcons.
Well, to be honest, I think just trying to preview the match here, I do think that in terms of drafting, in terms of like execution and all that stuff, I think R8 is still the better team compared to Falcons. But after what we saw earlier against GK Esports, anything is possible, Gani.
Anything is possible. So both teams, R8 and as well as Falcons, they need a short break as well before their match begins. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned in MPL MENA Season 5 playoffs.
I didn't cure the pain. I hunt.
しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I hunt.
しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I hunt.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I hunt.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
Hey, welcome back to MPL MENA Playoffs Season 5 here in the English broadcast. My name is Gani. I'm not alone here. I I'm accompanied by Sheffin. How are you?
I am feeling pretty good right now, Connie. I just recharged, drank some water, and I'm good to go to cast this last match of the day between Team Falcons and also R8 Esports. Obviously, R8 Esports, the #1 seed in the standings, but they have the chance to go out in the worst way possible. In the first day of MPL MENA Playoffs Season 5, being the 1 seed. Imagine being the 1 seed and in the first day you are eliminated. That's not the way to go, man. I feel like this is the first time I saw this, or maybe I will possibly saw this since MPL SD/MY when Nara Esports were the #1 seed at that time, and they just went out in the fastest way possible. It's insane.
Things are not looking good, definitely here, not just for R8, but also Falcons. They lost their first match as well, and both teams, they are looking at an elimination, right? Things are not going very well in the locker room, definitely, so I expect significant adjustment from both of the teams here who are trying to stay alive in this playoffs run, in their own playoffs run.
I mean, to be honest for you, if it was me, Connie, I believe if they were playing at the same level as they were in the match before, I think I will take R8 Esports any day of the week. But let's see though, if Team Falcons is able to make any adjustments that's a bit more favorable to them, because at the end of the day, again, playoffs doesn't really care about your regular season standings. It doesn't matter whatsoever, especially with some of the changes that they've made after the regular season ends. This is the time to bring out your ace. Bring out the trump card and all those stuff to be able to perform in the highest of the stages, to be able to represent a MENA in MSC 2024, because this is something that is very much worthy to be fought for.
Definitely so, and we can see here, right? Just seeing the first match, Falcons, they got a chance slightly in the second game, but they weren't able to really grasp that win, right? Did you remember? The first game was a landslide, but the second game, it was actually somehow very stalemate-ish, almost the longest game, I believe, today. So yeah, it was 50-50, but after that, they lost that momentum. It was just done. No way to recover. It was, of course, above 20 minutes, so respawn timers were a little bit long. GG. All right, similar story. Game number 2. It was very somehow evenish in that mid. They lost the momentum once, and it was just GK exploiting, capitalizing on that moment. What a downer for both of the teams.
So you're saying in the third match, in the upcoming third match, it's gonna happen again? The first game it's gonna be a landslide, then the second game will be somehow evenish, then in the late game there's this one play that's gonna change the game, or maybe just a Lord Steal or something, a Lord Dance that's not really executed properly, or stuff like that. Is that what you're saying right now, Connie?
Look, I'm not saying anything. But sometimes patterns don't lie, Sheffin. Patterns don't lie.
Okay. I see. But now, obviously, this is Team Falcons we're talking about. In the first match, we saw some very interesting decisions in the draft, especially with how little to no attention paid to the Moskov from both of these teams, both Falcons and also Twisted Minds. Let's see though, in the earlier match they saw how good Moskov is in this kind of situation. When you have global presence, when you have a consistent damage dealing marksman, that's pretty much all you could ask for in a gold laner. So let's see if Team Falcons wants to actually give some attention to that, maybe ban it, because in R8 Esports, I think if they were given the Moskov, I think they could play that to the highest of level here in MPL MENA playoffs.
Definitely so. So let's see here, right? With Moskov already somehow making its presence in the playoffs, maybe it will People will, or other teams, especially in this match, will try to replicate that success, or will they stick to their comforts? Because maybe maybe they know that Moscow is priority. Maybe they know that Moscow is very good in that lane, in that gold lane, but it's not really comfortable for their goal laners, right? So they are sticking to their comforts. Maybe we talked about significant adjustment. Maybe now is the time, especially for the side of Falcons, right? No Moskov, maybe now is time. Pick it up and try. At least if you go down with a bang,
Ooh, with a bang bang, you mean?
Legends bang bang indeed.
Yeah. Well, yeah, one thing that I noticed about these two teams, one of the similarities in banning phase is the fact that they really like to ban those Fredrin and also Angelas in the second phase, or maybe even if they're on the red side. So I think these two bans are kind of like, it's more of a, it doesn't really signify, yeah, I don't like this hero and stuff like that. It's more of like, this is the hero that usually people ban, and Fredrin is something of a hassle himself, like a lot of utility, you have durability as well, even some damage in the Appraiser's Breath. Angela, once again, one of the best global presence hero in the game. So, well, what do you think is going to happen here? Is there going to be a shift from that tradition here in the first two matches, that Angela and Fredrin ban in the red side? Or is it going to change in this third match of the day in MPL MENA playoffs? I do think it's going to change.
Wow, that's a statement, Chef, and that's a statement because I believe that Fredrin and Angela, I don't think it will come up, man. I don't think it will resurface. I think it will stay that way because I think that's the meta here. Respect the environment, respect the region that Fred and Angela, they're the top two most picked heroes, or if not the most, yeah, they're the prio. So I think it's just an auto ban at this point here, Angela and Fred. But what I do believe, and we saw it already multiple times, I believe Chip and Luo Yi will be the hot commodity in this coming match, right? They might trade it a couple of times and ban more towards respect heroes here, I believe.
Yeah. I'm gonna talk about something, Connie. So one of the most beloved caster here in MENA is Yasu, and he made an appearance in MPL Indonesia Day 3. We actually interviewed him about what's going on in MENA and all that stuff, and I believe when we asked him about who's gonna win the MPL playoffs in this MENA region is gonna be, well, who do you think, or what do you think he said? Which team?
Falcons.
No, he said R8. So already not looking quite good here. Your prediction, Yasu, is already, one step closer to not being true. Maybe you can join my club of fraud and champagne.
I mean, technically,
there's still a chance.
They have, yeah, exactly. They still have a chance. Maybe they needed that loss to really propel them more upwards, right? Because sometimes when you're confident, when you're underestimating things, even in life, when you're just in your comfort zone, sometimes you need a little slap. Sometimes you need a little, pinch maybe to wake you up and gain something and do something, and maybe that is what R8 needs right now. I think that's their state right now. After that loss against Kike, I think now's the time to really be disciplined, really communicate. And against Falcons is not easy still. It's not going to be an easy ride. Falcons going to give you a tough job in its match.
The first statement kind of reminds me of Miracle Gani. The way you said that maybe you need a little pinch, a little more a beat down to get you up, to propel you up. Kind of like him saying, oh, we lost MPL Indonesia playoffs. Oh, we're not representing Indonesia in MSC 2024. Oh, we're gonna win M6 for sure. We're gonna win M6 for sure. I don't know if that's cope. I don't know if that's just the pattern that we are used to seeing, or maybe that's just you know, a reasonable thing to say. But for me, I think it's more of a hope. Not gonna lie.
Not to ask Mirko, but I believe he is doing a-okay right now. Maybe. I mean, I think he has moved on from season 15.
Interesting. Moved on, huh? Yeah, for me, it's very hard to move on because, like, oh man, the way we ran out was like, oh my goodness, we have the cake in front of us, right? We slice the cake. We try to eat the cake. Somehow, we just got like artwork burn. It's all bitter, and we're just very unlucky to have that slice. And I think that's the best way I could describe it right now. The best analogy, because we have that chance, like a lot of times, and there's a lot of endable moments, but at that time, we just want to play discipline, and maybe this is something that weird thing to say, but maybe being over discipline is something that we couldn't be. Because a lot of times when we can't catch it, we thought we couldn't pull the trigger, and it ended up costing them that diversion towards their own pace instead of going for fluffy after. And the mortality is quite yeah, it's a bad way to go, but you know, we're still here. I think this has been the best system that we've ever seen. But you know what, Tony, enough talking about that. I'm rambling so much on MPL ID, but we are right now casting MPL MENA Playoffs Season 5. You know, I haven't asked you something yet, man. You haven't answered yet.
Go.
Quick prediction.
Go.
Quick prediction. Match 3, what's going to happen here? Who's going to win? And what score?
Yeah, what's going to happen? Okay. I think this score is going to be 2-0.
Ooh.
2-8. Right? I think the last match, I'm not gonna say it was a fluke for Geeky, but I think R8, they haven't warmed up, right? Their gears have not been set properly, and after that loss, yeah, 2 games by the way, then I think they're up and running. I think they needed that loss to. Yeah, they're. I think they're alright. I think they're alright. But then again, I don't mean to underestimate the Falcons, but Falcons, they are going to need discipline and execution. I think communication also needs to be shown in this match, right? Because we saw Ding in the XP earlier, which showed a little disconnect. So I hope they are more in sync in this game. Rather than just doing their roles, they need to also be aware and know, sharing the vision in game.
Oh, fun fact, I do agree with you, but the result, I do think it's going to end up 2-0 for R8, but I totally agree with the reasoning about they haven't warped up just yet. I think that's more of a, you know, I don't believe in that kind of stuff, but I think my conclusion is they showed some qualities in that match, which leads me to believe that they are gonna be able to perform better in this match, or maybe learn from their mistake, or maybe that's what you meant by warming up, the fact that they're gonna realize their mistakes in that match earlier and try to fix that in the next game. Speaking about realize gonna cast tomorrow with me, I think. I don't know, but yeah, I think, yeah, 2-0 for R8. I'm not really expecting a major changes on the draft. I think Coach still has to stay true to his nature, to that Filipino meta, which emphasizes a lot of discipline, a lot of micro prowess, and also precision on their execution. I think that's the best way to play currently in this Mobile Legends esports scene.
Fair enough. I believe so too, right? I mean, considering the evolution of the season, we saw how Vixana was, well, in ID specifically, Vixana was such a hot pick. It was either banned or picked. You saw through the week 6, week 5, week 8, Vixana wasn't really a hot commodity in that mid, right? It was either Valentina, Faramis, Novaria. We saw a couple of, I believe, yeah, it was either those three. Those three are the main mid laners. We saw Vixana slowly stepping down, and I believe in MENA as well, right? We saw some carries, the Natans as well, but it's not like the Harith. You know, Harith is such a hot commodity in Indo, but it doesn't seem like so in MENA. Different region, different vibes, man.
Yeah, maybe it also being affected by different personnel. Maybe one of the most of the players here doesn't really like playing that Harith, or maybe not really well first. I'm not saying that they're not good, but they're not really used to playing these kind of heroes when you are more used to playing marksman. Even that's kind of the thing in Indo as well, right? Back then, a lot of marksmen is just pure marksman. The guys like Brands is being like shunned for not being able to play those Lunox, play those Harith in the gold lane when it's kind of meta back then. I don't know, but now I think Brands is much better Harith player than he was back then. I do agree. So yeah, maybe that one of the things that affects the meta as well, the personnel that they have, and also their preferences are coloring the meta of the league itself.
And that is what we can expect, perhaps, in this region as well, right? So you asked me, Shefin. I want to ask you, Shefin, who do you think will go to MSC representing MPL MENA?
Well, based on the 2-game evidence that we have, I think GK has a solid chance if they still continue to their nature, this run and gun glass cannon composition, and they can execute it perfectly. I think they're just gonna do fine in MPL MENA. I don't know if that can be replicated in the highest of stages in MSC 2024, but with this kind of momentum that they have, I think they're just gonna roll through the competition. Again, if and only if they're still playing that way in that first game against R8 Esports. But I don't think that's gonna be the case. I think there's just gonna be a lot of trials that they have to go through, and even right now, I think R8 is still kind of like one of the favorites to win it all, to be honest.
Well, enough talk already, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see and witness the draft. All we'll take the blue side. Falcons will take the red. And let's see here, what will Coach Dale or Coach Dale and Coach Jomai cook for our first game? Baksha, Valentina, stand out. And it seems like Falcons, they will not deal with a hero that can teleport. That is Louis. If they want to commit again, Chip is still available for the ban, but no. They instead will go for the Moscow.
Interesting. So Coach still has the option to pick that one global presence hero, either Angela or a Chip. If they do ended up banning not one of them, let's see though if Coach Dale want to go to that route. I think it's a good way to go, or like set the tone in this draft and what we want to go for, because once you have that core composition, that Angela, for example, you're gonna be able to play those heroes that doesn't really have that much durability, because it's further enhanced by the hard card, the shields and the heals, even the favor in the Flash of the Oasis, a lot of heals coming in from the Angela. And you could just play, defend the Angela. I'm just yapping for nothing.
I mean, R8, I think it's clear, right? They want the chip. But if the chip then got banned out, I don't think R8. Oh, what's the play here?
Do you think Chimp like chips? I think so.
What are you talking about? Most definitely Chip like chips, but no, it's not gonna be the Chip. It's still gonna be Fred and Angela.
Okay, we almost tracks out the conversation to the usual 2 a.m. conversation here in Indonesia, but yeah, no Chip ban coming in from Falcon, so Fredrin still ban As you said earlier, Connie, Fredrin and Angela is still not gonna see the light of day, but Coach Dale, though, this is the opportunity to pick that hero. Yep. Who would have thought? Chip, 66.7% win rate. You know, if you can't do math, that's at least 1 out of 2, at the very least. I think it's more than that.
High. Yeah, that's very high though. So let's see here the response from the side of Falcons. I think they're gonna go Faramis here early on. Faramis, and they might go Yuzong early as well, or the Churizla. I think it's a half.
Oh, we forgot. Yeah. Yeah, the Harith being picked out by Team Falcons. This is definitely a force to be reckoned in the gold lane, and a Baratza as well, a hero that is gonna fallen off his grace in MPL Indonesia and MPL PH. Doesn't really see that much playing time in the playoffs, and if he does see some playtime, he's gonna get punished real hard by some of the heroes that we currently have in the meta. And you know, to be honest as well, if we're talking about objective taking, Baratza isn't really that strong of a hero as well. You kind of just rely on your retribution and doesn't really have that extra skill to further enhance the damage, the combo that you have with your retri. And at the end of the day, there's only one CC that Baratza offers compared to the Fredrin, compared to the Akai, which can provide you with continuous CC. I think that's one of the reasons why Baratza has been a non-priority in the playoffs of other MPL regions. But other than that, look at this. Roger and Vixana very mobile, very standard, and also Minotaur to punish some of the dives that Coach Dale or R8 Esports gonna bring to the table.
Yeah, I think Minotaur is a good momentum breaker, right? Because with a hero that will dive on you, like the Chip, like the Roger, a good response is the Minotaur. Someone that can provide peel and also break the momentum, break the potential dive coming from the Roger or the Chip. Let's see those second phase. Very fast bans here from Santa Falcons. It's going to be Churizla, eliminating another hero that can dive towards the back or just disrupts that back line. And good response from R8. Man, I think we can't really deal with split pushers now, so let's ban the Paquita out.
Speaking about split pushers, there's another hero just that functions the way Paquito does, that is Benedetta.
I know
so
what
far,
you're saying.
Yeah, there's no Benedetta at all in this 4 matches that we've played so far in this day. Now it is only 4 matches. Let's see though if that's gonna be the case still in game number 5 and game number 6, possibly game number 7. We do 1-8-2-1 here in the casting desk because that's gonna make the game even more interesting. And also the stakes are higher. And when you are down to your last life, one game decides your fate on whether you're gonna continue in the competition or not. It's gonna be much more exciting to watch.
Most definitely, man. And you can see here the Falcons really respect Defender, right? Again, 2 bans in the second phase towards that EXP. Thamos being that last ban, and R8, they respond with a Faramis ban. I expected Faramis to show up in that first phase, but then again, they prioritize more towards the Minotaur. So let's see here, Benedetta. We just mentioned Benedetta earlier. A hero that can pressure the far lane, adds killing pressure as well, and will show up in our first game of this match.
Yeah, and a way to bypass some of the CCs that Jockey is going to offer, right? Because the first skill and also the Eternal Guard, it's going to be hard for you to bypass if you don't have that eye for an eye, Electrifying Flow that has a lot of range to cover. Also, that Petrify can lock Jockey in place if it's needed. So far, I really like the composition coming in from Falcons. They want to clash, and they also have some solution if they do have to split push in this Benedetta. Now the question is, what's going to be the roundup here for both of these teams? It's going to be the Carmilla and also the Yu Zhong. So Carmilla jungle, presumably And also, Yuzhong on the XP lane. First debut for Carmilla in this playoffs, and Novaria to close out the draft. And to be honest, Connie, like there is some slim possibility of this Benedetta going to the jungle, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
Looking at the composition right now, yeah, I think it's better for this Benedetta to be in the XP, and there you go.
Yep.
And Bing is on the Benedetta, but yeah, I really like the addition of that Carmilla. It adds more question on the approach of Falcons, right? When you're clumped up, when you're 5 men, 5-0 with the rotation, 5 formation, what are you gonna do? Because Carmilla just negates all of that pressure, right? It will lock you up instantly and potentially actually initiate with that Carmilla. So let's see the approach from the side of Falcons with the rocks.
For sure. But yeah, I'm very surprised by the fact that with these frontliners that they have currently in the draft, there's also not much love being shown to export. Yes, we have seen him in a game with Sanji using it, but other than that, I don't see a lot of emphasis being put on export, especially after watching MPL Indonesia and Fluffy prioritizing the export on every tap that he is in. This is quite jarring, you know, because so far there's really not much assassin junglers. Wait, no, that's wrong. We've seen Ling and also Nolan, but that's 2 games from Mark, right? So other teams still prefer tank junglers. So why do you not want to punish the tank junglers with the fires of export with the true damage? I think that's an easy way to victory, at least for me.
See the victory, yeah, I mean, I understand your point, but it is not as straightforward. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the 10 heroes that will enter the Land of Dawn. Remember, 1 team will be eliminated. Will it be Falcons? Will it be R8? Please cast your predictions in the comments below, because why, Chef, and why do you have to cast your votes?
Because you can get free diamonds right from Moonton. 500 diamonds is waiting for you to be picked up, and that's equals to 1 spin, or like 1 10 times draw of Jujutsu Kaisen event. And also maybe if you're gonna go for a Starlight, that's like 60% of Starlight, so you still have some diamonds to spare.
Man, jump and check it out, right? 500 diamonds, predictions, cast your votes now. We'll pick 10 lucky winners. Straightforward, right? Put your member ID and server ID as well in the comments, and we will hit you up if you're correct with your predictions. So, ladies and gentlemen, almost, we are getting there. Remember, best of 3, 1 more life for both of the teams. Do or die in MPL MENA Season 5.
I wonder what these players are feeling, because I don't really have the luxury, I don't really have the honor to be able to play in these kind of stages. Is it like a mix of anxiousness, confidence? Like what's the ratio there? Or is it just full on, I just want to win, I don't care about anything else? I think it's a very interesting study if you want to do that.
I think there's adrenaline, there's nervousness, and I believe there's pressure, right? Again, sometimes when you're faced with pressure, you will do great things, and that is, I feel like, a measure of character. If you can perform under pressure, man, oh man, you have a great character, I believe.
Ooh, okay. So right now we're waiting for the games to start. I think we're just preparing ourselves for the game itself, because we want to have a fair match, fair to everybody that's participating. Look at the faces.
Yeah, I think they're just locked in, right? At this point, they need to be locked in, but still remain at this remain that sort of intensity, but in a controlled environment. You don't want to go overzealous. You don't want to overcommit. That will lead to mistakes, and mistakes will lead to failures. And they do not want to fail. They want to stay alive. They want to represent their country. They want to be the champions of MPL MENA Season 5 as well.
Yep. That's the goal. That's the ultimate goal. Not only being the champions of MPL MENA, representing MENA. And it doesn't stop there. Going for glory at MSC 2024. You're technically home ground in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So you have that home court advantage. The supporters supporting your own region. Let's see though if that home court advantage will gonna do them any favor, because so far historically it's not really that effective either. The only time when home court advantage is something that's effective to the team that has it was M5. Other than that, not really much, isn't it? Even MSC, when they're in the Philippines, Indonesia won. When it's in Indonesia, Philippines won. In Cambodia, Onyx. In Malaysia, Philippines, RCPH. It's just doesn't really mean much. The home court advantage.
It does mean much though. Imagine if you are in the finals playing for Indo, and it does matter, Jeffrey. It really does. Sure, history-wise, yes, but it matters. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the picks again here. Defender. Man, I don't know. Based on his performances in the previous match, especially, things are looking shaky, man. Things are looking very, very shaky, right? He was on the lead earlier on. I don't know. Have to see. So you want to build damage, of course, as a Khalid. You want to have that killing pressure. But it wasn't. There was no threat whatsoever from his lane. There was no threat whatsoever from his lane. So yeah, amazing stat there, by the way. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to stay a little bit here. We are going to build the suspense here before entering the land of dawn.
Yeah, I like the pick though. Yuzhong from defender. We saw some great plays for him in the international stages, and I do like the matchup of Khalid and Yuzhong as well. I think in a 1v1, once you get to level 4, if you want to trade, I think Khalid does have the advantage. You know, if you want to believe it or not, but Khalid's ultimate actually resets resets this passive from the Yuzhong, so you can't really have that spell from him. You don't really have that life stealing skill from the Yuzhong that he usually have to be procced on a Khalid. So it's definitely a huge advantage, and it made sense for them to pick a Khalid, even though in other regions out there, Khalid is nowhere to be seen because it's much more conditional in a team fight. And once you go in, maybe the damage is not that great either, because this is at the end of the day a fighter, and you can't really expect like a huge damage, even though you build a full damage character. Not like the assassins, not like the marksman. This is a fighter, and I like the way the defender is playing it. I think he just doesn't really have the chance to show off his game-changing raging sandstorm with the flicker, and also some of his 1v1 prowess, because he's getting ganked way too often, and maybe that communications is not going well either when he's getting ganked.
Wow. Still with the communication issue here, Chef, and okay, very much understandable. But yeah, again, I think now in this match, especially you're going up against Harith. Harith, it's a hero that is very swift, right? It's such a hero. It's so hard to catch a Harith. especially when he's on a purifier. So that's going to be their main objective. Winning condition is kill the Harith. You possibly might win the fight. You will win the game. You will secure more objectives if the Harith's not on the board. So yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be their main objective here. Somehow, some way, target the Harith, take him down. That's GG.
Yeah, and I do think there's a way to do it even without a proper CC lockdown like a Kaja or Franco. You just have to overload the damage to the Harith and also make sure to use a live drain skill, a live drain item, whether it's NOD, whether it's C Halberd or Dominance S, or maybe all of them if you want to go all out on the debuff on towards the Harith. And you know, as good as Harith is in the gold lane, I do think that he is a hero that has some solution. So it's not really a ticket to victory. It's just as easy as that. For R8, wait, Harith was on Falcons, right?
Yep, on the right. Yeah, on the right side.
Yeah. It was on Falcons. Let's see though. I think it really comes down to the execution, and I do really like the Carmilla pick against this kind of composition because Carmilla further enhance some of the CCs that they have and also the damage that they have. And I think if they can combo it well, it could, you know, lead to some of these unbelievable moments that we're gonna see in this next match or game.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to remind you that we saw the previous match. There was a cool Julian skin, right? What is that skin? Guys, hello, 8th of June. It's up and running. MLBB X Jutsu Kaisen collab skins. They're back for a limited time though, so join the MLBB Jujutsu Kaisen draw event to enjoy 50% off on your daily first 1x draw or first time draw. And what's more, you will get a permanent exclusive item or skin in the first 10 draws. Hurry and log in to participate now. And if you want more ways to get skins, from 15th of June to the 18th of June, also 29th June, and also the 2nd of July, you guys can join the MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen Premium Supply event to complete tasks and get more Cursed Charm tokens to draw more skins. So, ladies and gentlemen, please do check that out. Keep your eyes peeled for that. And of course, 8th of June till the 13th of July, you guys can purchase the coupon pass and immediately receive one coupon that deducts 60 exchange items for skins. And of course, you can use it to redeem any collab skin in the MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen. Mr. Sheffin, what do you think?
Have you watched Jujutsu Kaisen, Connie?
Yes, I have watched Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh, interesting.
Why'd you ask? Why'd you ask, Sheffin? Why?
I'm just curious, man. I'm just curious. You're making some references here and there, and I'm thinking of watching it too. I'm convinced to watch it, but I just really don't have the dates right now. When to start or something like that.
Bro, you want to start something? You need to start predicting MPL MENA Season 5, bro. Why? You can get free diamonds. 500 diamonds are waiting for you, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys can predict the winners or the score lines of this match here, this upcoming match between Falcons and as well as R8, and you're right, 10 of you get the chance of getting 500 diamonds. Just also put down your MLBB username ID and also your server ID, and then we will link you up.
And by the way, when we're talking about 10 per 10 diamonds or like 10 package of diamonds, it's not just once a day, it's once a match. So don't worry, we have a lot of prizes coming in your way, but Connie, finally we are getting some action here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is do or die. One more life to stay alive in the playoffs of MENA. Will it be the Falcons or will it be R8? Ladies and gentlemen, let's just jump into the land of dawn.
Here we go, the last match of the day. Kind of like the similar spells here, only one difference from Lark using the Purify on the Harriet. That makes sense, but other than that, the EXP laner is using Petrify to get a combo that like to find a blow, and also Fierce dive towards the preferred target of their own. Meanwhile, the mid lane though, some good damage being put onto Super. Might be going down here. No, still has the flicker to get away.
Very low, very low. Good pressure there by both the Chip and the Vexana, right? They know that they can give pressure, and that's already a resource wasted. Information that, yeah, Minotaur will not have the flicker on the first shuttle. Now let's see here. 1v1 top lane. Oh, dang, actually winning on the trades, man. Level 2 versus level 1 defender is still struggling to get a level, and Ding is there with the final slash. Oh my lord. Eye for an eye to escape, and there you go. First blood goes to the hands of Falcons.
Ding, ding, ding. It's time to kill for a Ding. The first blood, very, very important in the early game, especially towards a defender. And he might not be able to secure some of the minions here, and further weakens their potential to get the first turtle for R8 Esports. Team Falcons with a very quite unexpected W early in the game for me.
Seconds towards the next turtle here. No spells for a defender, but also Super ending. So that's 2 spells already wasted actually from the Falcon side. Will they be able to really control the turtle is my question. Let's see here. Lovardia looks for level 4 in the top lane. Meanwhile, Kenji somehow a little bit premature here. Opening turtle. Now they somehow get punished, right? With the solo kill, off camera kill in the bottom side of the map.
Or some solo kills to start the game. Meanwhile, ultimate from Valentina or Carmilla is going to get chained up by some of the ultimates from Team Falcons. Look at this, who's going to secure the turtle is going to be R8 Esports with Bazo is going to get taken down is a Ding. A very cluttered team fight at a time. 4-2 currently for R8 Esports.
Wow, what an execution there. You saw the link from the Carmilla. And with that, the crowd control was just definitely there. Again, we have, or Falcon have, Minotaur to break your momentum. Alright, they have the Carmilla, which is very nasty, very annoying as well. And now, Falcon, they have no compensation. Take a look at the gold here. Already a gap, 9,000 if you compare it to 7.7 thousand from the side of Falcon. So, yeah, they need a compensation ASAP.
Yeah, for sure, especially for this Harriet Clark. He is a hero that thrives in the mid game. So if he does bad in the early game, that's not a good sign at all. You can't really stack up those gold and also those items to be able to pop up with the mid game. You don't have that path in the early game. Meanwhile, mid lane though, almost getting like the final blow. It still has item for 9. Ding finishes the job with one basic attack. He's trying to get away right now. Now Bazo gonna get one on towards Good Night. And he's still able to get away from that one.
Yeah, a trade technically, and take a look at the R8 right now. He's just their lead 1,000 gold only, and now Team Falcon slightly has compensation with the kill that they got earlier in the mid. Top lane though, defender almost got all the gold shield turret. Now it seems like it's gonna be a reset here. 10 seconds towards the next turtle, but both EXP laners, they're still on top.
Yeah, for sure, but right now, look at that. Coming rotation coming in from a Ding, a bit more early than defender that still chooses to go for that A flame. Meanwhile, the portal will be opened by the ship. Look at that, a Good Night is very, very low. It's not gonna get chased down. Oh, like to find a blow onto a lot of people there. And Team Falcons just eating. But he gets countered either, countered.
Yeah. I mean, now defender is in trouble. 2v1. The damage will come through and he will fall. Wow, very scrappy for both of the teams, rather. Now Falcons, though, it seems like they are in the upper hand. to claim a turtle. Mind you, Kenji is still behind, so yeah, they will take it. They will focus. Kenji will just use the retreat. So yeah, the second neutral of the game, objective of the game, actually will fall to the hands of the Falcons.
Still gold lead still. Inside of R8 Esports. Ding getting some good damage on towards the top lane. Meanwhile though, portal incoming maybe?
Oh. Yeah, final blow. Committed 2v1. And now Ding, he just wants to clear the wave. It's all chill. 6-5 is his total kills, and yeah, still R8 Esports leading on the economy. It's barely something, you know, for now, right? Falcons is definitely behind, trying to even things out. But yeah, both teams now slowing down their pace here.
Interesting first item there from Bazo. He just go for Oracle, I believe, even though he doesn't really have that healer in his team. Yes, Chip does get, or maybe gives you some bit of shield when you go through his portal, but I don't think it's really that worth for you to build an Oracle in the first item. But maybe there is some uses that I don't know that this team knows, Bazo knows in this case. Let's take a look at the items for these guys. See the Harith from Lark already getting that Starly inside. On the other side though, on his way to an endless battle is Speedy, quite speedy on his farming. 201 currently. He's just trying to pile up this gold with this farm.
7 minutes in here, you can see here both teams. Ding, take a look at this guy, man. He's so active. He just clears top and then rotates towards the mid. They're looking for opportunities, looking to punish if R8 is slacking off, right? And up to now, no one's slacking off per se. The Team Falcons now, they're more stabilized. There is more connection from their side in this game.
Yeah, and right now they're catching up in terms of gold, already equal. That might have something to do with the fact that the wave clear from Ding is just much better than defenders. Meanwhile, Crash Course, the mid lane, someone's going there. Speedy almost get taken down. One more basic attack will do the job. 2 kills right away for Ding. Meanwhile, though, the knockdown will get a lot of people there. Fierce dive. Ding does work. Try to get away is for us. Kenji try to play from Bazo. Meanwhile, his kill is also secured towards the Yuzhong. Looks like Bazo will try to play catch here. Try to play
oh my god.
Pulling there.
Yeah, wait. Oh, this is going from bad to worse, man. They lost the mid. Kenji didn't fall, and yeah, now Team Falcons, they have more space because of that mid third eliminated. So now they need to think twice now whenever they want to go out towards the lane. Their mid is weak. Take a look at the top side now already, right? This is a good idea. Roger taking on Benedetta alone. Sure, Ding has no petrify, but I believe he definitely can cope. Right now, R8, I don't think this is wise. Initiating on Turtle when things are not going your way.
Well, ultimate right away. Initiator can be used by Super. Look at that, Badi's going to pile up there. A kill secured by Ding. And another kill right now towards the DPS of Team Falcons. Arc goes down, and that might be a good sign for R8 Esports. A winning trade for them.
Definitely, man. And take a look at the bottom side. Oh, Ding versus Defender, man. Look at here, Falcons. They are already very, very much ready to commit and to contest this board take. Ding position, looking for a push. R8, they're behind just 1,000 though, slightly, almost 1,500. And R8, they're just taking their time here. They know they're behind, so they're taking their time very slowly.
How about Ding though? 7-3-2. responsible for 70% of the kills that Team Falcons has, and also 90% on kill participation. His Electro final blows has been very on point with the Petrify as well. Meanwhile, Good Night, ooh, too close there. I want to back out just a little bit. But now, with the presence of Chip, Speedy can catch up right away.
Yeah, now Falcons, they need to be careful here because they want to blitz this. Okay, the return is welcome, committed. Now, Minotaur Fury, oh, it's not enough damage. It's actually come through, and R8, they are the victors. Carmela securing the lore. Take a look at the mid side here. Lord trying to get away, trying to hide, finds one. 2 for 2, but still R8. They got the Lord.
Yep, the good sign for R8 so far. Even though it's a bit cluttered, it's not really the prettiest Lord tech that you've ever seen. At the end of the day, still winning trade. 3-3 or maybe 2-2 was the Lord, and now Ding might be trouble here. Dragon Tail connects. Defender getting some minor damage on towards a Ding. The Lord is already at quarter of HP and it's gonna get taken down by Ding. So not much value from the Lord of R8. Now they have to look for more ways to get those items, to get those gold leads, to further enhance their current gold lead right now. Maybe no. It's actually... No, yeah, R8 Esports is leading, I'm sorry.
11 minutes now, still. I feel like it's anybody's game. Apart from that mid turret, yeah, let's see. But for now, it's Team Falcons who has control, but R8, what are they doing? Winning condition-wise, I believe all they need to do here is they want to pick fight as much as they could, alright? Because at this point, Roger is ready to fight. Use the chip. They can use the youth zone as well to bait out fights, and perhaps that is what they're trying to do in the bottom side of the map here. Falcon diving in, defender clearing, there you go, they want to fight, Eternal Guard pumped. Oh my god, the chip stuck though, Minute Fury committed. Cloud control is there, but oh, take a look at the minute
my goodness gracious.
With the final blow, perfectly timed, and he is going to enable his team to get the first wiped out in MPL MENA playoffs.
10-3-5. Ding is an absolute monster on this Benedetta. Why haven't you played it earlier, bro? This is just insanity. A really good execution of that. It looks like it's gonna be the end for R8 Esports in this game number 1. They're just gonna blitz this. Team Falcons, with their talents, will take down R8 Esports in this game 1. The first seed of the regular season is on the brink of elimination.
What the heck was that, Chepin? I did not expect that to be true, but they managed to get a win out of that wipeout, man. What? What happened? What happened, man? What happened? That fight, I thought it was in favor for a moment for the side of R8, but then the Benedetta showed up. I already saw, man. I saw Ding from the backside. He smelled blood. He knows that he smelled blood, and with that final blow, Petrified connects on towards 3 or 4, I believe.
Yep.
Enables his team to keep winning the fights. And that's wiped out. That's GG. The timing couldn't be more perfect as well. No minions. They got the mid wave. GG, well played. Wow.
Wow, indeed. That's what Falcons do, man. They're waiting for the rabbit to come out of the hole and just pounce on it. And they're just feasting on it. And I think when they actually executed that Alexio final blow, the hitbox is also further enhanced by the fact that Novaria is also there. So it's a bit more effective when you use the Elective final blow. You don't have to use your Petrify or maybe just execute your Petrify perfectly because there's already an enhancer, a debuffer on that Novaria. And obviously, I don't think we have any say on who's the MVP was, but it's for sure a Ding on this Benedetta. Full damage with Heptasis, Sea Halberd, and Maleficor, and also Endless Battle, rocking that fighter emblem, and also that Penetration, Festival of Blood, and
wow,
whatchamacallit?
Sea Halberd.
No, the emblem. Oh, I'm having a brain fart right now.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. You're drawing blanks, but yeah, I mean, what a performance, right? What a performance from Ding. He from start to finish. During his lanes, he was so active. Top lane, going to the mid lane, looking for opportunities, and take a look at Ding right here with the flanks. Final blow finds the Petrify on towards 4, and there you go, and just deleted instantly. And with that, the timing couldn't be more perfect, right? No minions spawn. No, oh my god, so close, 13 minutes. It's all it took, man, it's all it took.
Yep. I think it's very unfortunate for R8 as well, the fact that they are fighting in that place and just getting wiped out at that point in time, because at that time the gold lead was pretty much equal, and you could see it kind of build up to a game where it goes down to like a 30-minute or like 25-minute game or something, because no one's pulling the trigger and everyone's just being very, very patient. But out of nowhere, ding, 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 it's my time with the Electro Final Blow and the Petrify. As we take a look at the stats and also the emblems here from these teams. Let's take a look at Good Night though. Still using that Wilderness Blessing, and it looks like for all the mid laners out there in MENA or in other regions out there, the rotation speed is something that they're looking for with that Wilderness Blessing, still with that same pattern over and over again. And it makes sense. As a mid laner, you have the luxury to go from the top lane to the mid lane again, to the bottom lane, to further help your team to be able to deal damage, and also just enhance your team in a team fight. Look at the damage dealing percentage. Benedetta from Ding, 31% as an EXP laner. That is something that you don't really see every day, and Ding was definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, the MVP of that game by a landslide.
Yeah, I mean, what a performance, right? We saw the disconnect in the previous game, in the first match of today, with Ding, with the others on that Terizla, but in this game, it does not matter, man. When you have that killing pressure, Terizla, penalty zone, first skill, second skill, done, right? But with the Benedetta, there's killing threat, there's killing pressure, and that is what I feel like Ding can shine with. A hero that can kill. You saw what he did with the Benedetta. Final blow, looking for flanks, looking for the perfect timing. He knows who to target as well in that game. What a game. Second game, I think they, R8, need to somehow respect this Benedetta.
Maybe, or maybe just play a bit more strategic, because when you are clumping up as a 5, that is pretty much food for any Benedetta player out there with the Petrify as well. That combo will do a lot of damage to your to your units, even though if you are a tank as well, because he already built some penetration item in Heptasis. There's some penetration stats in there as well, and some true damage in the Endless Battle. So it doesn't really matter if you are the one that's tanking or you are the front line, you're still gonna receive a lot of heat from the Ding man himself. Let's see though, if that's gonna be the case in game number 2, will the Benedetta be banned, especially on the second phase, or maybe they'll prioritize it more on the first phase. But I don't think that's gonna be the case, because usually when we see XP lane, it's gonna be something that's not really prioritized. It's more of a like a 2 last picks, I guess.
Yep, it depends, right? If you're really comfortable, then maybe, because we saw Terizla being picked up in the first phase a couple of times as well today. But yeah, mostly it's the XP has been in the second phase to be picked, right? To be picked up. So yeah, we might see it again in this match. But overall, what a performance here by Ding. Man, the timing, so perfect, chef's kiss, of course. And this time, RRQ will also might have the same fate as R8, because RRQ eliminated R8, can be eliminated as well. Tournament favorites, not RRQ, but okay.
Wait, why RRQ specifically?
Because
I don't get it.
Because they have Rs, alright? They have Rs.
They have Rs? Oh. I don't think that makes sense, Connie. I think you should have compared to BTR or something.
True. BTR is also the #1 regular season standings, just like R8.
Yeah.
Also now,
and I like
one
Banter
more
with
game.
Miracle.
You like Banner with Miracle? Because you're a geek fan?
Yeah, we knocked them out. Fortunately, we couldn't go all the way, but yeah, that's it.
Close, right? But almost is never enough, Shefan.
Yep. Are you mocking me right now? Is that how it is?
I know, man. I mean, yeah. I mean, let's talk about the match again. R8. You can see here the players, man, slightly frustrated perhaps here, especially defender. You can see he was going up against Ding in that lane, man. The starter, remember level 1?
Yep.
He wasn't able to clear properly. Wow.
Yeah, that's what happened when you don't really respect that Benedetta potentially in early game, and you don't really clear that lane fast enough to get level 2 because you can't really stack up those Shao residue without the second skill. And when you only have that Dragon Tail, you can't really be 1v1ing a Benedetta that can actually play and already unlock the second skill, because Eye for an Eye is the perfect way to get away from danger and also deal some damage in the process. That time, it's already lost. Defender still has one more card to clear, it's level 1, and it's diving time for Mr. Dig. Now, we are about to enter second game's trapped here. I do expect some changes. What?
Yes. It's match point, man. It's match point for Falcons.
Yeah.
R8 Esports, 1 game away to elimination. They will sit on the blue side though. Baksha, then out. Falcons. Are they going for the Fred Angela ban template again? No, this time they will commit on towards the Luoyi first. Okay, alright. They need to thread this carefully. What are they going to prio this time?
I don't know, man. But the fact that interesting, Coach Dale is still on the blue side. I do agree that blue side is still the best side to play here in Mobile Legends esports scene. But the fact that they lost in the blue side, the first game was quite interesting. And now with Luoyi banned to Coach Dale, does Coach Dale want to follow suit with another global presence hero ban like a Chip or maybe a Moskov? They're taking their time, alright. And I can pretty much understand that because this is their last lifeline. They have to hold to this very, very dearly to be able to stay alive in MPL MENA playoffs. And it's gonna be Valentina and also Moskov from Falcons.
They should really think about what their next move is, right? And again, seems like Coach Dale very vocal here in the drafts, trying to discuss with his players. You can see here, yeah, Moscow will be the ban here from the side of Falcons. 2 global ban, global heroes technically will not come as slammed on. All right, last ban. What will it be?
Oh, I think they are content of letting go of the chip. The question is, what's gonna be the replacement there for that ban? It looks gonna be a Minotaur. Interesting ban here for Coach Dale. Already seeing some minor adjustment from him. I don't know if this is minor or major because Minotaur on the first phase is something that you don't really see a lot in other regions out there. Even though how good Minotaur, how good of a Minotaur player the opposing side's roamer is, it's still a hero that's not really that prior to the meta. I do understand that it has its uses. It can counter dives really, really well. And when you want to play the chip, you get rid of the Minotaur. But I don't know if you are, or maybe if Minotaur is something that's worthy to be first ban.
Let's see, right? Let's see. I think it's more of a respect area, right? Especially after that first game, man. That Minotaur is very annoying. That motivation roar, that Minion Fury comes into clutch. And yeah, Falcons, they realize, you know what, let's just ban out the Harith because they believe R8 will prior the Harith now. But the chip is open, the Angela is open, the Fred is open. The Fred is open, like your prediction.
Ooh, interesting. So, do you want to go for the Fred or the chip? I think Coach Dill is weighing on this decision very, very carefully because both are very, very sought commodities, and it's gonna be the Fredrin highlighting his debut in this playoffs of MPL MENA Season 5, and right away a chip and a Roger, the hero and the quote-unquote counter for the chip, the best marksman to play when you are playing against a chip. So this is looking quite good for both of these teams. They know what they're trying to do. Coach Dale, with the standard pick that he has in that Fredrin, he can literally go for pretty much everything and it still makes sense just because of the Fredrin's presence.
Yeah, I think Angela here, just a no-brainer, right? And a very smart move here by R8. You know what? We got two roamers. Why not pick the jungler, right? Angela and Chip, they will not pick both up. Oh, but even with that, Angela will be neglected. So no Angela here for R8. Instead, it'll be Novaria. It has range, and the Eid is also a hero that I feel like can break the opponent's momentum.
When you have the option to pick an Angela here if you are Falcon, and maybe run it up with Inaton in the second phase of picking, that's an idea, right? Because you're still lacking on that magic damage. You kind of sacrifice that mid lane presence, that mid lane damage from the possible Farsas, the possible Luo Yis and Lilias and all those stuff. You place it with a healer that enhance the capability of another hero. Now you pick another ton. But it's going to be, what is that?
Go to the
Oh, it's Paramis. So, oh man, I'm just yapping for nothing. Bro, come on now.
Still gonna clump up this.
Yeah, I know, Faramis, without the presence of Valentina, it's going to be hard to counter in this one. You have to layer your CC, you have to layer your damage to be able to bypass the presence of the Faramis. And mind you, usually in MPL Indonesia or maybe MPL PH, the one that uses Faramis is the side that's more likely to win, because it kind of gives you just an extra life, which is in a way kind of unfair, even though there's been a lot of revamp, like nerfs, but it's still one of the prime heroes in the mid lane, and it's not really that conditional either. You can use it pretty much anytime unless the opposing side has Valentina.
Yeah, exactly. So now, what will they go for here? What will... Let's see here. What is going to be the last pick for Falcons with the Terizla though? Will gonna be the penalty zone combined with the chip. Oh, I don't know. Is it enough to enable this composition with the Terizla pick?
Oh, you can see right away an Arlen and a Clint making its debut in MPL MENA playoff season of 5. Responded with a Nolan. They want to play fast. Just pick a Nolan. And with this kind of composition, to be honest, when you have the chip, you don't really have that proper pickup. You just kind of leverage it with the fact that Nolan just deals burst damage and can chase you out quite fast as well. So I think I'm kind of also leaning towards Team Falcon's draft at this time.
Well, let's see here. With the Clint, it was banned out in their previous match, but what will happen in this game, man? Clint, potential last game of the series, ladies and gentlemen. We will see a Clint MPL MENA playoff season 5, and of course, I'm nervous. I'm nervous for R8, but I'm also nervous for Falcons here. Will they be able to close this series out with a clean sweep, or will they not? It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough, man. It's gonna be tough.
Yeah, for sure. You can see some of the nervousness, some of the anxiousness that they're showing right now with their faces. You might be saying that they're locking in, but deep in their hearts, they know that this is something that's very nerve-wracking. And as R8 Esports, I think you don't want to be in this position more than anyone after securing the first seed in the regular season. I think the burden will be much more on them. And they have to prove that they are indeed worthy of the first seed. Let's see though what is going to happen. This is the competition that they drafted. Playing on the gold lane is the highlight of this 10. Is it gonna work?
Yeah,
is it not gonna work?
We'll have to see, man. We'll have to see. Borrow on the Arlet, Jockey on the Novario as well. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn, where potentially this might be the last game of today. Yeah, R8. First regular season standings. They are now fighting for elimination. Will they make it? Will they force a game 3? Or will they fall? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn. Let's witness game number 2.
Right away. Once again, items, spell check, all flickers from R8 Esports. There's really not much heavy CC. Well, there is heavy CC, but it's not really the CCs that you want to get out with a Purifier. The flicker just does more work here. If you take a look at Lark and also Super Silver rocking that Purify, considering that Defender, also the constant CC coming in from Azo and Boulder is just too much to handle if you don't use the Purify.
Yep, and you can see here, both teams already a very, very ambitious starter. Super and Lark in the gold lane. Somehow this chip is trying to babysit this Roger going up against Clint, because Clint is very strong that early. So yeah, they do not want to lose on trades in the gold lane.
Yeah, he's just gonna keep camping there the whole way, I think. Just giving enough room for Lark to pop off and to get this gold quite easily, because as non-meta as a Clint is, he's still one of the best laners in the whole entire game right now in the hands of Speedy. Let's see though if the farming will also be very, very speedy.
Yeah, and for now it is not clear, but in the mid side actually Arlet below 50% HP there. Still holding on to his flicker though, so yeah, it's still a-okay for that triple fight. 100% potential. No spells wasted yet from both teams though. Defender now trying to bait out a fight here. Basil is in the vicinity alongside the Novario, but now Basil jumps in. Does not quite connect, so they cannot really put the threat in top lane.
Good damage there coming in from the Novario, getting two birds in one stone, and now Basil obviously with the Petrol has the advantage in terms of the objective battle.
Yep, now it's here Falcons still. Oh, that Astral Echo spots 4 man, and that will force Falcons to back away slightly now. Good. On towards 1. Ding in trouble. Penalty zone does not connect on towards anyone though. Let's see here, Ding. Trying to find cover. Oh my goodness. Good catch there by Chip. Taking the turtle now with another round. They want to fight. Boro stuck Super as well, but no casualties. Actually, from that first neutral objective.
Yeah, for sure. Something that Team Falcons is very, very happy about, especially when the whole team is just almost in the brink of death. They ended up with more dollars than anyone else in the game.
And now, you can see here both teams toning it down. Team Falcons, even after that first neutral objective take, they do not want to step onto the gas too quickly as well. They want to gain more control here. Borrow on the Arlet roam. They're eyeing for that bottom side, and it seems like Lark, he sniffs it.
Oh yeah, I just realized it's actually Defender on the Edith. That's very, very interesting because I do think that Edith is much more suited as a roamer rather than the EXP laner. I think it's still a decent EXP laner, but at the end of the day, as a roamer, you have to engage a lot of times, and the Unworth and Earth Shatter combo is just very, very lethal. Meanwhile, there's going to be a sandwich here. The bottom lane, the photo is there to follow it up. There them also, look at that. The Stampede drags Speedy almost to his grave. He's going to be, oh, what was that? What was that damage? It was a retribution coming in from Kenji, might be. Meanwhile, though, there's also another sandwich once again. Falcons gets rolling through R8 Esports, and they might get this turret as well.
Just as I thought they do not want to pull the trigger, they pulled the trigger, man. And with that, they got 4 members, plus the turret as well. So things are not looking good here for our AP Sports, man. Team Falcons trying to gain an early tempo. Very much so. And take a look at the snowball, man. They got 4 members, they got a turret bottom side, and they got the turtle. So that's a dub, and a dub as well.
Good night. I have to say good night here, getting bursted down by 3 members of R8 Esports. But yeah, right now the gold lead already ballooned to 3K. Ding might be getting caught out here. Multiple CCs coming in his way, trying to do the penalty zone, but finally using one on towards 3. Portal is there, NetherRealm is there to further enhance the durability. Meanwhile, Super will try to get away, and they are happy with that trade. So far, Team Falcons.
Man, they want to re-engage as well, right? Take a look at this initiation, right? It was killless. But after that teleportation, got 2. Speedy, very low. Kenji, ooh. Nasty execution as well. And they got another. And with that, 17,000 economy-wise here. Almost
oh my goodness
4,
gracious.
Yeah, the retribution hits as well, and Speedy very low, forced to use the recall, and this is why Clint. Man, if you lose the early game with the Clint, it's not gonna be a good time entering the mid phase. So yeah, Team Falcons are capitalizing that fact. Okay? A-okay.
And you also gave a Nolan Kenji Stone 4 kills in early game. That's something that you shouldn't do against an assassin. Meanwhile, though, final slash on towards 2 penalty zone with the response. Corso, they put down. Meanwhile, it's gonna be Nolan coming in. Kenji just cleaning the house. Meanwhile, Ding taking some hit in the front line, just taking all the damage. That was actually Lark who secures that one first kill into the game. It's the DPS of Team Falcons.
And it shows right now the top and bottom side of the turret has fallen, so yeah, more space to play around with here. Team Falcons, they are moving towards the last neutral objective. I don't think RH should contest this. I don't think this is wise. Let's see though, Falcons, they want to contest Defender. Let's stick crowd control, but no follow-up, of course. And yeah, no play whatsoever. Borlo jumps in, Bing, still soaking damage. Bowzo trying to find the retribution. Oh my goodness! NetherRealm committed. Oh, take away the damage here. Kenji secures the turtle. Low HP defender flickers out. But actually, Bowzo is the one to fall. And take a look at Boro. Isolated in a 5-man Falcon. That's another kill onto their board.
I don't want to say this too soon, but I cannot believe that I'm seeing a build-up towards an even bigger meltdown than Bigichan Alpha in MPL Indonesia. They didn't even get a single game if they ended up losing this one, R8 Esports. Looking at the items, oh my goodness, look at that. 1 kill also secured towards Defender. And I don't think Bazo has even 1 item secured at this point of the game.
Yep. And you can see here already Falcons dancing around the jungles of R8. Things are looking bad from bad to worse here. And you can see Falcon again engaging. At this point, they do not care if it's a 1v4, 2v4, 4v4, 5v5. They want to fight now. They want the top lane. activation though. Penalty zone connecting on towards still. The damage it's not there just yet. The Boro will fall surely. Oh, there you go. Then secures it. Another member will fall here. No follow-up damage whatsoever, but Basil says otherwise. It's a 2-for-1. A good night. Has the passive and is back in the Land of Dawn. And they might go for more here. Speedy, good night, baby. Kenji secures the kill. Now Basil is in trouble under the turret as Super secures it, and the base will fall as well. Team Falcons, man. They're flying high. They're soaring high in the Land of Dawn.
And this is like 8K per 8 minutes. This is something that usually Onyx does in MPL Indonesia, and they're replicating it in the playoffs of MPL MENA. Season of 5, Kenji already securing a much needed item there in Malefic Roar. Now everyone in the front line will get easily bursted down by Kenji's Rupture. They're gonna move on towards the Lord, and looks like there's absolutely no contest whatsoever. The lead, a balloon to 9K gold lead. Super already eyeing for a portal here.
Playoffs, right? Today, right? 10K? Yeah, I think this is the biggest lead gold-wise. Let's see though, with the first Lord, will they be able to take the base turret, knowing that the inner turret from the top and bot has been destroyed? Seems like they will take their time though, and they will let Bazo here clear the purple. I may be wrong. Concealed play, penalty zone committed, no cover whatsoever. Bazo in the no man's land and will be taken down. Take a look backside though. Dana trying to distract, and will be the trade. It's a 1-for-1. Falcons still moving on. Onwards. Take a look at the damage, man, from Kenji. Actually almost takes Defender down, but he still stands. Team Falcons restabilizing Lord. They're still marching top lane.
A bit aggressive there coming in from Ding, just going for a penalty zone on towards one member, and that's not really the most important member of that. It's Basil. As a utility tank jungler, you should pick out your targets much better, and preferably doing a penalty zone on towards multiple targets. When you already have one, then most likely you're just gonna end up just getting one. And when it's traded to one, then it becomes an equal trade that further benefits R8 Esports in this kind of situation. A bit more patient is what Team Falcons need. Yes, they are in the air right now. They are flying high, but at one point, it's gonna go down. It's gonna come down.
Who wants this team earlier, man? It's so sharp. They're so sharp. They're so well coordinated. Take a look at Lark, 207. Shout out to Super as well, 1011. And of course, Kenji. Wow, he's an assassin, man. He is an assassin. 605 on that Nolan. The Team Falcons now, they're very comfortable in doing anything. All they need to do is make sure that every objective on the board goes to the hands of Team Falcons, and they're A-okay, my guy. They're A-okay.
Yeah, and shout out to Bazo as well, Connie. He's recalling down 10K gold lead in 11 minutes. That takes a lot of bravado, but yeah, let's see if that's gonna pay off in the second game. In the brink of elimination, Bazo is still very confident, still has the swag that he has inside of him. Now, Team Falcons is just gonna take this slow, freeze the waves, and try to get the Lord as safely as possible. They have the utility that they need, they have the tools that they need to be able to secure this one. Unless it's gonna be some miracle play coming in from Bazo, I don't think the momentum, like the game, is gonna swing towards R8 Esports anytime soon.
What are you gonna do if they're R8, right? They're behind 10K. You cannot do anything, of course. Yeah, I think they just want a blunder. They're hoping a blunder here from Falcons, which I don't know. I don't think will happen if they keep this up, right? Falcons, they know their limits. They know how to poke around the bear. But yeah, Team Falcons need to be careful to not wake the bear up, because R8, they technically still has a chance to bounce back. And There's a massive blunder from Falcon's side.
Yep. But it does take, when you say massive, it really is massive. Like a 5-man dive without really no care in the world. That's you though. It's just
Oh no, we lost a member. Still has immortality in the realm committed. Baser, top and bot will fall. Good night. Kenji is there as well. And now we are moving backwards here. They're satisfied. Remember, it was the first Lord, so it is no problem. Actually, it was the second, so yeah, they want the mid as well.
But the photo is there to be popped out. Kenji going in. Oh, he's gonna get taken down. Actually, still has the immortality. Trying to get away, and he's gonna get bursted down by some of the damage coming in from R8. They are trying to come back from this one. One kill secured on towards Barrow. And now, it's house cleaning for R8 Esports. It's 3-2-1. Finally, a winning trade. Something to build, something to put their hopes on at this stage of a game.
Man, again, the Falcons, we mentioned it earlier, they may need a brother. Oh my goodness! The Lycan Bounce will take Fredrin down. Now, Speedy, what will you do all alone? What would you do? Of course, you will be taken out. Falcons, they have recovered from that mistake. Now, our Esports, they were slightly on the offense, but now they are back. Full defense.
Wait a minute, is this endable? That was almost identical. Okay, no, Bazo is respawning in a second. I don't think they're gonna force this anytime soon, or do they want to go for this one? Nope, it looks like they're just gonna go with the disciplined route and try to wait for the Lord. Possibly freeze the waves to two outer turrets in the top lane, and then the bottom lane is still intact for Team Falcons. Only the mid lane. So in terms of like far lane, long lane, they have all the advantage that they need to be able to take down this Lord. As super, maybe we'll try to get some portal play as well. The crash course is gonna come in handy multiple occasions. And now Kenji and Lark will just burst this down quite fast and try to time it onto the next wave after the 12th second has elapsed. And now, this might be the last Lord of the series. The last Lord that R8 Esports gonna see in this playoffs.
15 minutes in. Yeah, R8, what they can do is just turtle around their base, right? They cannot do anything. They just need to turtle, and turtle. Give the farm, funnel the farm towards Joki or Speedy. Meanwhile, Team Falcons, they need to somehow freeze the waves. Though, Lord, not evolved yet, but will march in the mid lane. Seems like they will take their time very slowly here.
Yep, they have all three waves crashing in. Top lane, bottom lane, mid lane. What will happen to the fate of R8 Esports?
Oh my goodness! The conceal, it was cancelled in the round though. Niding now with the jump play. Super at the backside trying to distract Kenji. 1 HP survives. But take a look at Lark. Free hitting at the backside. Bazo looking for an escape. Our defender as well, surviving very low, but no casualties from that fight. What the heck happened?
Incredible. That enhancement of hitbox from Joki followed up by a final slash towards Boro. Kenji is pretty much a non-factor in that fight. It's the fact that he has burned his immortality or his winter truncheon down in the first exchange of the fight. Final slash towards this damage coming in from Speedy, which already has a full item and already sold the shoes as well. We'll see him shoeless, barefoot. And a line of down with GDS, extra movement speed as well. It's gonna be hard. Oh my goodness, what happened there? a kill towards the premise. Meanwhile, the portal is going to be used there. Penalty zone on towards only one. The Netherrealm is already gone. Meanwhile, the front line mortality is gone for a knockup with the onward from the defender. Doing a lot of work there, but Speedy surely will get chased down for this one. It looks like it's going to be the end of for Team Falcons. 2 more members, but Speedy will do the impossible. 2 versus 1 with Speedy. Will be full HP in a second. But 3 waves are crashing in. He has to defend this one. Speedy, can he do it? Do they want to go for it? But no, Speedy will stand strong with his damage. Incredible defense by Speedy.
Wow. 19 minutes in. This is going to be, wow, this is one of the longest game today. It was 22, but now Super jumps in with a crash course. Teleportation was not committed, but the damage will be enough to take R8 down and eliminated. Team Falcons, they will soar high and stay alive in the lower brackets. But R8, what goes up must come down.
I am like, this is literally, quite literally a deja vu. Lost every series possible in the playoffs after being a very dominant team in the regular season. What just happened? Like, I genuinely feel bad for them at this point. They didn't even manage to get a single game win. Game win. Not a match. Game win. And that is the result of the elimination match between Team Falcons and also R8 Esports. Gani, what are you feeling right now?
I feel bad for Defender, man. I wanted to see him on the international stage again, but unfortunately, even though their spotless run almost right in the regular season, it means nothing in the playoffs. They lost to DK and they lost again going up against Falcons, also in a tournament favorite, by the way. Kenji, whoa, that Nolan, practically unstoppable. No one can lock him down, and from the early game he was farming like crazy. Nobody was able to punish him per se. Sure, damage was there, Clint, maybe theoretically, but in that Line of Dawn, in that game, they were unstoppable.
Yeah, for sure. And I think one reasonable criticism that I have right now is the fact that every time they clash, it's always like win a lot or like lose a lot. So there's no in between. There's no like, oh, I just lost 1 member here, so it's time to kite back. It's always like 5 member. It's always done, all of them, or maybe 4 of them is gone, and it's time to just one straight push or like use the load or anything like that. It's always like that with R8 Esports so far in this match, and I think that's a big homework that needs to be done if you want to be the best of the best, or maybe compete in the highest of the stages. As you can see in that game, the MVP is quite apparent for us. It's going to be Mr. Kenji with a Nolan, 50,000 damage, 70% objective rate, and also 819 KDA with a Nolan. Full build. I even built the Guardian's helmet at the end of the game to just heal up his HP when he needed to push that one straight push towards Speedy. Look at this. You know, they went for backline there, but
this was
disconnected. And everyone is just crumbled down, and they let go of 1 turret. So every time they lose, it's always like lose a lot. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot. Like at the very least 3 members and like a turret or something. It's just the same story over and over again. But shout out to Team Falcons as well. They capitalize on the fact that a lot of times, you know, R8 Esports is overzealous. Even this time, they kind of disrespect the potential of a Faramis and a Roger just running down your team. Look at this. This is a clutch portal, I believe, from Super. And this is the last exchange where Speedy is the only one left alive. Almost did the impossible, but at the end of the day, it's a 3v1 and you can't really do anything about that, especially with the Faramis with the Nether Realm. And that is it for that match. A really interesting way to end the game there. Speedy, the almost heroic moment. But
Yeah,
this is it,
similar
Connie.
build here.
Almost, it's never enough.
Exactly, almost is never enough indeed, Sheffin. And yeah, it's just Chip, man. Chip is very prio here, seems like what I've learned from MENA. Almost similar as into other regions, but Moscow isn't as prio, you know. Moscow usually, maybe if you don't ban the Moscow out, will show in the first phase, but this time no, you don't need the Moscows. We have the Faramis. Take a look at that damage deal, 30% of the team. It was Faramis who dealt the damage, man. It was Faramis.
Yeah, and those kind of pokes are usually, you know, it doesn't really show. It's shown in the stat sheet, but when you look at the game with the eye test, it doesn't really show up as much as you would thought, because this is a poke from like a full HP to maybe a 3/4 of HP, and that's something that's overlooked a lot when you're using a Faramis or maybe these poke heroes like Lilia. And you know, it might be a way to secure the game before, or secure a fight before the fight even begins, because once you go into the fight with those members that's already low on HP, then you have a major disadvantage. Your members, the other member is just gonna clean up with the work that you've already done as a mid laner. So shout out to Faramis as well, because he's done a lot of things in this match, especially the on-point Cult Altar, Nether Realm is just very clutch all the time.
Indeed. And wow, ladies and gentlemen, 3 matches already done and dusted for the playoffs of MPL MENA Season 5. We got 3 winners, technically, right? We got Twisted Minds taking that game, that first match, and we also, second match, it was almost close, but of course, R8 goes down, DK finding the dub, and now R8 will go down again. Their playoff run will not continue, cause man, what a performance! What a performance by Kenji. Falcons was just going at it.
Yeah, it's almost like every time R8 is facing a team, the opponent's junglers just popped off for some reason. Mark and Kenji is just absolutely incredible so far in this day 1, and we are looking forward to see more of that action tomorrow in day 2 of MPL MENA Playoff Season 5, and which decides 2 slots for the MSC in Riyadh 2024. Yeah, we'll see who's gonna be the rep for MENA.
Yeah, we will see, but of course, before we close out, we are going to see the interview first, right? Falcons. I wish I can get context, man. I want to know what their state of mind is right now after the L they took earlier. They got the dub, and now where are they at, right? Because things are not straightforward here. One more lifestyle, you know, the job is far from over.
Yep, job's not over. And I think I'm more interested in seeing, or maybe you know, hearing an interview with the other team, but we'll take to the interview in a second with our host.
بتوقع للجميع في هذا اليوم، لكن شباب مبروك 2-0 امام الار 8. كنجي، الشعور بعد الفوز؟
والله هو شعور حلو بالذات ضد فريق الار 8، لان انت شفت في التصفيات الريجولار سيزون كانوا مادين اداء يعتبر ممتاز، لكن كل الفرق السعوديه تقريبا كانت واقفه لهم على النت على النقطه ديت، ان انتوا خلاص جايين في بلدنا، خلاص تعالوا لنا بقى.
يا حبيبي الصراحة مع هيك نتيجة مبينة، وللأسف يعني خلص انه سكرت مدرسة الار 8 بعد انتهاء أدائهم في مباريات اليوم. لكن يعني لاحظنا بأول سيريز لكم مبين انه كان في مشاكل كبيرة عندكم، فايش التغيير اللي صار بين أول سيريز وثاني سيريز اللي لعبتوه حاليا أمام الار 8؟
هو اول سيريز ضد تويس احنا كنا معانا درافت كومبينيشنز معينه، ما خدناش في بالنا ان في هيروات تقدر تكونترها، ان احنا ما اتدربناش ضدها كتير وما كانتش بتتساب مثلا في السكريمات. فلما دخلنا ضدهم احنا في اول جيم كان باين للجميع ان احنا اصلا ما جيناش الجيم خالص. انما الجيم الثاني عدلنا شويه في الدرافتات، بعيدا عن ان هي كان في غلطات جوه الجيم، لكن مقارنه بالجيم الاول والثاني كان فرق درافت كبير ما بينهم بس. انما رجعنا ضد الار 8 صلحناها، قعدنا نتكلم، ديت بقى فكره الكوميونيكيشن بين الفريق، طلعنا فوق ظبطنا ريست ويلا دخلنا بقى الجيم ار 8 خلاص دو اور داي، قلناها كده دو اور داي.
وفعليا كانت دو اور داي لكم في بهاي المرحله من البطوله، خلص بتخسروا بتم اقصائكم وقتها فريق الاريت كان بيكمل. لكن سوبر جايك لانه انتم هلا تاهلتوا للمرحله الجايه، فاحنا حابب اسالك مين بتفضل تنافس في مباريات بكره؟ هل بتفضل تنتقم من تويستد ولا تاخذ جي كي؟
اكيد افضل انتقم من تويستد، وحاب اقول لهم انه هالمره راح تكون غير يعني.
يا حبيبي هات، يعني انا صراحه بدي اشوفه. واخر شيء حابب اسالكم اياه كنجي، خصوصا من عندك، في اي تصريح للباقي؟ ايوه كيب توكينج وبس. يعطيك العافيه يا كنجي، يعطيك العافيه سوبر، والف مبروك برضه على الفوز 2-0، وبنشوفكم بكره باذن الله في باقي المباريات، وبنشوف مين يا ترى حتنافسوا، ان كان فريق تويستد او ان كان فريق الجي كي. يعطيكم العافيه يا شباب ونقول لكم جي جي. لا خليه معك عادي، اعمل مقابله مع حالي. المهم اعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين، خلصنا من يومنا الاول وبنودع فريق الار 8 بعد انتهاء.
Thank you so much, host, and of course the winners, Falcons. Man, it was super. It was Kenji, I believe. What a performance there that team did. I wonder why they did not show up technically on their first match, right? If they executed the way they executed in this match, I don't think they won't be in the lower brackets, but you know what? It is what it is. But that will be it, Sheffin, for today. 3 matches, 2-0. We saw a team from number 1 standings. First day playoffs, done. Out.
Yep, anything is possible. Everything's on the table. Like, if it's on the realm of possibility, then why not? I mean, there's I'm also still surprised as well, man. Like, the fact that they are in the regular season dominating, and even I saw the glimpse of you know, a really good, well-built team with a really good synergy in the first match that they played. But in the second match, it was like, what is this team? But as we take a look on it, as on the updated bracket here, Falcon will go on the next stage, and tomorrow we have 2 matches between Twisted Minds and also PK, and then a Falcon with the loser of match number 6 of Twisted Minds or GK. So yeah, and let me remind you all that lower bracket match was it's best of 5, right?
Yeah, 3 teams left here, ladies and gentlemen, in MPL MENA Season 5. We got Falcons, who is in the lower brackets, Twisted Minds, and GK. 3 teams, 2 tickets for Riyadh. Their home ground, technically. Who will take it, right? 1 more team will fall. 1 more team will enter MSC, but 1 team will enter MSC and become the champion, ladies and gentlemen. MPL's MENA Season 5 is coming to a close, so stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because the drama, the climax is still coming. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and that will be all for today. 3 matches again, done and dusted, 2-0. Thank you so much for staying tuned. I'm not alone. Sheffin, final thoughts.
I think it's been incredible, man, and best of luck for all the players that will play tomorrow and all of the teams. And let me tell you something: if you lose as the third placer and not going to MSC, that's probably one of the worst way possible to end the playoffs. Yes, you do end up as a 3rd placer, but that really hurt, man. That really hurt, let me tell you. So do your best to play the hardest in the next game, whoever you are, and try to get the MSC berth.
Again, will the lower bracket meta, quote unquote, Falcons be able to clinch a MSC spot or even become champion, right? EVO's Glory, they were from the lower brackets. They got the MSC ticket, man. They got the MSC ticket. Sure, they still lose against Fnatic on it. But maybe Falcons, that is what they're trying to replicate here, or even more, right? If they're more ambitious, they can take it all, man. They can take it all.
And there's literally no reason to do so. You've gone, to this part. Why not just go all the way? You're pretty much one win away to MSC and 2 wins away to being crowned as the MPL MENA Season 5 playoffs. Connie.
Well, Sheffin, thank you so much. It's a pleasure having you with us on our opening MPL MENA Season 5 playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. That will be all. Connie and Sheffin signing out. Stay tuned for tomorrow's action for the upper brackets finals and also lower bracket finals. Who will take the MSC slots? Watch it all tomorrow. We sign out.